The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Kick back, relax, and enjoy the best chess in the country at the U.S. Open and U.S. Women's Championships in St. Louis. With most people taking it easy on a Saturday, these players rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Sam Sevian went on a good old-fashioned hunt, methodically cornering his opponent's king for the win and a share of first place. Co-leader Carissa Yip kept up her winning ways, defeating a fellow co-leader to claim sole lead in the women's section. With talent this impressive, every matchup is a must-see event. Don't blink or you'll miss history in the making. Day 3 of Inspiring Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 3 of the 2024 US Chess Championship and US Women's Chess Championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in the Q Boutique shop, where you can shop for all your chess needs. It's Day 3 action just about to start, and the players are definitely warmed up. Let's go to the studio and start this incredible day of chess.
With two players tied for the lead in the open section and a clear leader for the women, the US and US Women's Championships are becoming very competitive. Round 3 starts right now. Hi, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Hey, it's wonderful being in studio with you guys. Hey, Cristian, it's lovely. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2024 U.S. Championships. Things are really heating up. In the open section, we have two duelists who are sharing the first place, but boy, I got to say, Carissa Yip is really impressive. She just is hitting it on all cylinders. What else to say? 2-0 and looking great. But tell us the standings, Kate, for
Let's
both
take a look.
events. Let's start with the ladies.
In the women's section, Carissa Yip so far smooth sailing, 2 out of 2, and then we have a 3-way tie for the second place, Irina Krush, Atousa Pourkashiyan, and Tatev Abhimanyu.
And in the open section, the standings?
Here we have two players tied for the first place, Wesley So and Sam Sevian, and then a lot of players with 50%.
Wesley So has been sharing the title with Fabiano. Seeing him at top is, whoa, people should be getting nervous. Tell us about the format for these two national championships.
So we have 12-player round robin. We play classical chess, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. There are no draw offers allowed in both tournaments.
2 rounds in the history book. What about the schedule?
So today we have round 3. We have one more round tomorrow, round 4, and then there is a rest day. I believe very much players are going to be happy to have that. Then another 4 rounds, another rest day, 3 rounds, and if necessary, if there will be tie for the first place, there will be playoffs on Thursday, October 24th.
Yeah, those rest days really ensure the players give it their best. Cristian, there are a lot of stories about U.S. championships to be told.
Absolutely.
But you have a unique one today.
I do, and shout out to Ed Gonzalez, our history major in the building. Today I'm going to go through the unbeaten streaks of players through the years. And you might be surprised, but we do have one of those unbeaten players in this competition as well. Let's take a look at who has the highest unbeaten streaks. And of course, you see at the top of the standings, Samuel Reshevsky, 82 games at the US Chess Championships, undefeated between 1936 and 1951. Gatakamsky, one of your rivals.
Yes,
Yasser,
we overlapped.
Absolutely, 51 unbeaten streak at the US Championships between 2004 and 2012. Alexander Onishuk, we know him so well. Lubomir Kovalek, Bobby Fischer, when I quizzed you last night, this was your choice. Yasser, he's standing at 46 unbeaten games between 57 and 62. Wesley So, closely behind at 45, and you can see right there, Joel Benjamin, we've seen him earlier in the year, and Leinier Dominguez. You see that asterisk next to Leinier's name. That means he started with 42 unbeaten streak. Right now he's at 44, so he just equalized Joel Benjamin, but he was close to losing yesterday.
Yes, he was.
Against Sam Shankland between 2020 and 2023. By the way, that's a beautiful streak in only 3 years. Walter Brown, 37, and finishing the standings is Boris Gulko, 30 games unbeaten streak between 2002 and 2006. Guys, so many incredible champions on this list. Once again, shout out to Ed Gonzalez.
Absolutely. It occurs to me that I overlapped with 6
You did.
of those players. No wonder it was so hard winning these championships. Right? Kate, do the honors. Tell us about round 3, the pairings, if you please. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's take a look. So we have a lot of actually key matchups here. First game, Nazi Paikidze playing against Alice Lee. Then we have Atousa Pourkashiyan and Tatev Abrahamian. They both won a really nice game yesterday.
Right,
so
big
they're
matchup.
Ready to continue on that streak. Megan Lee playing Bekim Toghirchanova. And now very experienced players, Anna Zatonsky against Irina Krush.
How many of the times have they crossed swords and decided the championships?
Absolutely. And another game where both US champions, former US women's champions, are facing each other, Carissa Yip and Jennifer Yu.
Marquee matchup for sure.
And Talia Cervantes is going to play Rose Atwell.
Fantastic pairings for the ladies. How about in the open?
In the open section, let's take a look. We have Sam Shankland playing Wesley So, the leader of the tournament so far. Hans Niemann playing Leinier Dominguez. Levon Aronian against Awonder Liang. And now I think the key matchup, Ray Robson against Fabiano Caruana.
Olympic teammates whenever they cross swords. Yep, that's a good one.
Abhimanyu Mishra against Sam Sevian, the younger generation playing each other. And Christopher Yu against Grigoriy Oparin.
Yeah, I feel that Mishra versus Sam match, that's extra special there. They're playing for pride, glory, honor, and...
Very nice prize fund, right?
Yes.
Let's not forget that. In the women's section, a total prize fund of $152,000. The first place winning $35,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, all the way to the 12th place $4,000. And for this year, there is this special winner's bonus. If a player wins clear first after 11 rounds, they get extra $5,000.
Very, very impressive. And for the open section, Kate?
In the open section, we have a total prize fund of $250,000. First place $55,000. Second place $43,000, third place $35,000, all the way to the 12th place $6,000, and again the winner's bonus this time $7,000.
That's not a bad guarantee, right there. 6,000 for last place. That's not bad.
That's very, very nice. Over $400,000 in combined total prizes. Thank you for the generosity to the St. Louis Chess Club as we see the players taking their seats, getting through security as we get ready for the start of round 3. And Kate, if you don't mind me asking, what has stood out in your mind in these first 2 rounds?
Well, I think Fabiano's games are actually very interesting.
Yes.
The first game against Hans Niemann,
Right.
yesterday against Levon Aronian, so many chances, tactical and strategic play. I think that's really cool. And in the women's section, let me think. I think Tatev's Abrahamian. I mean, she's my pick. And in 2 games, she decided to play with a piece down. She didn't like her horses.
Right.
She gave it away. And actually, she won 1 game and she drew the second.
And we see here the 2 of really the legends of women's chess. Anna Zatonsky with the white pieces today. 4 times this lady has won the U.S. championships. And across with the black pieces, Irina Krush, 8 times champion, and those times that she wasn't the champion, she was in the mix. So these 2 ladies really having a lot of championship titles. There we see Sam Shankland still muttering to himself about missed opportunities as he's on 50%. Might have been on 2-0, certainly should be tied with 1.5.
Absolutely.
Same question for you, Cristian.
Well, the thing about Sam, even in the first game against the Awonder, Liang, he had tremendous chances.
He did.
Played a really good game, and that's something that he does in this tournament. His preparation is stellar.
Right.
Really, out of the opening phase, I yesterday against Leinier with the black pieces, I think he was slightly better with the black pieces.
Coming out of the opening.
With an Najdorf,
Yeah.
by the way, an opening that Leinier plays tremendously well.
Right.
So some good signs for Sam Shankland. Unfortunately, his conversion, especially yesterday, allowing that queen to G8, just incredible. But this is the story in my view. Sam Sevian. Sam Sevian, nobody counts him as one of the top contenders.
Right.
You know, you have Fabiano, you have Wesley, you have all these players that are used to winning championships. Sam Sevian hasn't won one yet, but he has won a big title last year, and that was the Chess 9 LX.
That was a breakthrough result for him.
Absolutely. So he's now starting to understand how to play against these players, how to take risks against this type of players, and I think right now is going to bode well for his chances to potentially get his first title.
I must say, if I'm in Sam Sevian's shoes, playing against this field, you know, I'm a little bit nervous, right? And getting out to a big start or a good start, it's so important for one's confidence, and it grows with each victory or / non-defeat. That's really important. And I'm realizing once again that Wesley So is playing against Sam Shankland. Wesley comes in tied for first, along with Sevian, playing against Sam Shankland. That is actually a very big match indeed. And a very special guest ringing the bell.
Huge guest.
There he is, Sebastian. Sebastian is the son of Leinier Dominguez. You can do it, Sebastian.
Oh, that's good enough. Chris Bird is like, that's good enough, Sebastian.
He's actually a very good player. He plays chess as well. He practices. He plays a lot of online chess, but also at the club.
Remember one of these U.S. championships? Actually, I beg your pardon, it was a Singfield Cup. They were doing some simultaneouses outside, and Sebastian was one of the opponents of Wesley So. And Wesley was saying, you know, I have a big rivalry with your father. Well, don't take it out on me.
I mean, you were telling the story about Paul Murphy, right? Seeing
Yes.
his uncle. Now he sees his dad actually competing at the most prestigious tournament.
Exactly.
Wesley So, by the way,
E4.
taking his time after the first move from Sam Shankland, E4, switching things up. He started with D4 against Awonder, right now E4 for Sam Shankland. Interesting. What do you think Wesley is going to do? Is he going to go for... Yes, of course. It's Wesley.
E5. This is what. But one of the things about Wesley is in his, why should I say,
the Berlin.
youth.
We're going to see a Berlin.
I would say in his youth, but he's so young already. He used to play Sicilians.
Of course, yeah.
And very, very well.
He used to be very combative, yes.
Exactly. Bishop b5, knight f6.
Of course.
You called it the Berlin. But now the question is, are we going to see the rook e1 variation? Or are we going to, no.
D3.
Just simply d2, d3. Yeah.
Sam is looking for a game.
Yeah.
He wants to strike. He knows that if he wants to win the championship, he needs to clear some victories. And especially with the white pieces, that's the time to strike. That will be what he's trying to do in this one.
So bishop c5 is the go-to move in this exact position. Black looks to play the move knight d4, trading off. The knight on c6 is a little bit... Oh, I was about to suggest we were going to see the move bishop takes c6. This has actually become a very popular... dare I say it, anti-Berlin variation with knight to d2. But we saw immediately knight to d2. And again, to my... No, hold on. In this case, knight d4. In case of knight d4, I do have knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, and I have this maybe slightly awkward move, knight f3. So maybe knight d4 is not the...
It has been played quite a few times. Yes,
Okay.
yes. And after knight f3, you can go bishop to b6, in fact.
Okay.
So you can give away that pawn if you really want to.
Say
bishop
what?
to b6. I don't think you want to take...
D6 is on the board.
Right. David 6. He didn't go knight to d4. Wesley, he just stayed with the well-trodden path. In the difference between... I really want to say the major difference to my mind between the Berlin defense, as opposed to the well-known Morphy defense, is when you have the Berlin defense, you get the chance to play bishop c5. Many of the Ruy Lopez's, you usually see the bishop on e7 and or f8.
Right, you just hide it back kind of
yeah.
f8 later.
With the Berlin, you do get a chance to develop, like in a Joko piano, your bishop a little bit more actively. Cristian, I'm going to turn it over to you and ask you, where's the theory?
Well, there's not that much action going on now because we're so early in the throes of theory. But Hans Niemann, once again, essaying his preferred Joko piano with bishop to c4, knight f6, d3, d6, and c3. So already hinting at the fact that perhaps he wants an early d4. You have to be careful as black. What do you do? Probably a6, a5. I don't think we have a move yet, do we?
If you don't mind me interrupting you, I wanted to go through the games, and I was going to go through Hans and Leinier. I moved to the next game between Mishra and Sam.
Do you have some
and they're absolutely the same. It was like, wait a minute, my board's not updating because they're both in the identical position.
Yes, that's right.
Going to be copying whom?
That is correct. So Abhimanyu versus Sam, exactly the same position. Hans, exactly the same position. A5 was by Sam Sevian. We'll see what Leinier Dominguez is going to come up with. Again, black has so many options. White has so many options. But I'm sure Leinier did expect this. This is the only thing that right now Hans is playing. With the white pieces, he starts with e4. If you go e5, he's going to go for the Joko piano. Very rarely do we see him do something else. So no surprise up to this point. I'm expecting Leinier to start blitzing out his moves. And he just played castle.
Right. Just turning to the ladies section, where would you like to guide us,
Let's take a look at the game of Carissa Yip and Jennifer Yu.
Exactly.
The Ivy League students and former U.S. women's champions playing each other.
Well, this is
expecting some fight here.
Yeah, well, this is that combination of the dragon Sicilian as well as a Najdorf, so it's kind of a Dragendorf. Although I must say, with the knight on c6, it just feels like more like a dragon. Move h7, h5, stopping the implied attack of bishop h6 and g2, g4. Now, it's really weird, Kate. I grew up, I played the dragon. Because it was such a, because of the name of the opening. It was just too cool a name.
Just like the bishop, it's always so powerful on that diagonal.
Right, but when I was playing, nobody, and I mean nobody, played the move h7, h5 because it was considered a taboo move, like you were weakening your king side. And the problem was you were maybe giving your opponent a hook in the future that they could play g4 and force the trade. Today, h7, h5 is commonplace. Did you have any conflicts when you saw this move, or you just grew up with it?
Well, I didn't know about it much, but actually my younger sister, she started playing that. So I was like, what are you doing? She had a different coach at that moment. And so then I started looking into it because I was watching her games to kind of understand it better. But at first sight, it just seems a little awkward, to be honest.
It does. As a coach, if you don't mind me asking you, Cristian, as the game Carissa and Jennifer, as a coach, your engines are approving or disapproving, full stop.
Yes, yes.
But when you see the move h7, h5, your first thoughts are like, it's okay, it's acceptable.
I've seen it before.
Yeah,
I've seen it before, so I kind of understand what you want to do with that. Also, I used to be a dragon player myself, in fact. With
all of us. Wow.
Yes, yes, and I've seen this type
of a reunion of dragon players.
I'm not a dragon player anymore.
We all learn better. It's too dangerous.
You start with a Benoni, then you go to the dragon, and then you realize
you become a
you can do much better things with your life.
And then you become a London. It's a slow process.
Look, it looks like modern chess. You're trying to avoid any sort of expansion. This is supported by the engines, by the way. And if white doesn't know precisely what to do, then black will most likely equalize and will get the attack that's coming on the queen side. That attack is coming no matter what you do, a6, b5, bishop d7, and whatnot, things of that nature. You're probably not going to castle anymore as black, at least not yet. Because, of course, this is exactly what white is going to try to do. He's going to try to get ready for your castle with moves such as h3, getting ready to go g4, break on the king's side, this type of ideas. And of course, h3 can also be met with h4 by black. But once you put that pawn on h4, that rook on h8 has to stay there to defend the pawn. Otherwise, bishop g5, bishop takes h4 is coming. So it's a very interesting position, and I'm sure Jennifer knows what to do because she probably has checked this with her coaches, seconds, or whoever she is here with. Carissa Yip, on the other hand, she's been doing homework. She's been doing homework and winning games. So I'm expecting her to not be timid about her approach in this one. I think she's going to try to uncork a devastating attack against the king.
Castles and bishop d7 on
That's
the board.
what we're saying. Bishop d7 and then maybe b5 with or without a6. Sometimes you see this pawn sacrifice with a direct b5.
Exactly. I'm going to turn our attention to the game of the legends. Anna Zatonski, Arena Crush, and speaking of the London, I mean, risk aversion. And this is the Jubava London with the knight committing itself early to c3. And I've seen in a number of Hikaru Nakamura's games that he really likes this maneuver of knight b5. Just trying to be disruptive and in a sense, you know, encourage the move knight a6, where maybe the knights not
usually don't like to be at the edge of the
don't
board.
like to be there. Bring us up to date on the. Is this the modern approach? I want to ask to this London knight b5 right away.
With knight to b5, it has been played many times, and in fact, it is the main line in this position. But generally, what I do like about this Jobava London and against e6 in particular is this move e3. This is what I usually tend to like in this position. Generally, black responds with a6. You definitely
Just
want to get a c5. Unfortunately, you cannot really get c5 easily first because of knight to b5. And then it's going to be very difficult. You need your pawn on c7 to be able to go to c6, attack my knight, kick it away. With the knight already established on b5, this is not looking good for black. So generally what I like after a6, it's even a move such as g4. In this position. You don't see this type of idea so early on in the opening very often, but it is possible. It has been played, it has been analyzed, and with the help of the engine, you can definitely get a very sharp and interesting game going. Now, she's choosing a completely different approach. Knight to b5 first. We're expecting knight to a6. Also, you can go bishop to b4 in this position. We're going to have this type of ideas. Knight to a6, e3, c6, knight to c3, and you're saying that this knight on d7 has a much better spot on this side, on d7, than on c7. On c7, you might be wanting at some point to open up the c file. That knight is going to be in the way of the rook coming to c8. So with the knight on c7, what necessarily are you going to do, right? Sometimes black in this position even reshuffles the knight via b8, get it back on d7, or maybe c5, then knight to b8, knight to c6. a6 is considered to be a pretty bad square for the knight. So this is the whole idea, the whole plan behind this move, knight to b5. Provoke the knight to go on the rim, and then take it from there with the usual plans, e3, g4, and whatnot.
Only because Arena is actually considering both bishop b4 check and knight a6.
And it's a great move. Bishop to b4 is one of the main lines in the position as well, followed by bishop to a5.
Can I ask a more direct question? You know, you're moving your pieces twice. I'm playing the move bishop d6. I agree that after knight takes d6, c takes d6, yes, you've won the two bishops, but hey, don't I have an edge in development? And
it has been played.
It has been
has been played before, yes. But again, you have the worst structure. I'm not sure if you do have an edge in development, because you still have two pieces on this side. I still have two pieces on this side to finish development, and then of course castle. But I do have the two bishops. You have a broken structure. I think the slight edge is with white in this one.
All right, fair enough.
And you shouldn't accept it. As black, look, you're playing against Jobava London. You should be able to fully equalize.
Right, of course.
Right? You shouldn't
have to give up anything. Yesterday, Anastasiya caught up with Arena after a game. We didn't get a chance to air a number of those interviews, so let's get to it as Anastasiya caught up with Arena from yesterday.
I'm here with Arena Crush, who just managed to win her game against Megan Lee. So many decisive games today. Arena, what do you feel about your victory? How important is it for you?
Well, you know, I'm just coming to terms with the fact that I won this game, you know, because it was an over 5-hour game, I guess 70-something moves, and you know, and I really just won it at like the very end, right? So it's not like the whole game I was in a winning position. It was a really tough game. I mean, I feel like it was pretty balanced. I mean, she definitely tried to play for a win, I think, at the end. It was just like a sharp end game. I mean, at some point, I don't know, maybe she was already better, but I'm not sure because it was always like complicated. But yeah, she kind of risked letting me capture a pawn and getting some passed pawns of my own, and then somehow I won. So, I mean, yeah, I feel kind of lucky about this game.
Yeah, so how much is it luck for you, or let's say the fact that you tried still to keep the game going?
Yeah, well, I tried as much as I could, but ultimately it was my opponent trying that, you know, gave me the point, right? Because there was only so much I could do. I mean, yeah, I tried. I sacrificed a pawn on the queen side. I had, you know, some play with my pawns on the king side and the knights. It was like always tricky, but I definitely feel, you know, I do feel lucky about this result.
Still lucky.
Yeah, still lucky. I mean, even if you try to convince me, you know, I feel there was some luck involved.
Absolutely. How much luck you need? My last question. How much luck you need to win the US?
Yeah, you need quite a bit of luck, I think. Although I mean, you know, it depends. Like if you're in really good form and you're just like, you know, yeah, better than the field in that tournament, I mean, maybe then it's not so much luck. You know, you just kind of win your games. But in general, you need some luck in like a game like this. You know, I am grateful for the luck I got because, you know, every half a point is pretty hard to come by.
Absolutely. All the best of luck for you for the next rounds, Arena.
Thank you. Just got to get lucky again.
Absolutely. Yes, and we go back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Talking about luck, let's go take a look at the lucky break.
Yes. What a humble interview, just not trying to get the credit, constantly saying it's a luck. Wow.
But that game was, just as she described it, such a hard-fought game. And it wasn't clear at all that at the very end she was going to get the pawns going against Megan, and impressive. I want to go to the game of Atousa and Tatev. As we were coming on show, you were telling that this is going to be a marquee matchup for the ladies as well. And this one is something really out of my old library. So when you're playing the French defense, more or less, you focus on the advance French with e5, the exchange French, the knight c3 classical, and then knight d2 Tarish. So you have those four in mind. And one of the things about the French defense is in some ways you can channel your opponent a little. Like, for example, against knight c3, Levon decided to play the classical Steinitz. But if you want, the bishop b4, winnerwars, are very, very different from any other kind of a French. Well, guess what? Tatev channeled a different way of playing the French defense. Normally speaking, you're playing c7, c5. Here today, she played knight c6, knight f3, knight f6, e5, and knight d7. And at first you're sitting there thinking to yourself, black has messed up. Black has messed up. Black would like that pawn on c7 to be on c5. But this particular line of the French defense, she's playing for a break in the center. And it's a very, very different French than any other.
Try to attack the center so quickly. By the way, I was thinking that instead of c3, isn't bishop b5 the main line?
Yes, bishop b5 is far more challenging.
Because you want to target the knight that's kind of attacking the center.
Exactly, but oftentimes, bishop b5, f6 as well. If you do capture, I've seen players playing for c2, c4 in certain moments, and I have seen them playing c2, c3 as well. So sometimes it can transpose. Okay, but this is not a modern line. In fact, it's the history books. But what Oh, sorry, you've got a different game.
I do have a different game because I refuse to analyze the French. No, I'm
French.
joking, of course.
The French is...
I'm joking. No, we've seen too many French in this one. Levon is playing the French. Everybody's playing the French nowadays, so I just have to accept my fate and analyze it on occasion.
Right.
And of course, Tatev is probably the most experienced
French
player in this competition. She's been playing it since the early 2000s, I guess, for a very, very long time, and she hasn't switched as much between her openings. So if anybody knows what she's doing, it's definitely Tatev. Now, let's take a look at the marquee matchup. I don't think we've covered this one, Robson versus Fabiano Caruana, and kind of take you through the opening phase and show you what just happened. So it started off with c4, c4, e6, knight to c3, d5, and now d4. And a bit of an early surprise by Fabi, because generally in this position, when you have not committed the knight to f3 yet, the players with the black pieces, generally, if they do want to play a queen's gambit decline, they usually start with bishop to e7. Now they're waiting for white to either play the move knight to f3 or to commit the bishop to f4. Knight to f3, knight to f6, and this is a completely different position than what we're seeing in the game for a very specific reason. And that reason is that after the move knight to f6, you can take on d5 first, take on d5, and now bishop to g5, since you haven't committed yet the bishop from c1 to f4, neither you have committed the knight from g1 to f3. So you could develop that knight to e2, as we will see in just a second. So for example, the Carlsbad structures, if you play normally, let's say knight to d7, I can go knight to e2, castle, castle, and then in the future, I have this extra idea of f3, and immediately target the center with the move e4. This is considered to give white some chances. But this is what Fabiano decided to do. And he had definitely this in mind. After bishop to g5, a very minor sideline. And that is bishop to e6, a very early bishop to e6, immediately looking to cement and solidify the center. Now, we have, I believe, e3, knight to d7, bishop to d3, and c6. And I was looking through the lines. Of course, the most testing has to be at this point f4, right? Look, the consequence of that bishop on e6 is that you don't really have a lot of space to maneuver it, right? So I might as well, since I haven't committed the knight to f3, I might as well try to take more space immediately. But what I do think that Fabi had in mind in this position was h6, bishop to h4, and g5. Ooh. It's a very sharp line, and if you don't know it as white, you might get yourself in danger. For example, you take on g5, I go knight to e4, establish this pin. Now if you make the most natural move and pick up the pawn, you're already worse. After take, and take on g5, this is bad news for you, for the simple fact that I will throw in a bishop to b4 check. Your king not being able to find shelter, you're going to be in trouble. In this one, plenty of compensation for the lost pawn for black. So he understood something has been prepared by Fabi. He was like, okay, I'm not going to go f4. I'm not going to try to make things more sharp than necessary. Bishop to f4, a bit of a strange decision, right?
Right.
You went to g5. Now he hasn't even attacked that bishop and he already retreat with the move bishop to f4. I'm not sure why. But after bishop to f4, he played the move g6. Now we're going to see the bishop on g7, or after h3, knight to h5. Throw the bishop to h2 and bishop e7. Okay, they're playing a very different game than what I thought they will be. g6, I thought he's going to put the bishop on g7. He says, no, I'm going to keep this square g7, perhaps for my knight to go to g7 and then knight to f5, knight to d6. Look, this is the ideal square. If you can get the knight to d6, either this knight, and very often we see that, like knight f6, knight e8, knight to d6, this is the ideal square for the knight. Either of the knights, because you're controlling both e4 and c4. So this is what I'm envisioning in this one. Is going to be an interesting Carlsbad structure game.
Of some very interesting duels going on in that one for sure. But now's a good time to bring on our fourth member of our broadcasting team, Anastasiya. Anastasiya likes to start the round in the playing hall to get that zen of the playing hall.
Always news for us what's happening when players are approaching.
Good afternoon, Anastasiya.
Good afternoon, Yasser, Kate, and Cristian. Really happy to see you. Yes, I was at the playing hall today. I came actually early, around 12 o'clock, and I was shocked to see Awonder Liang there too. Really, what normally you do 1 hour before the start of the round? I asked him, like, what are you doing here? I mean, it's still so early. And he said, I just wanted to hang out with people. I had nothing to do, so I decided to come to the playing venue. And he was chatting with Chris Bird, with Leonard, with me. It was really, I was kind of surprised. It's not a common thing from chess players, right? Normally they keep preparing until the last moment. Today he's playing against Levon Aronian. So Chris Bird was, of course, very happy to see players coming so early to have a proper checkup before the games. So he was really happy with such attitude. And also I had a chat with a younger personality, the son of Leinier, Dominguez, Sebastian. He also came today to the playing venue. You could see him ringing the bell, and he's actually quite good at chess player. Apart from chess, he plays also tennis and football. And before the round, I asked him, are you following the games of your father? Did you see what happened yesterday? And he said, yes, he was losing, and then he found this queen g8. I was following the game. So it's clear that he is checking games and he's following the tournament closely, and he stayed in the playing venue for some time following the game of his father, and also Levon Aronian, whom he's rooting for always. I know that. We chatted with him before this event as well. Yeah, so it was really nice to see a son of one of the players in the playing venue. We know that Leinier has 2 kids right now. It's not easy to combine your family life with playing one of the strongest events, but I think he's doing well so far. Also saw Sam Shankland. He's alive. Everything is fine. Ready to fight today. And of course, Wesley So was in a good mood. He was also chatting with Awonder Liang. I heard that they were discussing the games from yesterday, including Sam's game and Fabiano's game. They were talking about some chances Fabiano had definitely yesterday. So everything is fine in the playing venue. Players are in a good mood. It seems like everybody is ready to fight today once again. And I would like to remind all our viewers not to forget to follow our social media accounts. Please come to St. Louis Chess Club, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Of course, we will show you some behind-the-scenes videos, some updates, some information. So don't forget to come and to leave your comments, your likes. Looking forward. And back to you, Yasser, Kate, and Cristian. Have a great day today.
Thank you,
Thank
Anastasiya.
you so much.
Absolutely. And Anastasiya, we're going to catch up on your work, as I know you made some interviews with some of the winners of yesterday, and we're going to be playing some of them. We've already played one, but we've got a number to get to. Before we do, I want to turn our attention to the game of Megan, Lee, and Begum for the moment.
They had a very interesting opening, right?
I loved it. This is the stuff I grew up with. I was a player of the Pacific Northwest. We had a very big influencer, Grandmaster Duncan Settles, and he played what he called the rat, or what we called the rat, and that is the perk defense with the inclusion of the move a7, a6. And the idea really was to provoke white, was to really, you're playing not in the center, and a lot of my opponents would play the moves f4, and they would want to try to crush me, even though I didn't really have so many weaknesses. The idea of a7, a6 is as simple as it looks. You want to play b5, and b4, chase that knight, and that bishop on g7 is an ambush. Well, Megan said, Begum, I'm not interested in whatever it is. I'm just going to play a2, a4. And then Begum took a different approach from the ones from the games that I would like to do. Knight f6 was my go-to move in this position. And the reason I played knight f6 now and not before is the move a4. If in this position I start with the move knight f6, oftentimes my opponent would play f3, and after castles, queen d2. I know what's coming next. They're going to age castles long and everything like that. So I was always happy to see the inclusion of a6, a4, and then I would play knight f6.
There's no castling alongside for the white.
No.
Very desirable.
Verboten. Knight, a very different approach by Begum, and d5. And for me, we're in different territory, new territory. The move that I would find myself very attracted to if I was white here is the move f4. If you're going to go f4, e5, do it with tempo.
Full speed.
Full speed ahead. I don't even know what this line is called. I don't know if the database has a name for this. It's a perk defense with knight c6.
But at the time, when you look at the player's time, you can see that the players are thinking.
Yeah,
so I think
it's
they may
usually
be also in unknown territory, just trying to get a game.
What do they call
It
this
doesn't,
one?
I mean, it's called modern defense, the standard line.
Wow, I've never heard of that.
I feel
Somebody's
like
making this stuff up, you know, like somebody was typing.
Like
what are we going to call this?
Okay,
the standard line.
Standard line. There's nothing standard about
The
it.
standard.
Come on.
Nothing
How
I
do you
know.
play the standard line, Yasser?
Right, not very standard.
Oh my goodness.
I should be more of a conformist.
But guys,
Okay.
let's go back to
Please.
the Open and kind of catch everybody up with the speed in terms of Hans Niemann versus Leinier, because we do have a theoretical discussion in this one in the Gioco Piano.
Okay.
Leinier decided to go very practical and very classical as well with a5, d6, and h6. This is a very typical way, and with an early castle. So as white, you no longer have to worry about any sort of like big G5 ideas with the rook still on h8, where you could actually fall under a pretty serious attack. So in this one, knight to d2, bishop to e6, bishop to b5, shying away from, let me just go back to that one, bishop to b5, shying away from the exchange, because if you do take on e6 with a rook already on f8, this is a very nice placement for black's pieces, and you're very much ready to go knight to h5, knight to f4, and you could get in trouble on the king side as white. So that's not something that you want to do. And by the way, you might see a double attack on b7 and on e6, but the problem is after queen to d7, this indirectly defends both of them. You cannot take on b7, of course, after rook to b8. You just simply lose the queen. So these are the type of problems that you might be facing if you do decide to exchange on e6. Bishop to b5 was played, still mainline theory. Bishop to b6, knight to c4, bishop to c5, and saying, look, you want to make a draw? You might as well take it with knight to d2 if you really want to. Generally, this knight on c4, in fact, is not considered as well placed. Mishra who is my student at the University of Missouri, and he loves the Gioco Piano. He's an expert in Gioco Piano, one of the biggest experts in the world, I would say, right now. He always tells me, never put the knight on c4 in the Gioco Piano. I don't know exactly why, but he doesn't like the knight on c4 in the Gioco Piano. Generally, he prefers to go f1, then to g3, not necessarily to e3. So this is what we have right now, and bishop takes c4. D takes c4, and knight to h5, and I do believe like this is the novelty in this position. A previous game has seen knight to h7 in this one, a very similar plan. You're still trying to do something via the f-file. Queen to f6, followed by knight to g5 is going to be the main plan. Now, a bit of a wrinkle by Leinier, and look at his clock. 1 hour and 31 minutes. You know he's still in preparation. Hans Niemann, 1 hour and 12 minutes on his clock, and he will have to face the upcoming maneuvers that are showing up on the king side. Queen to f6, knight to f4, maybe even knight to e7, knight to g6, get the other knight closer to the white king. So there is a potential for an attack against the king. A lot of pieces and a lot of forces against the king on g1. White might try to parry that and also counter on the queen side with a3 and b4. These are the main plans in this position.
Thank you, Cristian. Intriguing. Bishop takes c4, giving up the two bishops there. Want to turn our attention to the open section? If you don't mind, I'm going to go to the game of Sam Shankland. Let's see.
He's the leader, Wesley So.
Yes, exactly. And see, oops, I'm in the wrong event. Where are we, Sam? There we are. Wesley So. When we left it, very, very topical, Berlin, d2, d3, c2, 3 castles, h3. It almost looks like the Gioco Piano that we just saw with the Leinier Dominguez game, except the bishop went to b5 in one turn. In the Leinier game, the bishop went first to c4 and then to b5.
After
these nuances,
A5 move.
you know, doesn't it look like knight c4, bishop e6, bishop takes c4 could be played? Okay, knight e7. I really like to give Vladimir Kramnik a lot of credit for this early knight e7, knight g6 business. He was doing that in his career very often. Wesley takes a different approach, and I've seen Wesley do this as well. Our predecessors called this move e5 takes d4. That was called surrendering the center, because you give your opponent the classical central pawn duel. Vladimir Kramnik, in his time, he liked to play the move knight to g6, transferring the knight over to the king side and playing for the move c6. Wesley took a completely different approach. Capture, capture, d5, e5, knight e4, a4. The way they're playing it, especially Sam
Sam is playing so
Shankland,
fast.
this is all his prep. He expected that Wesley was going to play like this. a2, a4, okay, pretty straightforward idea. Trapping the bishop with the move a5, stopping that, rook e1, bishop f5, rook a3.
What an interesting rook lift.
Rover.
We don't usually see this. We see rook c1 or rook d1.
Exactly. Well, I could imagine on a very good day, I'm ready to play knight takes e4, move my knight, play rook to g3, and hallelujah, attack on the king side, c5. I think we're just caught up with the players. Let me just make sure. I'm going to refresh my board, everybody, just to make sure that this is the current position. Cristian, I'm going to have to ask you, if you could look that up, but just check out their head-to-head. I mean, Sam and Wesley have been Olympic teammate members.
Wow.
Wow.
So Sam Shankland has 0 wins so far, so Wesley So is a very difficult opponent for him. He has 8 losses and 14 draws.
We would say about such a mismatch. I have a very good customer. Sam is my favorite opponent. I did not expect that. That is a huge, huge one-sided affair. Are we in theoretical, for Sam Shankland, he's in his prep, but
yes, he is.
What's the theory on
Tremendous prep, by the way, I might add. Rook to a3 seems to be a novelty, and that's exactly why Wesley So immediately made a mistake. He did not know this position. He did not know this move. He doesn't have this in his file, or perhaps he just simply doesn't remember, because c5 is already a misstep in this one. Knight to c6 seems to be the best move, or bishop to g6. This, at least to my eyes, looks the most natural, because at one point, White is going to go knight to h4. Right. White is going to try to, first of all, open up the third rank so that the rook can get to g3, but also start putting pressure on the bishop on f5. So bishop to g6 to start getting ready for that, potentially even threaten move knight to f5 and try to focus on the weakness on d4. This was the best path forward. Now, let's get back to the position that we have right now after the move c5. A long thing, wrong thing for Wesley, 20-minute think, and right now he played the move c5. After the move knight to h4, this seems to be already extremely problematic because, for example, what do you do? Do you take on d4? This doesn't look good. Take on e4, take on e4, and just a simple rook takes e4. I have the 2 bishops. This rook is going to go to f3, maybe even queen to g4,
h5.
Followed by rook to g3 directly. I have the 2 bishops. This bishop is going to retreat to d3. You're going to face the music on the king side, and there's no defenders except this knight, but it's a lonely knight around the king. You're not going to be able to do much just with that knight. So already after knight to h4, I'm looking at the position, okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to go back to e6? Sure, probably that's what you have to do. But after take, and bishop to g5, a very powerful move, perhaps not the only one, following that up with rook to g3. Look at this attack. Look at this attack.
That is scary with that bishop ready to go like
so
bishop
scary.
f6 and queen h5.
Queen h5, bishop f, exactly.
Rook
For example,
takes e4.
If you go king to h8, rook takes e4, you're not even a pawn up.
I know, I'm attacking for free.
Like you should be, I feel bad for you. You should be a pawn up, right?
Maybe a piece.
You should be a pawn up, a piece up. Bishop is coming back to d3. Queen is coming to h5. This is a tremendous looking attack.
Huge firepower.
Yeah, I have to say c5, not the right decision. And right now, Sam Shankland, perhaps out of his preparation, because c5 was definitely not committed by his engine, for good reason, because of this knight to h4. If he finds knight h4, which is a very practical and very natural way to play this position, look, you just put your rook on a3.
Exactly.
You want to get it on g3.
Of course.
Open things up and play the move knight to h4. I think he's going to play it, and he will have, once again, a tremendous chance to get an advantage out of the opening, which has been a trademark for Sam Shankland in this competition. We know how well prepared he is.
Right.
Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to convert, but perhaps in this one, with a golden opportunity.
Yesterday, Anastasiya got a chance to catch up with Wesley after his victory and to interview him. Let's see what Wesley had to say to Anastasiya.
I'm here with Wesley So, who just won his game against Christopher Yu. Such a great battle. I mean, congratulations, Wesley. What do you think about this game in general? Like, what was your feeling about your position? Like, did you feel that it was smooth victory or there were some troubles? Tell me about it.
Well, first, all glory to Jesus for the win. We got all win come from him. I mean, Christopher is very young, but he's very tough. He's a very tough boy.
Absolutely.
He beat me 2 years ago. And he knows opening theory very well. He plays a lot of openings, and then he knows it very well. So that's why I played the English. But I mean, he's a difficult opponent. I mean, he's the lowest rated here, so you kind of have to try to beat him, obviously, because where else are you going to get the win?
Exactly. I mean, you should try, yes, of course.
As Shankland found out today, even if you're winning, it doesn't necessarily guarantee win. But yeah, the game was very interesting today. I think he made some inaccuracy in the game. Bishop d7 was a very bad move. I think. I mean, he could go g4 in one go, so he lost a tempo. And then in the endgame, where I consolidated the extra pawn, it should be easily winning, but he defended very well, very stubborn.
Yeah, it was not easy, it seemed, for you, but you managed to win and turn it on your favor. This game, I mean, this was really great.
The endgame should be easily winning when the bishops were traded, the light-scored bishop, but I played very badly, so that's why it's very difficult.
I mean, sometimes you also make some mistakes, right, Wesley? But still, how important is it for you to start 1.5 out of 2? I mean, to start well. Is it important for your confidence to enter the tournament with a good score?
Yeah, for sure. Because, it's important, especially if you want to fight for first place. Like last year, I didn't even have any chance to fight for first. But it's a long tournament, so you got to space it out, because this tournament is a marathon. It's not a sprint. So you have to keep your energy very balanced all throughout the match, because you could be leading a tournament. If you run out of energy, you're going to lose.
Yeah, that's very important. Tomorrow you are going to play against kind of wounded Sam Shankland. You were watching his game, you were sitting next to him, and like, what are your thoughts about it?
Oh, he's a great guy. Yeah? He's quite a character. I like Sam, especially when he talks. There's always action going on. I mean, it's unfortunate today. He was completely winning. And he badly needed the win today, because he hasn't been doing very well. Especially the last 12 months, he lost a lot of rating. He's a very strong player. Just things are not working out for him. And having a chess career is brutal. Like, it's very unforgiving. Like, as he said, he lost a bunch of rating, and then no one invites him anymore. And it's hard, because when you don't play regularly, you kind of become a bit rusty. And then when you do play, it takes a while to get into the rhythm. So I kind of feel for him, but he's a very tough opponent.
Absolutely, yes. I agree with you. And tomorrow, I'm expecting a really interesting fight, Wesley. We need to come back to the studio. Actually, it's continuing back to Yasser, Kate, and Cristian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya, from the interview from yesterday. We've got action galore suddenly.
What action? One game just finished. One game just finished, and that is the game between Christopher Yu and
that was action galore.
Oparin. There they are.
There they are.
Or better said, they're not there anymore.
Fast draw.
Yes. Let's take a look at what happened in this one. It was faster than you can blink. Bishop to e7, Queen's Gambit decline, Bishop to f4, very classical, a3 and c5, knight takes d5, a bunch of exchanges, and generally this after Bishop to e5 is considered to be slightly better if you know exactly what you're doing for white. Nevertheless, it's a very small edge. Bishop to f6, exchanging the dark square bishop, very important that you're not allowing white, to get this bishop to d4, because that would be somewhat problems for black. Bishop to f6, take, queen to c2, rook to c8, giving up a pawn on d5, but after knight to e6, queen to b3, you have to keep contact with the pawn on b2, knight to c5 once again, you have to keep contact both with the pawn on b2 but also with the square d3. Do not allow my knight to jump to d3 with a check unabashed. Knight to e6 and queen to b3. In fact, Christopher was trying perhaps to get away from the repetition given by his time expenditure, did not find a way to do so, and decided to accept the draw.
All right.
Good result, by the way, for Grigoriy Oparin again with the black pieces.
Right, easy day at the office.
As Wesley said, this is a marathon.
Yeah.
This is an easy day at the office with the black pieces. You made a draw, you continue. Tomorrow is the first day before the rest day, before the first rest day, so you might as well try to push for a victory in that one. You have plenty of time to prepare for that game.
Thank you, Cristian. Kate, you were showing me a game of Begim.
Begim,
and I was like, what?
Very unexpected what happened there.
Look,
G6, G5.
I've got to tell you, my whole life,
right,
in the standard line, I have played the Perk defense, the rat, if you will, my whole career, and even in the ending, I have a hard time remembering the moment I played G6, G5. I was suggesting that Begim may want to play the move F2, F4. Even if the knight gets booted with a tempo, the idea was I was going to play bishop to D4 and try to return the favor of booting the knight away, whether it be by bishop E2 or H3. Well, Begim had a different approach. She said, if I play bishop D4 first, I'm threatening to play F4 and win a piece. And Begim said, oh, no, you don't. And I'm like, what? Have you seen this?
I'm a little shocked because G5 is a very kind of committal move, like you are destroying your fianchetto right on the king side.
Wow. No, I seriously, I cannot recall ever playing this move
So
myself.
do I go H4 right away?
Well, exactly. So what compelled her to play the move G5? She was definitely concerned that the move F2, F4 would kick the knight. So your suggestion is, well, can I play H4? Now, I really don't want to play H6. I didn't want to play G5, but I really would not, as black, really want to play any. Once I see the move Queen H5, I kind of shut down the engine and say, no, not
but
going
wait a second,
here.
do I have 93 here?
You do, but it's a pawn sacrifice.
It's a pawn, yeah. We don't like to give out. We don't like to give out pawns.
Very good. So H4 is going to compel G4.
Because we also need to say that you cannot really capture the pawn because that would distract the control of that F4 square.
And we'd be right back to the problem we were facing, which was how to deal with H4. After G4, one of the funny things is the move F4, en passant, and I could do it again. Now you can't play G5 for sure, right? And I still have this in the pocket. The pawn on G4 might actually be kind of compelling weakness, right?
Right. Also, I like the F4 square, and I can have for my knight in the future, like knight E2, knight F4.
Exactly. Knight E2, knight G3, also compelling. A lot of things not to like about G5. Begim said, you know what? That move is just so bad. let me take the square h5 under control. Let me take the square g4 a little bit under control. Maybe I want to play knight f3.
She may be also preparing h4 because if you play something normal, bishop d7 or
h6.
Okay.
I want to play knight f6, but I don't know. I'm searching for a move. h6, yeah.
So I go h4.
Right. And in
the
this
idea,
case,
you don't really have g4 now, right? Because I capture, and now it's me who's getting that pawn.
yes.
Much better feeling.
Much better feelings. Yeah, and I'm sure the move g5 is not called the standard, Perk modern defense. g5, very inspired move over the board. Let's take a look at Megan Lee.
Megan Lee?
Tell us about this young lady.
Megan Lee, she's 28 years old, USCF rating 2319, and this is her second US Women's Championship appearance. So she's not a newcomer. She knows what what this tournament is about. It's a long tournament, many tough opponents, and she's ready.
Hailing from the glorious state of Washington. Welcome, Megan. And what do you have for us?
Let's get back to the open section, guys, because after a very long think, Hans played the move g4.
G4.
Very committal move. He spent a lot of time on this one, close to 30 minutes.
That's a stunning move.
And he played g4, which supposedly it's not a good move from an objective point of view. At the same time, from a practical perspective, I'm looking through the lines, and it's not that easy for Black to prove why this move is not good. Of course, first things first, you should go back to f6. This is the best move in the position, and to be honest, if you do go to f4, the second best move, unless you want to lose the knight, after taking, this is a very good position for white. Bishop takes c6, take on c6. The bishop looks good, but it doesn't really have great targets on this one, and I do have a very big target as white, and that is the pawn on f4. I also have this transition square for my knight via d4 to get to f5 if I want to. So I can go queen to d2. You're going to lose the pawn on f4 sooner rather than later, and this one is not looking great for Black. Unless you play g5, of course, to try to defend that, but that's going to open up a whole new co-host of opportunities for white, like h4 and things of that nature. So g4, you have to go back to f6. And my guess is that Hans wants to play the move g5 right now. If you say A, you probably have to say B as well. If you don't, then why did you play g4? I'm just simply going to go knight h7, as we've seen in the previous games.
Right.
Knight h7, knight to g5, but also right now with a nice square that I would love my knight to land on, I can just do this maneuver. Knight to e7, knight to g6, knight to h7, knight to g5. You're going to have some problems on the f-file. So you have to be forceful about your decisions. You have to go g5, take with a bishop. And this pin looks very unpleasant for Black to deal with. But one thing about not having the bishop on c4 or b3, controlling this diagonal for white, is the fact that I have this extra square for the queen, queen to e6. And that allows me to get off this very unpleasant diagonal. For example, knight to h4, it looks ugly. It seems like you're getting to f5 with tremendous consequences. But after queen to e6, it's looking good for Black, in fact. If you go knight to f5, I even have tactics in the position. I can take on e4. You take back, I take on f5. And if you don't take back, if you try to take on g7 first, then I can take on f2 with the bishop. So the tactics work in Black's favor in this position. If Leinier understands this, he goes back with the knight to f6. I think he has a better position already in this one. g4 very committal. Nevertheless, it does ask very serious practical questions, and look at that. Fabi is showing some interest in that game as well. It's like, wait a minute, what is this g4? I've analyzed a lot of Gioco Piano. I haven't seen this move g4 before.
It's also very surprising to have bishop on a4, light square bishop, and the pawn c4, e4, g4. I mean, these pawns on light squares while your bishop is...
Knight f6.
Knight f6, yeah.
We just saw that move being played by Leinier. And he played it quick. Again, he's not spending a lot of time. Right. He's the one putting pressure on Hans. We've seen Hans play a la tempo, especially against Fabiano, 30 minutes against 1 minute towards the end. Right now, he's the one getting pressured on the clock.
Yeah, I see this move G2, G4, and I hear the words of Viktor Korchnoi echoing in my mind as he would say to me, Yasser, you do know that pawns don't move backwards. Yeah, Victor, I got that in the rule book, FIDE handbook. I want to turn our attention to Carissa Yip and Jennifer Yu for just a moment. Carissa, defending champion, but if you look at the history over the last 6 years or so, you'll find that these two ladies have taken 4 national championships between them. When we left it, again, we've got this Najdorf Dragon, or the Dragendorf, I'm not even sure what they're supposed to call it, A7, A6. So in these positions, White would love to play G4, and she would do it instantly if the king was castled. So long as the king is remaining in the center, these ideas of H3 are going to be met by H4. You're not going to get it in G4. Slow development, Bishop C4, Bishop B3 is only going to encourage Black to do what she's already intending to do, what the move A7, A6 suggests, is that Jennifer's looking for an opportunity to playing B5 and getting some expansion on the queen side. So Carissa makes what for me is a very Karpovian move. Anatoly Karpov loved to get himself in a situation where you couldn't attack his pieces. So he would look around the board, say, okay, my knight on C3 is going to be the piece that's vulnerable to attack in the near future. Let's trade it off.
Right.
And then you didn't know where you were supposed to attack because the knight's already gone. So with this move, knight to D5, Carissa is inviting lots of trades. Yeah, go for it. Take, 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 take. Now you might be tempted to castle, but at the end of the day, after, for example, a move like bishop to D3,
we're going to be questioning that H5 move, right?
As well as the pawn on E7. I mean, White's play is a lot easier. You were about to suggest also maybe G4 is a compelling idea. But this just looks like White has a freer, greater control of the center and the backward pawn on E7.
And you know, one reason why I also like this knight D5 move, if you move back, it's actually setting up a trick right away.
Oh, tell us about it.
Because now what White wants to do is to capture the knight on C6.
Yeah. So
and potentially play bishop B6.
So I'm going to make a bad move.
Right.
So you can just demonstrate your idea. E7, E6, pardon me, knight D5 comes with the threat. And Kate, you spotted that have you been victimized by these types of tactics in the past?
This is what I like to play for White. And every time you put knight into center, like opportunities open up for you. Right.
This moves bishop B6, takes the square C7 under control. So that whoop, and that's a fork. You pick up an exchange, probably even more than that. So knight D5 definitely has a secondary idea. Knight D5, check this out. Knight E5.
It's starting to feel a little suspicious, to be honest.
I just pause for a second because the move bishop B6 does look good. I'm going to play a bad move, okay? Just to see how bad it is. So I sacrifice a piece, right? But the problem is I'm not really. This isn't a position where the files are open.
Right.
You know, if the pawn on D6 could be captured, I think the two pieces for a rook and a pawn would be worthwhile. With the move knight E5, Carissa decided to play bishop G5. I like this move. I think what I'm certain what she's trying to do is she's trying to force Jennifer to open up the E file.
Right, to get this kind of pawn on D5 because it's also guarding the square on C6.
Right.
So the knight cannot really go back after we kick it with this F4.
Exactly. F4, rook E1. Move the bishop, rook H, E1, but this is what Carissa has in mind. I still feel like somehow, are we still in theory on this one, Cristian? The game between Carissa and Jennifer, it feels like the play has been
No.
So
no,
natural that.
No, we haven't.
What's the novel move?
Knight to e5. Knight to e5 seems to be the novelty in this position.
Okay.
After knight to d5, knight takes d5 has been played 5 times, castle once. Knight to e5 never played in this position. Bishop to g5, this is what we have right now.
Approved by the computer,
I really
by the
like
way?
White's position.
You do?
You've played the move h5, you've committed, but unfortunately you gave away this very important square g5, and she's taking advantage of that. You will need to castle, but I'm expecting a vicious attack coming on this side via g4 and perhaps even a pawn sacrifice on that side with an immediate g4. I don't need to worry about h3, g4, losing time, no. Just give away the pawn and try to get the checkmate in case of take, castle. This is the type of ideas that I'm envisioning. G4, you take, maybe even f4 followed by h3. Of course, I have to be careful.
You do it in the right
that.
move
I have
order.
to do it in the right move order. Maybe I have to start with h4, for example, so that whenever you go g4, I go h5.
Yes.
I will find a way to open your king, and unfortunately, I think your attack is a bit too slow on this side. So I'm liking what Carissa is doing. Let's give you a rundown of what happened since this c5. Bad move by Wesley. But he did not, Sam, that is,
Did
take
not
advantage
exploit
of
it.
No. In this position, you need to be very forceful. He played the move bishop to g5, simply too slow. And you need either the square h4 or g5 with a tempo for the knight.
Okay.
Because you need to open things up. This whole concept of playing rook to a3, you need to get the rook to g3, otherwise it doesn't make as much sense. So in this position, the best move would have been knight to g5. Immediately attacking the bishop on e4. If you go back to f5, now I'm going to continue with g4. Now is the time for me to strike like this. If you go to g6, which perhaps is the thing that he was worried mostly about, because the bishop on g6 looks good, very nice defensive piece on the g file, but I'm going to kick that away with the move h4. h6, h5. Let's keep going. And I was going through the lines. You're trying to hide the bishop. I'm not even taking. I go rook to g3 in this position. I'll give you my piece, no problem. Good luck untangling.
I mean, calculating this rook g3, just giving up a
You don't have
piece.
to. You don't have to. You don't have to. Like, you can do something much less aggressive. For example, knight takes c6 is also winning for white. But rook g3 just kind of showcases how dominant white's position is, how dominant the bishops are, and how problematic your dark squares are around your king. I mean, look.
h6.
h6 is coming. And then queen f3, queen f6 is coming. You're getting checkmated if you don't pay attention. So pay very close attention. He played bishop to g5. The problem is after h6, bishop to h4. Remember, I was telling you, you need either g5 or h4 to move the knight to those squares to be able to open the avenue for the rook to go to g3. You don't have those squares anymore. So now what I can do is take on d4, take on d4, and immediately go bishop to c5. This is a very important maneuver because you've been struggling dealing with the pressure on this diagonal, right? But bishop c5, rook to g3, it looks threatening, but now after queen to b6, everything is starting to shift. Now I'm the one attacking you against the pawn on f2. Your knight is nowhere close to my king, so you don't have enough forces. And you've committed your pieces on pretty suboptimal squares. The bishop on h4, the rook on g3, sure, it looks good, but again, it's going to get attacked with knight to f5 most likely. I have ideas of bishop takes d4. You need to be very careful with white pieces right now. So if Wesley finds this, h6, it's a very important move to start with. I think he's out of danger, at least.
Wow.
And it was a very dangerous position.
Yes, before the move knight takes e4. Missed opportunity by Sam Shankland not playing knight h4. We know our own predictions and probabilities, but it's that time that we like to catch up with what the AI and Ben Underwood's model tells us about the winner. Let's start from the pre-tournament.
In the pre-tournament, Carissa Yip is the favorite with 25.3%, Irina Crush with 24.4%. We were talking about still not being super happy with these predictions, right? Because we see Jennifer Yu, former U.S. champion, two-time actually U.S. Women's champion, with only 1.7%. But that's
as Ben Underwood himself said, nobody believes me, including me.
Those are the stats.
But after her victory in round 1, Carissa's chances kept increasing.
Bigger, 33.8%. And Bagim is in the field now, much higher.
And after the second round, where do things stand?
I mean, Carissa just keeps increasing her chances, 42.6%. Wow.
Wow, Begum slipped to 7.8.
Alice at 13%. I don't like that. No. I think she should be higher. I mean, she's on
made
1
2
point,
draws.
2 draws, but it doesn't matter. Again, Wesley So painted the perfect picture. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Don't worry about dropping a couple of half points. We don't trust the AI.
But remember, it's based on 15,000 tournament simulations.
Exactly. Now, what about the open event?
Pre-tournament, that's how we started. Fabiano, Caruana, 39.2%, followed by Wesley So, only 15.6%.
I know.
Dominguez, 14.3%.
I didn't like Sam Shankland at 2.9 or Sam Sevian at 3.3. But what happened after round 1? Where did things shift? Bobby at 32%.
Bobby, 32%.
Okay, 1 round under the books. Everybody drew, as we remember. Round 2, we had 2 decisive games, and Sam Sevian jumped.
6.1%.
And Wesley increased, but also not as much as we expected. Bobby still, according to the AI,
despite making just 2 draws, is still leading the pack. With
exactly. Let's jump back into the round, because I'm very curious what Anna Zatansky and Irina Krush have done. Again, these 2 ladies, boy, do they deserve our respect when you think of all the titles that they have. Knight b5, knight a6 was Irina's choice, not the bishop b4, bishop b4 check, bishop a5, a2, a4, none of this e3 business, a2, a4, c6, knight a3. Wow.
That's
a head
interesting.
scratcher.
Voluntarily putting the knight on the A file, so maybe playing for some c3 and then b4. Or...
I'm not a big fan. I love centralized knights. I don't like. I don't know if this is inspiration. I don't know if it's theory, but the knight a3 looks peculiarly placed to me. Bishop to d6, e2, e3, captures, queen d6. Irina, is not averse to trying to win pawns out of the opening. Check and queen takes b4, as well as queen takes f4 is being menaced. Queen c1, guarding against both threats. b7, b6. We caught up with the players. I don't think this is standard play.
No, this doesn't look standard. Also, White wasn't able to play queen d2 instead of queen c1.
Yeah.
Because the black knight is ready to jump to the center and attack it.
Exactly. Well, the one good, that can't be right. Just a second, something went wrong there in the transmission. Knight f3, the one good thing about White's pawn structure, f4 and d4 does control the square e5. You want to plant the knight in the center of the board, knight e5, castles, and for some reason it's showing knight g1, which did not get played. 100% guaranteed. Don't fall off your seats when you see them move knight f3 to g1. That's not what has happened. Cristian, over to you and our marquee matchup between the Olympians.
Absolutely, yes. Ray Robson with the white pieces against Fabiano. Ray obviously trying to bounce back from yesterday's loss against Sam Sevian. So I think we left it somewhere around here, card spot structure with
Knight
an early
h5.
bishop to e6. Yes,
Knight h5 had
Knight
been
to h5
included.
and bishop to e7. We were discussing. Look, you're getting ready for the fianchetto with bishop g7, but the bishop on g7 doesn't really do as much. You're facing the pawn wall with the spear on d4. So you want to put the bishop on e7 and then transition this knight via g7 to d6 most likely. And in the process, you might even go bishop to f5, try to exchange the light square bishops. That's exactly what he did. Knight to g7, rook to b1, bishop to f5, and b4, a6, and knight to a4. And you see this tension between the bishops because both sides, they're expecting and they're waiting for the other side to exchange on their terms. So, of course, White wants black to take on d3 so that I can get one extra development move. And, of course, White, bishop to d3 was not played. Black is waiting for White to take on f5, then I can get my knight to d6 and gain some tempis. This is the position right now. I do like the move knight to a4 because after a6, sometimes as black, you might even start considering the move b5 and getting the knight via b6 to c4. But after knight to a4, b5 is much more difficult to be played because knight to c5, that knight looks really nice. And if you do take, I take back, maybe I can even take with the e-pawn to get my knight to d4. I have a lot of prospects and I'm the one dictating the pace. I'm the one dictating when I'm going to open things up on the queen side. Because let's say I take, I will have a4 and then I will put a lot of pressure via the a file. So strategically this looks good for white if you allow my knight to go to c5. So this is why after knight to a4, Fabi's thinking and he needs to find a plan in the position. Will he play b5? Will he stay put with queen to c7 or rook to e8? These are the type of questions and he needs to find a plan right now. That's why he's deep in thought. Fabiano Caruana, the defending champion.
My whole life I've played Queen's Gambit declined with black. My bishop has usually been placed on c8, and I've had to play rook e8 and knight f8 before I ever got a chance to play bishop f5. This opening experiment, in my mind, with bishop e6 has really paid off well for Fabi. I think he's going to be satisfied with the opening. Probably Ray still has a little bit of a plus, but I think Fabi's going to be happy with the position he's got. We've reached that time in the show where we get ready for our break. But first, before we do that, we always like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and ask them what's the 5% discount that we can get?
Special
What is the special? Well, embrace the thrill of the changing seasons and prepare for the cold with the St. Louis Chess Club's puffy vest, emblazoned with their iconic logo over the left breast pocket. Made 100% polyester, available for both men's and women's. For all your chess shopping needs, do check out qboutiquestl.com.
And as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down with Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. So please enjoy and we will be right back.
Welcome back to US Chess Championships, Fabi. It's really nice to see you again playing here. And of course, you won this tournament 3 times before. And I was wondering if you have the same motivation to win this one or you take it as a fresh start every time.
No, I think even more motivation because I won it last year. I think even more motivation to do well this year as well. And yeah, I just take it as a new tournament. Of course, the first time always feels like the most important, right? But after I won for the first time in 2016, it was even my first time playing, then for many years I didn't have another chance to win, or I had some chances but I was spoiling them. And I was watching other players constantly winning the tournament. And so it feels good in the last few years that I came back to my senses in this tournament and I put some good performances the last 2 years. I think I was also helped by the fact that other players were not maybe at their best in terms of trying to get like a huge score. So, for example, in 2022, +4 was enough, and some years it wouldn't be enough. Like when Sam Shankland won, I scored +5, it wasn't enough. So, but yeah, I definitely have a lot of motivation to do well, and just because I won it last year doesn't change anything.
Yes, and now you're coming back from the Olympiad, where actually American team won the silver medals. Congratulations on this result, first of all. And how was it? And the fact that now you have to play with everyone from the team, now you have to play against them in the tournament. Does it change a little bit your approach to the preparation? Does it affect somehow the way you will play against them?
Yeah, it definitely, because we were sharing a lot of ideas, and I shared many ideas that I have with the players during the team meeting and also privately, sometimes giving some advice or some ideas of what to play. And of course, it's very, I think, important at the time to be doing this as a team. But then afterwards, yeah, suddenly your opponents have some more insight into your openings, which I don't think is going to be a huge deal, let's say. I mean, anyway, we all know each other pretty well as players. But definitely going from sharing ideas and rooting for your team to having to fight against them and rooting against them is a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, such a big difference. And also, Grigoriy Oparin is playing for the first time in this US Chess Championships. I'm wondering with whom are you getting with whom you will prepare for this event. I mean, now from being your second, he's becoming a player and rival again. Like, what's going on here?
Oh, we already had this even a bit more inconvenient, a full match that we played in the American Cup earlier this year. And the full match is a bit more difficult because then you have to really think up a strategy for both colors. While in a round-robin tournament like this, I only play one game against him. It's not so easy, of course, to think of some openings that we haven't worked on together, but at least it's only one game. So yeah, it's not the easiest, of course. I've worked with many of the players in this tournament, Grigoriy the most, but also Levon and Leinier, although quite in the past. And also on the team with many of the players, like with Ray and with Levon and with Leinier. And also with Sam, although it's been a while as well. So yeah, I have some history with almost all the players in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, speaking also about the rest of the field in this tournament, and I also checked your podcast, recent one, where you were talking about the talent, the reaction to the interview of Daniil Dubov. And I was wondering, like in your opinion, from the players of this US Chess Championship, who definitely has this winner's mentality, the one you were discussing with Cristian a lot? Who would you consider the one who has this kind of mentality?
It's difficult to say, of course, because it's maybe a bit subjective, and also a lot of the players will have this. So I think that from the players in the tournament, definitely the strongest at his peak is Levon by a clear margin. And there was a period in time when he was considered more or less second, first equal in the world, along with Magnus. So it was very close between them. This was maybe around the 2013, 2012 years, along with some of the other players of the older generation, like Vichy and Anand and Topalov and Kramnik. So at his peak, you can't say that he's lacking any winner's mentality for sure. And also these days, even though he's not at his best years, still he's enormously strong. So I think he's one of the favorites to win the tournament. In terms of winner's mentality, I think also Hans is a player that you can mention. He clearly wants to win very, very much. And he's putting a lot of effort into his games. You can feel that for sure. But definitely I wouldn't consider him on the same level, at least these days. Maybe he's still young and maybe in the future he can at some point reach that level, but as for example, Levon.
What about the young generation players? I mean, we have a few youngsters playing here in the tournament. Like, who do you feel like is the most ambitious?
I got this feeling definitely from Mishra, even speaking to him a little bit. And last year, because after the US Championship, he had a very successful tournament. He beat Levon. He beat Sam Shankland. So he was even fighting for first place almost. And definitely I could feel a lot of ambition also in the things that he was saying, his goals for the future. So he's a player that you can definitely feel like he wants to at some point be the best in the world.
Yeah, he actually told me today that he wants to win this championship. He wants to become the world champion. Like this is what I also feel from him. Exactly. Like Fabio, like one last more or less philosophical question. Like, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Do you think you'll still be playing chess and like you will be still active? Like, what are your goals and perspective?
Well, yeah, life is a bit unpredictable, of course, but I do hope to still be playing chess well, even in 10 years. Although 10 years is a lot of time. I don't know what will happen in life in general, and there's also things besides chess. But for the moment, I feel quite good about chess, and I still feel like I'm in a good state to play chess. Yeah, I think people also overestimate a little bit the effects of, okay, like they think that because you're 30 that you can no longer play chess. But people are definitely overstating this a bit, and it's not only the young players, but also, maybe I'm 10 years older than some of the players I'm playing against, even in this tournament or in some of the other tournaments I played this year. But I don't feel like it changes so much. Just maybe I have to be a bit more conservative with my energy levels, and yeah, there's a few more things you have to think about if you're not 18 years old anymore. But in 10 years, I still hope to be playing chess well and hopefully to have some more successes under my belt.
Yeah, wish you all the best, and of course all the best in the chess in the US Chess Championships. Thank you for your time, Fabio.
Thank you.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 3, and today we have a special guest. We have Ben Underwood here, the founder and chief analyst at Bud Analytics and a statistician here at the Chess Club. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here.
I had to ask Ben, Bud? What's
Ben Underwood Data Analytics. Yes.
But of course, it makes perfect sense.
Yes.
We have a beef. Bud, Ben, we have a beef. Your analytics, your AI, your model has given some very small fractions at the very start of the tournament to players that we think should be in contention. For example, Jennifer Yip.
I'm right in there with you.
Oh,
completely.
Good.
Yes, completely. I take the ELO and head-to-head and other factors and I weight them.
Right.
And then I have the simulations run the tournament probabilities for all these players.
Right.
And sometimes they spit out probabilities that I just don't like, but that is what the computer is saying, what they think the winners of the tournament are going to be. So, for example, Jennifer Yip, 2%, there's no way. She has won it twice. But because of just the absolute gap in ratings between her and Carissa and some of the other fields, I think that's maybe why the computer is going after those numbers.
And this is what we're talking about. Jennifer Yip, 1.7%. I know this is based upon 15,000 tournament simulations, Ben, but when I know that Jennifer won it twice, what 15,000 are you looking at?
Yeah.
She's already won it twice.
Yeah. Completely I think that has completely to do with the difference in ratings this year. And I haven't looked at what they were in the past when she won and what those probabilities would have been. But her rating compared to Carissa's this year, the computer just loves that gap and really wants to give it to Carissa at this point.
Right. As a statistician, easy for me to say, how powerful are ratings? I mean, how truthful are ratings? Are you?
They are extremely predictive. Extremely predictive because they hold the factors, a lot of the other factors that we would think go into win percentage. So how players have been doing in their past games, even some of the head-to-head ratings, those are still captured in correlation with ratings. So it captures a lot of these other factors and then can use all of those factors to predict the games. So they're highly predictive. They don't tell the whole story at all, but they are highly predictive in that sense.
Right.
So what is the difference between the sport of chess, you know, how you calculate the statistics there, to other sports where statistics also play a major role?
This is what I love, is that chess has something that no other sport has, and that's a single rating that shows how good a player is. They have a single number. All of these sports, take baseball for example, they have all of these different ways to say how good a player is. They have batting average, on-base percentage, all of these factors, and they're trying to get to a number that shows how good a player is, a single number, to compare all these players, and they have a really hard time doing that. Chess, we have that to begin, but then I think that sometimes we forget to look at some of the other factors that we could break that apart. So have different numbers that say how good a player is in their end game, how well prepared they come to the tournament. So that's what I love about my job, is I get to go find some of those numbers, but I already have the golden goose statistic of how good a player is in one number that you can use.
Speaking of that number, Ben, and as a human, whenever I try to predict this type of things, I'm looking at trends as well. Do you influence your AI based on trends? Let's say a player reached 2,300, but one player came from 2,200 earlier in the year, the other from 2,400. So the trend for the 2,400 going to a 2,300 is obviously a negative trend. We're supposedly thinking of that player as being not in shape. Do you train your AI based on trends?
I do.
Rating trends as well?
I consider it a factor, but not as much as the ratings. I think in the past few models, I gave that specific factor a weight between 10 and 20%, versus the ratings had a factor of 60% or more. So I take all the factors and weight them appropriately to what I believe is the best predictive power, and sometimes it does spit out numbers like Jennifer, you being only 2% when she maybe should be higher. But I do consider it, just not as highly as rating or some of the other factors.
Because, for example, Jennifer, you used to be 2376 or something along those lines a couple of years ago. Nowadays, she's like 2240, right? She's one of the lower-rated players, but again, we know how powerful she is. She's won 2 of the last 5 national championships, right? So, and that's just one example, of course.
And what about age? Does that play a role there? Because we are talking about here about the
No.
as well.
No.
I mean, in chess, it does play.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Next question. No.
I don't use that as a predictive factor in the model, but I did run another model for one of our previous tournaments that showed what is the peak age that most players hit their peak rating. What is that age? And it has been throughout the years 30. 30 is that age that most players are hitting their peak rating before they start to decline.
So you're telling me I've got a chance?
Yes, you do.
Ben, we had some fun the other day. We were talking about different generations and comparing world champions, and we have a common enjoyment of that. You prepared something coming on the show. Tell us about this conversation we were having.
So I created an equation called the rating inflation factor. And what it does is it takes the top 15 players since the 1800s, and it looks at what are those average ratings of the top players over time. And given technological advances or other factors, how are these players increasing their ratings?
Right.
So then what you can do is build a model that predicts, well, what if those players that had been so dominant in their generation, what if they hit their peak rating today in 2024? And what does the computer predict that their rating would be today if they had all the technological advancements or other things? And it would be right here.
Tell us what we're looking at right here. Explain to our audience what they're seeing.
So right here is the top 5 list of players on what their adjusted rating
in the entire
would be.
history.
In entire history. So we have Magnus Carlsen, who hit 28.82 in 2014.
Right.
If you adjusted his rating now, given the increase in average to 2024, it would be about 28.94.
Okay. Paul Morphy.
Yes.
He had the highest rating of his era, by far.
By far.
Okay. That was the year 1859. Adjusted for inflation, he's just a few rating points behind Magnus Carlsen.
That just shows how dominant he was at that time period and how drastically the ratings have improved since then.
A non-world champion, Fabiano.
Surprising, but hit such a high rating in 2014 that he made the list as well.
Fantastic. And Bobby Fischer, a player that I grew up with, felt was such a dominant force. There was a gap. He won the World Championship over Boris Spassky and lost rating points for that match.
Yes.
He only comes out in fifth place.
In fifth.
And you know, Magnus Carlsen, he recently received the award from FIDE as the greatest player. And he was saying, well, maybe Garry Kasparov deserves it a little bit more. But based on this rating, he would just have still a higher rating.
No objections from yourself regarding the inflation factor there. Did you expect?
I expected numbers very close to that.
Right.
And one of the cool things about that equation is not only does it adjust players in the past, we can also look into the future as what do we predict that the ratings will look like in the future as far as averages. So I have a question for you. Sure. What do you think the computer predicts will be the year that we hit a 3,000 rated player?
Ooh.
Or in how many years?
So it would be like, I figure something linear, looking at the top Indians today. We're looking at 2025.
And the Uzbeks, they're also very young.
Yeah. 2030.
It actually says in 93 years. We'll have to wait 93 years.
93 years?
3,000 rated players.
I was putting it in my Google Calendar.
Do we believe that? 93 years, wow.
Will that be in the evening or the afternoon? 93 years?
Yes.
Why is that?
That's just based on the exponential equation that has been fit so well to the data based on the past years and averages that we've seen.
Dang, I was so close to 2030, I said, right?
And if we zoom back a little bit, are you a chess player?
Yes.
How did you get into doing statistics for these amazing chess tournaments?
I started just in regular sports statistics and have always been a chess fan myself, always been a visitor of the St. Louis Chess Club. Right. So shout out to Joy Bray. I was able to get this opportunity and have loved working here since.
Absolutely.
Well, it's great to have you and having these statistics kind of. That's really nice.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all the work you do. When we think about baseball, you kind of alluded it to yourself that, you know, we were looking forward to those statistics to tell us who are the best opening players, who are the best middle game players, who are the best end game players, and breaking down those ratings a little bit more. So you've got a lot of work ahead of you.
I do.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's been awesome.
Absolutely. And once again, for those of you joining us, we've got to take a look at our pairings for this round 3.
Women's section, Nazi Paikidze, who is not having a very good start in the tournament, but many rounds to go, is playing Alice Lee, Atousa Pourkashiyan against Tatev Abhimanyu, a big match of today, the two leaders. I mean, Carissa is leading the tournament, I'm sorry, but the other players were still having a very good tournament. Megan Lee against Begin Togirjanova, Anna Zatonsky playing Irina Crash, a game of very experienced players. Carissa Yip against Jennifer Yu, game of the youngsters, and Talia Cervantes against Rose Atwell.
And in the open section, the pairings for that event.
Here we have Sam Shankland playing Wesley So, Hans Niemann against Leinier Dominguez, Levon Aronian against Awonder Liang, a big match of today, Ray Robson playing Fabiano Caruana, Abhimanyu Mishra against Sam Sevian, and the game that already finished, Christopher Yu drew against Grigoriy Oparin.
Lovely. And Cristian, I want to ask you, where's our action?
The action is in this one, guys. Hans Niemann versus Leinier. And I did anticipate correctly, after knight to f6, what Hans wanted was to just simply go g5.
G5.
you say A, you have to say B. Despite the fact that G5 is not considered to be the best move in this position, from a practical perspective, once you play G4,
it's the follow-up.
G5. Yes, it's the follow-up. Take, bishop takes G5, and you remember, it's all about keeping contact with the knight, but also shifting this queen to E6.
Right.
Now, Leinier thought about it and perhaps got attracted by a very nice looking variation, and he started with queen C8. The same idea, to get to E6, of course, but at the same time attacking the pawn on H3. If you take on F6, you're not in fact going to take back on F6. This is completely losing. After king to H2, rook to G1 is coming, you're in trouble right now. In fact, you're getting checkmated. It doesn't matter whether you take on F2. I can just simply go rook to E2. I will double up with rook to G2, queen to E1, queen to H4. Good luck to your king trying to find shelter on the king side. So, what was his idea after bishop takes f6? Queen takes h3 was his idea. Not only that you're still keeping tabs on the bishop on f6, but also you have ideas of queen to g3 check. Take advantage of the fact that this bishop pins the pawn on f2. And for example, in this position,
bishop
h4, right? This makes a lot of sense. But it does seem like the rook gets to g6 very quickly. There's no way to disturb the queen on h3, and you're simply not in time to defend this position. Unfortunately, you cannot cover with the bishop via the g-file because of queen takes g3. So bishop g3, queen g3. Beautiful. Very nice by Leinier. Very nicely understood. But unfortunately, queen to c8 is not great because I just simply go king to h2. I continue with my plan of trying to get the rook to g1, trying to put pressure on the g-file. Knight to h7 and rook to g1. Now, just to give you kind of an idea of what the big difference is, if you start with queen to e7 and white wants to continue with this king to h2 idea, now not only queen to e6 is an option, which is an option with a queen on c8 as well, but what I can do, and this is extra compared to the previous variation with the queen on c8, is I can go knight to d8 first. Also, I'm trying to get my knight to e6. This is the key square in the position. But with a queen on e7, you no longer have bishop takes f6. So this is a very different position compared to the previous one. After rook to g1, if the knight lands on e6, I have two beautiful knights next to my king. My king is in no danger in this position. And in fact, you've committed too many resources. Your pawn on f2 is also hanging. Your structure is completely destroyed. It's not looking good for white. So, this was the big difference. After queen to c8, king to h2, you need to spend the tempo to defend the knight on f6. Knight to d8 right now doesn't work because the bishop takes f6 and you get simply checkmated, right?
As before,
after rook to g1. So you have to defend the knight, which he did. He played the move knight to h7, rook to g1, queen to e6. This is the position that we have right now, rook to g2. Hans started speeding things up. 38 minutes right now, he was falling very much down on the clock, but right now his position looks much easier to play. Finally, you get your attack. I will see the queen coming to d2 or e2. The other rook goes to g1. It is the onus on black to try to defend this one. I don't think you want to play g6 in this position because that opens the possibility for an h4 idea. I'm seeing the position and I'm seeing the potential with the white pieces. Hans must definitely be feeling good about his gamble with g4, g5 right now.
And Cristian, like what if I reroute the knight from c6 to e7 now?
Yes, knight to e7. Of course, yes, that's a very normal move. Queen
Knight to
d2,
g6.
Knight to g6, and my guess is I will continue with rook to g1. King to h8, maybe. You got your knight to g6. It's a beautiful knight. But I will be able to slowly but surely hint at h4, h5. And where are you going to put the knight when that happens, right? f4, unfortunately, is already guarded by
and I
my
never
bishop
have time to
and
capture
queen.
the bishop first and then jump on f4.
Unfortunately, no. Queen takes, and good luck jumping with that knight. I mean, you're getting mated on g7. I mean, do not touch the knight. And the problem is, knight h4 is next, h4, h5 is next. I will be able to displace that knight from g6, and that will come with a winning position for white.
Just simply queen takes g5.
Yes.
Thank you, Cristian, for that. I want to turn our attention to the Olympian matchup. I'm looking at the game of Ray Robson and Fabiano for a moment. When we left it, we had reached this position, and Cristian was essentially saying, be careful about the move b5, inviting the knight to the c5 square. You may not like it when it gets to c5, and if you do capture it, be also mindful of the move d4 takes c5, unmasking or vacating the d4 square for the knight so that we could play knight d4. White would be the one in charge. Nonetheless, Fabi played b5, knight c5, knight b6, and I'm pretty sure he was counting on this move, queen c8. In his mind, he's thinking, all I've got to do is play knight to c4. I can then decide when I want to eliminate the knight. I can play for f6. I can play for bishop takes c5. Cristian has correctly stated that when we can maneuver the knight to d6, we're absolutely fine. And Ray said, you know what? I know all of that, but what are you going to do when I play the move e3, e4, blasting open and completely changing the pawn structure?
Because white's pieces are, the knights are in the center, the bishop on h2 is still looking kind of at that strong diagonal, the other bishop is in the center.
Exactly.
So when your pieces are in perfect position, maybe you want to change the pawn structure.
Exactly, and I'm just thinking, we have seen the move d5 takes e4. I think that was necessary, by the way. I didn't like moving the bishop. Knight takes e4, and here it comes. I've got a weakness on b4, I've got a weakness on d4, but I'm eyeballing that c6 pawn. If I play the move f, maybe the position is going to turn on how good or not is the move f7, f6. Normally speaking, you don't like playing f6 and g6 in combination, but the knight on g7 is actually a very good defender.
Right.
For example, in this position, f7, f6, making the king a little bit more vulnerable, you think to yourself, oh, but I have a check on the diagonal. Well, with the knight on g7, in this case also it happens to be the queen on c8, bishop e6, the knight on g7 says, gotcha. Very, very nice.
So can black try to counterattack with like knight e6, maybe targeting the d4 square? But I know the c6 is just much bigger trouble, right?
Exactly. It's a good question, though. For example, these guys are great calculators, and Ray Robson, Puzzle Rush champion. You got to calculate these things, and in their head-to-head matchups.
Let's take a look. Oh wow! So
another dominant.
Ray has 0 wins with Fabiano, so Fabiano is also probably very happy playing with Ray. 5 losses and 8 draws.
Well, we saw such a mismatch in the Sam Shankland Wesley So 8-0. I didn't expect that. I really expected a much closer result. E takes d4. Ray is thinking, because of the line that you just showed, that in the position after knight to e6, the pawn on d4 is hanging. So for that reason, Ray is wondering, maybe he should include bishop takes. Okay, so we want to play knight takes c6, probably provoking, wait a minute, have I got this right? There's bishop takes c5 too. Oh dear, now I've got to calculate. I hate that. I was about to say, I want to play knight takes c6, but I have to calculate bishop takes c5. Now
because
my
after you
e4...
take with the pawn, the rook is going to be hanging on b1 too, right?
So maybe there is no knight takes c4.
But you can take the bishop first and you're attacking the queen.
Okay, so let's try this again. So what I wanted to say is bishop takes, knight e6. In this particular case, now that I've traded the light squared bishops, I can play rook c1, and I'm crashing through, I want to say, on c6, as opposed to having to defend the pawn on d4. But there's some questions I'm still a little bit unsure about. You were saying that if I take, you could take on f5.
Attacking the queen.
Right.
And now capture.
I'm not sure either. But those are 2 good-looking knights.
Well, but I see also the dark squares.
Correct. This is a struggle. You got your trumps, I've got my trumps. we'll pour over this one. What do you have to say about the position, Cristian?
You guys were very close to being very accurate as well.
Really?
I
thought we were way. No, I thought we were way off. I wasn't sure about anything.
You weren't completely accurate, and I will show you exactly why.
Please.
As you predicted, if you do go knight to e6 first, you are crashing through after rook to c1.
Okay.
This is quite problematic, the pressure on c6. So that's exactly what you should be trying to avoid as black, and you need to start with the move f6, not an easy one. Especially because I have this check. It looks good. Look, it looks threatening. If you go, obviously, to h8, knight to f7 is going to be quite problematic. You win the exchange. Or perhaps, let's show this one.
This is the best.
This is the best checkmate in chess. One of the best, of course. But you shouldn't allow that, obviously.
The best.
None of these players. What happened what was your reaction when you guys saw this checkmate for the first time?
I was tasered. I was on cloud 9. I floated home and I told my mom, I dragged her out of the kitchen. I showed her the queen sacrifice. She looked at me and she very seriously said to me, "Can I go back and do the dishes?"
Did you finish?
Are you done?
Your interests don't interest me. Yes.
Wow.
Sorry.
I was so shocked.
Sorry. But if you do start with f6, queen to b3, I always have ideas of knight to e6. I can clock this diagonal with my knights. Either that or knight to d5 is an option as well. So let's say you just simply go back, right, to b3. But now finally I can start piling up the pressure on the d pawn, right? And I can choose to do so immediately. I don't have to go knight to d5, then reshuffle my pieces and get to the d4 pawn finally. I can keep the knight on b6 and immediately start putting pressure on the d4 pawn. And I think this is crucial. If Fabiano finds this particular sequence of moves, I think, in fact, he might be getting a slight advantage with the black pieces. Wow. It's all about the weaknesses, right? The d4 pawn, my knight is ready to attack it. Knight to f5, maybe knight to e6. This knight is ready to jump to d5 to attack the other weakness in the position. I'm seeing more trumps in black's camp in this one. So definitely looking good. This is the current position that we have. Bishop takes e4 has been played. It's a very close game on the clock as well. 43 minutes for Fabiano, still thinking right now. 53 for Ray Robson. This one is going to go down to the wire. We know Ray at some point is going to get himself in time trouble.
Right.
It's unavoidable. It's
right.
Ray loves to think about the position, and he will have plenty to think about in the next few moves.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. By the way, when Ben Underwood was on our show, you do have those moments when, you're in a very, very good zone. Everything's flowing your way, like Carissa Yip is happening. She's in a zone. Then you go on tilt. You just have a very bad round. You're angry, and you want that point back. I'm seeing that in Begum's game. So how do the players do when they get on tilt? Let's take a look at Begum's position today, because we left it. She had played this crazy move,
G5.
G5, and I wanted to see if she's had to suffer some consequence as a result of that move. Let's see what Megan did. Remember, bishop e2. This is where we left it. Excuse me. c5, logical move, right? Booting the bishop. En passant. Knight f3. Munch, munch. How are you going to solve this? This is a dilemma. You don't want to take on d4.
No.
I mean, if you take on d4, you have to be very, very careful that you don't walk into what Tony Miles would call a splat. E5 threatens bishop takes c6 with a check. So let's see what Begum did in this position. Yeah, I was afraid.
I think you have to.
Yeah,
otherwise
I think
you're
so
really
too.
in big trouble.
But now, aren't we zoning in on two targets? D6, backward pawn on an open file, and the g5 square, bishop e. Ooh, that's
I was always looking at that h4 move previously. I feel like waiting with that move for so long.
You think that she missed maybe an opportunity. On the other hand, White has nailed down the b6 square. We know what that oftentimes means in I want to say, Sicilians as well as King's Indians. Sometimes when you're playing a King's Indian and I take your pawn on c6, and you're really surprised, I give up the pawn on d5, and then suddenly I put a knight on b6.
Very uncomfortable.
It doesn't feel so good. I like White's position. Put the pawn back on g6, put the pawn back on h7. I maybe
but
don't
since
feel
you moved that knight to a4, you are no longer defending the pawn on e4. So
True
there
that.
can be some g4 kind of pushes to force your bishop to go away.
Okay, well, let's have a look-see. Suppose after castles, a move that we've just seen, Megan follows through on her plan all along had been to play the move knight b6. Where's that rook going? What I want to point out is I hear you. I hear exactly what you're saying, that the move g5, g4 might move the bishop away. You might capture, and the game's a little bit chaotic. I wanted to make sure I got in the move queen d3. So dual purpose move, defend the pawn on e4. Really, you know what I'm about, aren't you? You know, I want to grab that. Yeah. Let's be serious. What I'm really angling for is queen takes a6. So again, this could be the current position, castles, knight b6. I still feel Begim is going to have to play very well to keep the position. I like White's game.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
I think White kind of got what she wanted in that opening, right? Active pieces, king is safe.
We haven't seen all of the games. Let's jump into the game between Talia and Rose. Rose started. Of course, she's the wild card. We invited her to the tournament, 15-year-old. Are we throwing her to the Lions? Well, Rose won her first game, right? And her game with Carissa, okay, she did lose that game, but at a certain moment, I really like Rose's position. Let's see what she does today. Talia is on the white side of a Queen's Gambit accepted with an early b4 for black.
We also see that a5 move, right? Kind of looking at that b6 square.
Exactly. In this particular case, it's also about, stopping black from playing a6, a5 and covering the potential weakness on the b4 square. Hey, says Rose, you got the b6 square. I've got something in my pocket as well. Give me your c3 square. And let's catch up with the players. We have knight f6. These positions with all of the minor pieces on the board, I want to say it's the strategic duel is very, very hard. And sometimes it's really impossible. It's at a certain moment you feel like you're doing really well, and let me just throw a monkey wrench at you. I go bishop c3, and you think to yourself, well, takes. I'm going to round up this pawn. And then, it's really annoying, but it's suddenly not so easy to win the pawn on c3 as you might have anticipated. And these positions are actually very difficult for both players to play. Where would you like to take
I want to look at the leader, Carissa Yip.
Yes, we always like to do that. She's up against Jennifer, when we left it.
She got that position.
And, you've got it.
I was looking through. I was looking at this position, and I was kind of trying to wrap my head around what's happening. Knight takes d5. We left it off somewhere around here. Queen to c7. Not 100% sure why it has a question mark, because it's a very natural move in my eyes. So. My guess is that the engine wanted to go castle at the right moment and keep an eye on the pawn on e7. Keep the queen on e8 so that you don't have to worry about the pawn on e7. Queen to c7 and rook to e1. Perhaps a missed opportunity. Nevertheless, I still like this move, rook to e1. I would have liked even better to get the other rook to e1,
of course,
including bishop to e2. Not only that I'm getting my rook to e1, but with the bishop on e2, whenever I go f4, I'm also controlling the nice jump on g4. I always have ideas of bishop takes g4. So bishop to e2, I really liked. Rook to e1 is fine as well, what she played in the game. f6.
Whoa.
This is a very committal move because your king on this side will never be safe after this move, f6. So right now, what if I just simply go bishop to h4? That's one of the moves that will actually ask an immediate question. You cannot go castle. Castle f4, you pretty much resign. I'm not taking on e7 with a bishop, but I will be taking with a rook, right? With a rook already on e1. You play knight to c4, I take this, and then I take on e7. You're in trouble in this position, close, borderline losing. So after bishop to h4, which was played just right now, what do you do as black? Do you continue with bishop to h6? But what do you do after f4? I guess you have to sacrifice on f4, but this is very impractical play by black. Queen takes f4 and g5. You're going to be a pawn down. I understand you have a beautiful knight on e5, and this is the whole concept behind giving up the pawn. But the problem is your king is still in the center. I don't think you're going long castle. You're definitely not going short castle in this position. And how do you disrupt my queen? There's no rook to g8 in this position or in the future because I'm picking up the pawn on h5. So I'm liking black's position, white's position in this one. I think she's borderline winning. Bishop to h4 is on the board. I don't see any great moves for black in this one. Jennifer Yu is right now in deep danger to lose this one.
Thank you, Cristian. And how do these two players match up, Kate?
Let's take a look, head to head. So Carissa, 4 wins, 4 losses, so it's equal, and 2 draws.
Like two players who have been sharing championship titles between themselves, that's a kind of a result that you would expect. Not the Sam Shankland, Wesley So result, but 4 wins, 4 losses, 2 draws. They match up very well with each other, but I saw the move f7, f6, and I cringed. It was just sort of like a shiver. A lot of those players who play Benoni's and they play those fianchetto systems, they'd rather just lose the pawn than close the bishop. Like,
but, I have to say I kind of understand that move, f6.
Yeah. I mean, if you got a position like this is black, you're probably not terribly unhappy. You're a pawn down. I think that Jennifer didn't want to castle, not because she loses the pawn on e7 to bishop takes, but the problem was this move f4, and maybe it was the rook that was coming through. In any case, I would rather lose the pawn on e7, and I say
that's
that
something if
right
you say
then
that.
to close that bishop's diagonal. It just feels so unnatural to do that, and the position after bishop h4 looks great for Carissa.
But can you show me how you continue after bishop h4?
Yep.
If I just go rook c8,
For
and
example,
I'm going to go king f7, like how are you actually going to push through?
Okay, let's have a look-see. Okay, for me, the move I find the most attractive is f4. I'll just start with f4. Your knight, you got to ask yourself, are you going to go to c4?
Yeah, I'm going to go.
Okay, knight to c4. Now, there is a little button over here that I'm also finding attractive. Queen to d3. My intention is not to trade queens and go into an ending. No. I'm looking at playing queen takes g6.
Okay, so I go king f7.
Okay, king f7. Now, let's see, knight e6.
Gonna go kind of castle by hand, maybe?
Nothing so special. Knight e6, you'll probably go queen b6? Is that what you're... Hold on.
Well, I was even thinking about capturing.
Sorry?
Can I capture that knight? If you go
On
knight
e6?
e6, yeah.
No, I was going to take with the pawn and play queen takes g6.
But there's no checkmate. I go to...
Oh, so let's take a look. So you were thinking about taking. I was more concerned about queen b6,
yeah,
but if you take...
that is an option, but if I want to kind of close it there, king g8.
Queen takes f3, queen takes. I've got ideas of queen f7 check and bishop to d. This looks good.
Wait a second. If I start with rook h6.
Okay. Roman Gingiashvili would inform me that I have
King h8.
The attack and the conversation.
Well, I want to trap your queen also, rook f8 maybe in the future.
Ooh, like here, like right now. Okay. Wow. Okay. what can I say? I've got the material. I'm going to have a rook and a minor piece. I'll have a pawn on f7 too.
Okay, let's say I wait. Let's say I recapture that bishop with the queen, and I keep that rook f8 in my pocket.
For a moment. Oh.
Okay, but I'm going to attack as well. F5?
Yes, f5. The desirable bishop f6 is just simply not there. You know me. I'm a pawn grabber.
But Yasser, seriously?
Rook takes.
I'm also a pawn grabber.
Very funny. You actually, your king got to somehow a safety. That was a very good variation that we just had between ourselves. I think that the position with the king on f7, black is vulnerable, but it seems like you can kind of like bob and weave a bit. After the move king f7, another quick question for you. I didn't investigate it fully.
I was a little worried about this, yes, but I take the rook.
Because, in these I can channel my inner Michael Tal, I can take my moves back in case the sacrifices don't work. At the moment I got 2 pawns. I'm interested in the bishop. I'm interested in taking this knight and bringing this other rook into play.
So I can give you a check on d2, but let's say I just defend. Rook g8.
The rook on h8.
Rook h g8, yes.
Okay, rook h g8. And your king can... Bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, rook e1. Check, your king gets to go where?
To d8.
Okay. So I've got 2 pawns in the pocket. Not 2 pawns in the fountain, but...
Okay, I take the bishop.
Yeah. No, I could take the rook, but you're good. You're
good. Too much material.
Too much material. Wow. Well, I'm not convinced, but the sacrifices...
I'm just starting to feel that the rook and the queen on the file with the knight, maybe even some knight takes b2 in the future with some perpetual chances.
It's just that shutting down that bishop on g7 is just... I feel a cold chill running up my spine when I see those situations.
Whoa. She just long castled.
Okay, she castled.
What?
Yeah.
How do you play after f4? Don't you lose a very important pawn on e7 by force?
Well, f4. There is bishop h6.
Missing?
f4, bishop h6. You
so
pointed
this is
this
what
out.
We're missing. Okay.
You pointed out a moment ago a variation where she could take on f4 and play g5, and then you were saying you're not castling short. So she does it this way. Yeah, she listened.
But, okay, so I guess I don't have that.
Immediate win.
I mean, if I can get the one move, just rook h to e8, I think I'm good.
Right?
I think I can start with rook e3, can't I?
What?
Not right now, before f4.
Okay. Before f... Are you sure? Because
let's try it out. Okay. I really want to get to that e7 pawn.
But let's be clear what Kate's message was. If you better play quickly, because if black is allowed rook he8, you defend the pawn on e7.
That's why I play rook e3.
Okay.
But rook e3 the same, bishop h6.
I don't have rook c3. Yes, it's a problem. Yeah. No, it doesn't work.
Okay, but let's do what everybody wants to do. Let's make everybody happy. At least my colleagues happy. I'll go g3. You'll go rook e8.
Yes.
I'll go rook e3. No bishop
now
takes
you go
f4.
rook e3. Yeah.
And
that might be it actually.
Everybody happy.
You're not threatening to capture the knight.
No, I really want to threaten rook c3. That's my big.
So
well, I am threatening to take the knight right now.
What?
I do want to take the knight. I will take the knight, yeah.
Because
Kate
is thinking that she gets to win.
I don't believe it. No. I'll go e6.
No, but I thought I first actually can take the pawn on e5. I will attack your knight.
Greed. Love it.
You are greedy. Okay.
You're getting a gold membership in the Pawn Grubber Society. Okay. Gold member. But no, I think what we wanted to do, hold on, just pause. We do want to take the knight, but maybe in a nice way somehow.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, I was watching the players yesterday lifting the elbow. Like, remember, it was the bishop h4 check. Well, bishop h4 moved by Sam Shankland against Leinier. He was lifting the elbow. Bishop takes a6, I don't see it. Rook a... what I had in mind was something like this, by the way. Was something like this. And if you moved your king, I was going to go rook e3, and more or less I wanted to clear the diagonal, right? Well, I'm not predicting a draw. I think these ladies are really swinging for the fences on this one.
I think the opening suggested that they are going to really go out for a blood.
What are the clock times between these two?
So Carissa Yip has 46 minutes, and Jennifer, you only 27. So there is this 20 minutes advantage for Carissa Yip.
Much like Ray Robson in the open section, Jennifer has a habit of falling into time trouble, whereas Carissa is actually one of the players who really plays quite freely a la tempo. Cristian, over to you. What has caught your attention in this round 3?
Let's go back to the open section, guys.
Let's do it.
And check the game between Sam Shankland and Wesley So and the developments in this one. We said bishop to g5 was not the most precise because of this h6, bishop to h4, and right now you don't have any of the important squares to swing the knight to and then get the rook to g3. He took on a d4, good start, knight takes d4, and we were discussing and looking at this position. Bishop to c5 was the main idea. To get this queen off this diagonal, look, this is a very unpleasant pin on the h4, d8 diagonal. You might as well try to put this queen on a much better square, b6, behind the bishop, create a very dangerous b-line on this diagonal. Definitely would have put some problems for white. He didn't do it. He played queen to c7, the same idea. He's perhaps trying to go queen to c5, at the same time maybe looking at
e5.
the pawn on e5, right? But I think this is the move that he missed.
F3.
Yes, and now you suddenly start understanding that despite the fact this looks extremely dangerous, right? Opening up diagonal where black has this beautiful bishop on b6, I'm ready to counter that very soon with the move bishop to f2. And that's the idea that I do believe perhaps was missed by Wesley So. f3, bishop to c2, queen to d2, bishop takes d4 was played, knight to f5, and queen to f2. Knight takes h4, in fact, the players are pretty much speeding through the process.
Getting to
But right now, this is a big moment, because you're not forced to take on h4. You can, in fact, start with rook to c3, and pick up the bishop on c2 first. Maybe you don't even have to pick up the bishop on c2, but rather pick the knight later on. So what do you do after rook to c3? Queen to e7, let's say.
Logic.
Rook takes c2. Yeah. And how do we assess this one? Look, you still have a knight on the ring. It's going to get back to f5, but then it's going to get attacked by the bishop on d3, for example. Bishop to d3, right away. You have a big problem, the pawn on d5. You still haven't matched my action on the c file, and if I manage to double up, then I'm going to be the one keeping full control of that file, which is an important control. I'm seeing this position, I'm seeing play on one goal, and that is Wesley's goal. Definitely, Sam must be happy with the outcome and the past couple of moves sequence. Right now, Wesley So in some danger if he manages to go rook to c3, if he sees rook to c3 and makes that important decision. Don't take on h4. You don't need that knight yet. Start with rook to c3. And this is the type of move that Sam Shankland generally sees.
You're right.
He spots this type of
the intermezzo
moves, rook to c3. He's very good at calculation. I think he's going to find it.
All right. Thank you, Cristian.
And maybe I should give you an update before we move on about this game, Hans versus Leinier. We left it off after, I believe, rook to g2. Yeah. And we were saying that queen to d2 is coming, followed by rook to g1. Knight to e7 was the move. And Hans, after quite a long think, in fact, played the move bishop to d2, not queen to d2. I understand it. I understand this move bishop to d2. You're saying that you're never touching my bishop anymore. I'm getting my bishop out. Not only that, With the bishop on d2, I'm starting to support the idea of b4 at the right moment, not immediately, but at the right moment as well. And my plan is fairly simple. Queen to e2, followed by rook to g1. And since I still have the bishop on the long diagonal, maybe even bishop to h6 at the right moment.
You know what I also like about this move, bishop d2, is
Yes.
like you said, this b4, but with the idea to get my bishop to b3 and push the pawn to c5.
b4,
Correct.
c5.
To kind of get that bishop on that diagonal.
Absolutely. No, that's a tremendous idea as well. And perhaps even next move, right, if you allow me to. But black has an opportunity.
The question for me is f5.
Let's go.
Yeah.
That's the big question. That is the big question. I think Leinier right now is considering this one. Should we try ideas of b4? Probably not, because you are allowing me to take on e4. This is a big threat. So, in fact, let's make use of our light squares, right? Our dominance on the light squares with bishop to c2. What do you do next?
We block it, right? That's what we wanted.
I don't know. I like this ideas of the open f5.
f4, exactly this is going to happen. I'm going to go b4, c5. So don't go bishop b6, by the way. c5
That walks
is
into
quite problematic.
a nasty uppercut.
You take, I take, you
Oh,
take,
no,
and now
bishop
bishop
B3.
to b3.
Yeah.
Bishop to b3 after taking,
C4, yes,
because
of course.
otherwise c4. Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Yes.
So you have to take first, but it doesn't matter. You're winning the piece, right?
Right.
So b4 is a pretty significant threat, especially if you go f5. These are the things that right now Leinier is pondering. What I do see as quite encouraging for Leinier, and perhaps Hans needs to check this situation, is the situation on the clock. 20 minutes for Hans, definitely slowed down in the last few moves. Leinier, in a situation in which we definitely don't see him very often, and that is ahead on the clock by 30 minutes. Generally,
What?
he's ahead on the clock by 30 minutes. Generally, he's the one in time trouble. But right now, Leinier is doing quite well.
This is a historical sighting. We should really take a very careful note that it actually occurred in a U.S. Championship game this year of our Lord, 2024, that Leinier Dominguez was ahead on the clock.
I have to say I like this bishop d2 retreating that bishop and kind
Yes.
of planning maybe something on the queen side. By the way, what if we look at the game of Levon Aronian? I don't think we
For sure.
really had time for that.
And I would love to. Just before we get there, I have to check in on my pick, Nasi Pakitsa. She's up against Alice Lee. And coming into this event, if you had predicted Alice Lee as the U.S. Women's Champion, I wouldn't make a big argument against you. I mean, Alice is absolutely an exceptional talent. This is a very funny-looking, peculiar game. Nasi has sacrificed a pawn, and she's done it deliberately. This bishop on b7 is woeful. On the other hand, this pawn on c5 is a kind of a useful pawn. On a really good day, you get to go queen f6, march your h-pawn up the board, and maybe one day drop a rook in on a d6. Now, conversely, if I'm in Alice's position, I love being a pawn up, but I also like the idea of opening up this bishop. So a move, I'm going to make not a good move, not a bad move, just a move. Moves like rook d5, I find personally very attractive. The idea is an exchange sacrifice where suddenly, you know, this bishop on g2.
And look at the black pawns. They are now really nicely connected.
Right, and you're thinking of picking up a second pawn. This game is not going to be a draw. This is another game. Somebody's going to win it. I mean, the imbalances are simply too great. You were about to tell me where I should go.
Yes, but let's stay here for a second.
Okay,
what if
please.
I want to develop this bishop without giving up any material? Something like bishop c8 and e5.
Okay, so I think
Is that too slow? 'Cause I know you want to go just with that h-pawn just forward.
Right. Okay, so h4, sorry, bishop c8. Let me drop my queen in just because I love my queen posting up. I like how Maurice Ashley, you know, in basketball, you know, the big guy posts up in the center. In this case, the big dog, the queen, is posting up. I want to play h5. I feel like this is getting to the point that I'm getting a little bit worried for Alice's
Similar
position.
to like the king walk, right?
Yeah, yeah. By Nigel Short, the infamous. Here, h5. You understand immediately when I want to play g4 and h5. So
black pieces are stuck. I can't really do anything.
Yeah.
Here.
Something for Alice's fans to be a bit worried about. Sorry, you wanted to guide us to another.
Yes, Levon Aronian against Awonder Liang. Because Levon, he's my pick in this tournament.
Yeah, again, it's flown under our radar. Let's see, this was a Ruy Lopez, Morphe defense, not a Berlin with knight f6, but with a6. And sorry, a2, a3. Gosh, what do they call this line of the Ruy? I mean, 500 years old. Don't be surprised when the names befuddle you. Takes on f6, knight d5, bishop d8, c2, c3, knight e7.
Again, see this knight transfer.
Exactly. It's funny, I'm so used to seeing the bishop on f8. I'm kind of looking, and that bishop is really on d8? Okay. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Some alerts.
Yeah. Who invited the queen to land on h3? King h1. From the mind of Levon Aronian. Check this out. Knight g1 booting the queen. Well, there's been a lot of maneuvering. Not much has passed the equator, meaning the border between the 4th and 5th ranks.
But the white pawns are ready. They are slowly kind of pushing, the rooks there are supporting them in the center.
But check this out. Awonder's just captured, and he's made the break d5. Sorry, but my first instinct is I like black. Why? Check this one out. Remember we were just talking about Alice Lee's bishop a moment ago? Imagine that you played e5.
That's what I was looking, because I would like to go f4, f5. But this c5 move immediately challenging that.
And I would like to go d5, d4. And I would like to say, hey, wait a minute, for those who play the open Ruy Lopez, where you get to play c5, Levon could be on the back foot. Jump in on this one, Cristian. I mean, Awonder, I think, has played a very good game up to the moment, and this is the current position. Captures, d5 on the board. We're looking at e5, c5, and I like black. White's king on h1. What's going on?
Look, e5, c5, two best moves in the position to continue this one. It's sort of equal. It seems like after knight to e2, yes.
0, 0, 0.
You don't capture the pawn on c5, right?
I don't think, first of all, the big problem is that I don't think you can take on e5, right? Because
that's
G4.
The first question.
Yes. That's the idea behind this.
Okay.
So I allow you to take on e5 if you want to, but the problem is after g4, queen g5, f4, you're just losing by force, right? So unfortunately for you, cannot do that. e5, c5 seems to be the case because, of course, you're trying to stop this bishop from getting any sort of range on this diagonal.
Exactly.
Right? If this pawn disappears, you're in trouble with this bishop on this long diagonal.
Right.
So keep this pawn on d5. Do not allow, even at times, perhaps, right now, after c5, if you take, I have a feeling d4, you might already be in trouble.
That's what I thought.
That's the problem, yes. So don't go for that. e5, c5,
knight
and
e2.
Play the move knight to e2. Try to cement the structure as is. So for example, take. If you don't take on e5, let's say you go rook to c8, at least right now I can go g4 followed by f4. I still have to be very careful because this rook for the moment has to stay on d4. I cannot allow you to play the move d4. And in the meantime, you do try to create something via the c file as black. So it remains very balanced with some prospects, strategical prospects for white. Imagine the queen's off the board. Me being able to play the move f4. Then it is white who's playing for something, right? Because I have the weakness to work against, the pawn on d5. But with the queens remaining on the board, in the position, black always will have some sort of sacrificial ideas against the white king. So, very complex battle. In this one, to give you an update on the Ray Robson marquee matchup of the round, Ray Robson, who's coming off a loss against Fabiano Caruana, who's coming off a draw, but a draw that could have and should have went his way. He should have won
against
that game against Levon Aronian. I'm sure he was disappointed last night, but he's a professional and he knows what he has to do. And he's doing it great in this game. f6 was found. Best move in the position, played instantly by Fabiano. Knight to f3, a5. And now I'm the one dictating the pace as to which target is going to be attacked next. a5, a3, I take that. I opened up the a file. The bishop still keeping an eye on the pawn on b4, which forces the rook. You're allocating some resources to the defense of the pawn on b4. Knight to c5, rook to e8, queen to c2. This is the position that we have right now, but to my eyes, this is a very easy position for black. You can go rook to a3. You can even take on c5 at the right moment. You're the one with the better pieces. The knight on d5 is absolutely beautiful. This knight is going to go to f5 most likely. I have control over the e file. I have control over the a file. And once again, this rook on b1 needs to stay on b1 to defend the big weakness on b4. I'm seeing this one as a very comfortable position for black with a very nice advantage as well for Fabiano.
One of the things that stands out to me about the position as well, Cristian, is the knight on f3. If you're white and you're thinking, okay, let's do something aggressive, knight e5, knight g5, knight d4.
None of that.
Nothing is possible, yeah.
Where do you go?
Where are you going? Conversely, what you said, rook a3, rook takes f3.
For example,
attention.
For example,
no.
yes. Let's just make some random moves, right? Rook takes f3.
Hello.
Queen takes h3. I will gladly do that.
Right.
Look at this knight jumping to h4. Give me 2 more moves, you're getting checkmated in this position. Very good position and uncomfortable situation for white without much counterplay.
Right.
That's the big problem for Ray Robson right now. He doesn't really have a lot of counterplay. You would love to be able to get your knight to e6, get to the king now that it's a little bit weakened. You don't have any resources to get to my king. So it's looking good for black, it's looking good for Fabiano, and a victory with the black pieces against such a strong opposition like Ray Robson. Everybody's super strong.
With the black
But Ray Robson, a player that's 2,700 FIDE, with the black pieces, this would be a huge scalp for Fabiano if he manages to win.
As we've been mentioning in our show, if you're anywhere near the Central West End, you do want to visit the St. Louis Chess Club, as Grandmaster Josh Friedel is holding court, inviting any questions that you might have. And the players have actually been very gracious.
Yes, he's analyzing all the games live as well, but he has the advantage of having the players over and the audience asking questions directly and having their answers. It's such a great thing to go there and just see these analyses.
For those of you who don't know, the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center has for a number of years, well over a dozen years, had what is called the Grandmaster in Residence. It's a program that invites grandmasters to come and lecture, and we've had some of the most wonderful chess teachers over the years doing lectures. And if you go to YouTube, you can see more than 1,000 lectures of openings, endgames, middle games, strategy, tactics, and some of the world's best chess teachers. So do make an attempt to visit Josh as we go on break. And before we go on break, what should we tell our audience that they
Let's
can
talk
expect?
about exhibitions at the Hall of Fame.
Let's do it. What do you have for us, Kate?
So visit the World Chess Hall of Fame's current exhibition, Clash for the Crowns, celebrating chess champions. Admission to this exhibition is complimentary, and for more information, visit worldchesshof.com.
Hall of Fame.
As we go to the break, Anastasiya sat down for one-on-one with Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Take a look, and we will be right back.
Actually, it's going to be Begum this time. We showed the Fabi interview on the previous break. Now we get Begum. Enjoy. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Beggy, welcome back to US Chess Championships. How do you feel coming back to this tournament, and what are your expectations for this event?
Thank you so much, Nastya. And I'm feeling honestly grateful for the opportunity, and also I'm excited as always. And I'm ready to win because I played 3 championships before, but I couldn't, like, I was so close twice and I couldn't win it, so hopefully it will work out this time.
Yeah, speaking about those events, of course, my next question would be about the previous US Chess Championship, which finished in a kind of dramatic fashion. And what are your memories about this event, and how do you feel about everything now, you know, after, I mean, what happened and, after all this time passed?
I do not have any feelings. It's just like, you know, at that time you feel a bit upset. Of course, you felt like you were close. Other than that, I have so many tournaments, so it's just part of my job, I feel like. And now I don't have any feelings or anything bad. I just have only good memories of what I learned. So I'm moving forward, and actually it gives more motivation. Once you cannot win, you're like, okay, next time. And second time you didn't win, you're like, okay, I gotta win it. So it's a lot of motivation for me.
Wow, that's really great approach. Seems like you have really, really strong nervous system as well, you know, that you don't spend too much time thinking and reflecting about
yes, it's just all about, I think it's all about people around me too. They don't let me get stuck on that things. They're like, okay, next thing is coming up, so it's nice.
Actually, speaking about people around you, I mean, you're coming from the strong chess family. Both of your sisters, they're established chess players. I mean, older sisters. Your father is a coach. How does it feel being a part of the chess family, being growing in the chess family? Do you feel their support all these years? And tell us a little bit about it, about your journey.
Definitely, actually, my dad is an engineer, so he just loves to play chess and he loves analyzing. So his analytical brain led us to play chess. It was just for my sister's improvement, and my sisters picked up from that moment. And to help us, he became a coach. He just tried to read a lot of books and teach us something. And when I was a kid, I didn't speak even Russian or English, and there are a lot of Russian books, so he helped me translate those to show and to, get me into chess. It is a lot of sacrifice to make, I think, on my parents' part to support all of us to play chess, but at the same time it paid off, I guess. They were happy to see us achieve something as people, as players. So also from my siblings, I feel like enormous support. Not only my siblings, of course, my family. Parents goes, obviously like that. So my family supports me enormously. Even when I decided to step back from chess and go to university, they supported even that decision. So I am just lucky to have them.
Absolutely. And will they be rooting for you, and will be they watching this US Chess Championship?
Actually, funny enough, my dad is here for the
really?
Yes. You'll meet him soon.
That's great.
So,
yes.
My dad is here just to be here with me and support me this time. Finally, he made it. He just
That's really great news. I mean, I'm really happy for you. That's absolutely amazing that he managed to come. Actually, you just also came back a few days ago from the World Chess Olympiad, where American team won the medals. Congratulations, first of all. And how was it? Your feelings, everything, what happened? And you played on the first board. It was a very challenging journey for you as well. What do you think about your result?
My result wasn't that great, and I think it's the result of me being a little bit sick. I didn't really feel well in the beginning, and adjusting to the time and stuff, it wasn't that hard, but our girls carried the team for a while, and at some point I was like, I have to join them too. But Carissa's score, 10 out of 11 was... it was amazing help for the team, and also Alice Lee, Irina Krush, Anna Zatonskih, all of them are brilliant people, brilliant players, and they are very good friends of mine, too, colleagues as well. So I think most important part of the Olympiad was the fact that we were a team, not just the separate players who are trying to do their best for just themselves, but we did our best for our team, and I supported the girls as much as I can, and they did the same. So it was just a teamwork.
Absolutely, and of course it was you got the medals after all this, and that was really great feeling. I'm sure about that. But now transition from being teammates to being competitors. Like, how does it feel? How are you going to take it? What will be your approach?
Honestly, it's just a game. You can just put your feelings aside, and I do believe the girls know how to do it. We're professionals, and the fact is, see, that's the challenging part. A lot of players cannot open up for their teams because they know that, oh, championship is coming up, or they're my opponents. But the fact that we did it without like hesitating about this tournament is a huge thing. And this tournament, we're gonna play one game. It's just a game, you know, in the end of the day. And I think it's a nice thing to have this competition. It means we are all growing together.
Wow, I mean, this is really great that you managed to kind of put ahead the more important goals for you, for all of you.
For that, I'm really proud of us.
Yeah, wow, that's really cool. And of course, I know that you're balancing the multiple roles here in St. Louis. You're not only a professional chess player, you're also a social manager, expert in the club, and I mean, doing so many things all together. How do you manage to do all this together? And like, is it challenging for you, or it gives you some extra motivation, some extra knowledge?
Honestly, it gives me extra motivation, and at the same time, I am working with amazing people who are doing a lot behind the scenes. And you don't really see it as a chess player, but I do see it as a co-workers, you know. So, when I work, I see how much effort they're putting. It gives you different appreciation of life, of people, and in general, like perspective of things. And I do enjoy doing that because I don't want to be just like doing chess, because I feel like I can become more, and I can be a person, especially a woman, who can do multiple things. And I really enjoy doing that, and I really enjoy working with such great people.
Yeah, absolutely. But from tomorrow, I think you will focus on only one thing, playing the US Chess Championships. And I'm wishing you all the best of luck begging for tomorrow. And thank you for your time. All the best of luck.
Thank you so much, Nastya.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 3, and maybe let's take a look at the pairings.
Let's do it. Let's start with the ladies. Tell us how.
Nazi Baigidze is playing Alice Lee. Very interesting match of today. Atousa Pourkashiyan against Tatev Abhimanyu. Both started very well in the tournament.
Right.
Then we have Megan Lee against Begim Togirjanova. Very interesting game now. Begim is having an edge in that game.
Right.
Anna Zatonsky against Irina Crash. And Carissa Yip against Jennifer Yu, that's the match of today. And Talia Cervantes playing Rose Hatwell.
Lots of action all over the place. I want to say that Begim has definitely turned her position around, and in the open section,
Sam Shankland is playing Wesley So. That's the game we've been looking at. Very interesting one.
Topsy-turvy one.
And I mean, talking about interesting games, Hans Niemann against Leinier Dominguez, this bishop d2 retreating and keeping some attack. Then we have Levon Aronian against Awonder Liang. Really interesting thing just happened in the game, Ray Robson against Fabiano Caruana. Abhimanyu Mishra is playing Sevian. And the only game that already finished, Christopher Yu drew against Grigoriy Oparin.
That was an early draw. And again, action all over the place. Just picking up the action between Megan and Begim. This was the game that Megan planted a knight on b6. And in this particular position, after the move d5, I really don't like this pawn grab, and I like the pawn, right?
You say I'm not gonna grab.
You know, like I'm ready to play moves like bishop to c5, b2, b4. You know, hold the game positionally on the center and the queen side before I start thinking about queen takes a6. Megan spotted a pawn; she went for it, but I don't think she liked the result. In fact, the result just felt catastrophic to me. Like I would have stopped right here and said, you know, like I'm not a friend of this position.
There's a pawn avalanche coming.
Exactly.
On that king side.
You know, d3, bishop d4, bishop takes b. I don't like this from the white side. Rook to b1, rook to c8, and it's sort of like Megan said, well, I'm a pawn up. I'll seize the defensive. Go ahead and do your worst. And queen to d7. Now, that's a
By the way, look at the clock. Megan Lee has less than 7 minutes to go.
No.
So she's really low on time, whereas Begim, she has 46 minutes. A lot of time to think.
I was wondering what the move queen d7 was all about. Check this out. That's not an attacking move that you see very often. The bishop going to a2.
So you wanted to clear the diagonal so the bishop can attack the rook.
Exactly. Maybe in that case, after the move queen d7, Megan maybe should have played b2, b3. The current position is bishop a2, rook a1. The clock times, what did you just say?
Megan has less than 7 minutes, whereas Begim has 46 minutes. Well, they are right now on move 26. So still 14 moves to make.
Well, after rook takes b2, this looks like it's Begim all the way. Cristian, turning it over to you. When we were leaving, we thought that Fabi was setting up for an exchange sacrifice, but you do have the Leinier game on your board.
Absolutely, and in fact I will take you through both of those games.
Please.
If you don't mind. Bishop to d2, I think this is where we left it off. Knight to g6, and we were discussing f5.
Right.
To be honest, from a practical perspective, I really like the move f5. Knight to g6 seems to be the best move, though, according to the engine.
Okay.
Not right now, it says f5, but if you leave it a little bit, knight to g6 will pop up. Knight to g6, queen to e2. It was important to follow through with the move knight to f4, it seems like, and transitioning into this structure, but at least right now you have a very stable pawn on g6 and defense over the g file. You cannot do that after the move queen to f6, which was just played. Rook to g4 is on the board, and I don't think we have, yes, we do have one more move, c6.
Not a good move, according to
Not
the
a good
engine.
move right now. And Hans right now is catching up on the clock as well. 20 minutes against 29 minutes. Very difficult situation right now for black. In fact, after rook g1, how do you set up your defense on the king side? This is the big idea. King to h8 would have been better. Try to get this rook to g8, rook to g1, rook to g8. It looks very passive. To be honest, I'm looking at the position. If I would be in black's shoes, I would feel very uncomfortable in this position. Guess what? In this one, the best move is knight gf8.
Good luck
King
with
h8,
that.
rook g8, knight gf8. Like, what type of construction are you trying to do on this side? And what are you going to do after rook to h4? I guess there's no threat and you can go g6, then rook. This is very unnatural stuff, guys. But it seems like it was the best path forward. After c6, rook ag1 was played, a very natural move. Why not? Just bring the other rook. You've been setting up for this type of construction for a very long time.
And white
right?
just wants to continue with h4, h5.
That's right.
Right, that's it.
That's right. Yes, h4, h5, maybe knight to g5 as well. We do have a move king to h8, but it might be too late. So whenever you go knight to g5, you always have to contend with the pawn on f2,
Agreed.
right? So might as well just improve the position first. Rook 1 to g2. Again, there's not as many moves for black. I'm trying to understand this move c6. You're not trying to go rook to
e8.
I think you may be trying to reroute the bishop to b6 and d8.
Maybe, but it just feels so slow. I mean, this bishop is beautiful on this diagonal. It's the only beautiful piece that you have, to be honest. At least it's doing something, right?
Right.
It just feels like c6 was a colossal loss of tempo that you simply cannot afford. Right now, Hans Niemann looking golden. Ray Robson versus Fabi, you guys mentioned this one changed quite a lot. Rook to a3, let me just see where we are. Queen to c2, rook to a3, this is where we left it, and we were mentioning ideas of rook takes f3 in the position. He decided not to take on f3. It was possible, definitely possible, but queen to f5, the move that he played in the game, is a very powerful move as well. And in fact, it's a much more controlled move. Right now, white is lost. White is simply lost. No pawns down for the moment, but if you enter this endgame, you're completely paralyzed. This knight has to stay to the defense of the pawn on d4. Knight c3 is a big threat coming in the position. Rook to a8, rook to d8, I have ways to improve my position effortlessly. You move this knight, let's say knight to e6, first of all, you're losing the pawn on b4, so that's not possible. What piece do you touch in this position? Your bishop on h2, you would love to have it on d2, right? It would be a much better place. Unfortunately, there's no way to get there. Bishop to f4, knight takes f4 is coming. So it's looking really good for Fabiano. I think he's feeling really good about his position, and Ray Robson is starting to realize the fact that he's in trouble. He's in trouble. He doesn't have a lot of time to think about it. And I think right now he has a tremendously difficult task ahead of himself to try to survive in this game.
Thank you, Cristian. I think we should just do an accelerated walkthrough of the games because I feel like we're really missing out on quite a number of exciting games going on. I'm going to be fast, forgive me for being fast, but the game between Carissa Yip and Jennifer really kind of stole our attention there for a moment. I just
it kind of went the way we predicted.
Refresh. Well, actually, that was our analysis. We did see the position after castles, and we were looking at f4, g3, rook e3. Carissa said, wait a minute, my bishop on h4 is terrible. Let me redirect it towards your king, bishop f2, very logical move. In Carissa's mind, now that we know your address, we're going to target your king, if you don't mind. Bishop f2, f5, well, Jennifer said, well, thank you. My bishop's is terrible on g7. Let me improve it. f4, bishop h6, h3, stopping any future ideas of knight g4. And again, she's just thinking, okay, it's taking me a little while to get it going, but when I do get to play g3 and rook e3, I will land with tremendous force. I see big potential for Carissa's position, really big potential. Put the pawn.
I'm a little surprised with that f5 move, to be honest.
Yeah?
I wasn't sure I understand she wants to improve that bishop, but I thought our idea is to go maybe rook e8, maybe move the king to b8, some precautious moves.
Yep.
And then decide what we want to do next.
I really feel like Carissa is in the driver's seat in this one. I'm going to turn our attention to the game between Anna Zatansky, Irina Krush. When we left it, it was a very slow London maneuvering game. Queen e2, knight d7. Whoa, that was a
pawn
pause.
Sacrifice?
Knight d1, c5, takes. She gets her pawn back. Both ladies have a a lot to crow about. They have some very serious trumps here. This last move, I see this last move by Irina, and I'm thinking it's designed to defend f7, because a moment ago, before the move knight b5, I'm sure Anna had it in her mind, you know, knight f3, knight g5. This looks like a lot of maneuvering still ahead. I'm going to call it slightly better for white. How do you feel about that?
That's the thing. I'm not sure. I feel like black's chances are also very nice because my knight can be jumping to e4, the other exactly what you said, maybe to d6 somewhere else. I may be putting pressure on the b2 pawn as well. And when we look at the time, Anna Zatonsky has 16 minutes, Irina Krush has 26 minutes, so there is this 10 minutes advantage for Irina Krush.
Right. And that's why we call it a marketplace, right? You've got your ideas, I've got mine. Telya versus Rose. Let's jump into that one. Remember when this was the 4 knights, Queen's Gambit accepted, and I said, yeah, as white, you're really happy, you've got good pieces, but then when the knight does land on c3, you start scratching your head and you start wondering, how am I going to win that pawn on c3? Well, that's a question that Telya is going to have to answer. Double-edged position, I will say 3 results possible in this one.
I like the pair of bishops for black, right? I do like, especially the dark square bishop with the pawn on c3.
If that pawn on c3 survives, you've got a bright future ahead of you, because that's only 2 squares away from promotion. So white has to make sure that that pawn is extracted. Nasi versus Alice, it's sad to say, I think the players might be heading towards a repetition here. If you can see it from the last few moves, takes, bishop, bishop f3. White, Nasi is 1 move away from having domination. She can play rook d1 with a tempo, rook to d6. She's doing great. So queen d8, queen b8, queen f6.
Because Alice really wants to trade that queens very quickly.
But does she want to do it on her birthday?
Yeah, we have a birthday today. Alice Lee, she just turned 15, I believe.
No, I was going to say 14, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh boy.
Wow.
Did she go 14 to 15?
Well,
13,
either
14?
way, International
so
Master Alice Lee, happy birthday.
Happy birthday indeed, Alice. Congratulations. And wow, she's so young and she's been so successful in her career. But this last move, Queen f6, again, inviting a repetition. I want to try to get through all of our games. Atousa versus Tatev. Both ladies doing very well at this moment in the tournament. c6, c5, this is the French defense. Last move, Queen h4. Do you like the 2 bishops in this game?
I do like the 2 bishops.
And I like White's position. I like White's structure, and I'll tell you what I like. When you have the 2 bishops, you have an inbuilt advantage, right? So my knight has to have a good square to compensate for the fact that you have the 2 bishops. I'm looking at the position. I'm seeing a very good square. I'm seeing the e5 square. I'm also seeing the f4 square. So I'm looking at ideas of bishop takes d6 and rook e7.
Yeah, one piece I'm not very happy about is that rook on a5.
Right.
It's just a little misplaced. Like if I had it on e8, very happy.
Then I might not even have access to either the e5 or the f4 squares, and then I'm with you on this one, and I take the 2 bishops. But I do see that the knight does have very good jumping ability here, and that's why I'm thinking that it might be easier to play the white side. And finally, we know already that Begum is doing very well, just checking in. In fact, she might simply be winning. These center pawns are just coming in too fast. This rook takes
Also, there are
c2.
going to be a lot of pins after d3, right? The bishop.
Yep.
The bishop is opening up from the g7, potentially targeting the rook on a1. And also that bishop on d2 for white is being pinned.
So this looks very, very good for Begum. I'm going to turn it over to Cristian to give us a rundown in the open section and the exciting.
Absolutely. Back to the excitement of the open section, because I do think we're going to have some decisive results in today's round. Just like the previous one, we had 2 in the previous one. I'm seeing 2 of them right now, 2 big ones, and that is Hans versus Leinier. This is what happened. After rook to g1, king to h8 was played, and bishop to c2 blitzed out by Hans. And I'm looking at this move, I really like it.
You do?
Because, yes, I love it. Because I see ideas in the future, maybe black is going to be able to get a knight to f4. This bishop on c2 is specifically set up against that. For example, if you do something like knight f4, take, e5 will come. I'm going to open this bishop up. Rook to h4 is going to come. Everything is aimed at your king. You're just simply not going to be able to survive this one. And this is a vicious attack that's coming your way. So bishop to c2, it's a very nice controlling move. First of all, the bishop on a4, you just played c6.
Right. It's
not doing anything anymore on that diagonal. I might as well try to improve it with bishop to c2. I really like this move. Rook to g2, I'm in no hurry. And this move, bishop to c2, also tells me that he sort of understands what he needs to do in this position, and that is to dislocate this knight from g6 via h4, h5. And he's setting up against knight to f4, against the jump with a knight to f4. So he knows what he's doing. He doesn't have as much time, but it doesn't matter. The position plays itself at this point. For white, it is black who is having a much more difficult time because you simply don't know which piece to touch right now. Like, do you actually want to go rook g8, knight f8, knight g f8? That looks tremendously passive. You're looking for counterplay, and it just simply does not exist in the position.
Right, and you were saying another game that you thought...
And perhaps before we move to the other game, maybe we have that graphic that we've looked at the beginning of the show, just to show how strong Leinier is. And he's been entering this tournament on a 42-game unbeaten streak at the US Championships. Right now, he's sitting at 44 after a miracle yesterday against Shankland. He escaped by miracle. Will he be able to pull off another miracle in today's round? Because his position, I wouldn't call it hopeless yet, but it's not looking great.
How does the song go? I believe in miracles.
I mean, hopeless is something that was yesterday, right? And he managed to get out of that.
Going through the open section.
And this was the second one that I wanted to show you, but not as much happened. Ray Robson still trying to ponder his next move after queen f5. It's a tough decision. It's not an easy decision. It's an impossible decision at its core because you're lost. You know that you're lost. Are you going to accept the lost endgame, or are you going to try to find some sort of counter chances by keeping the queens on the board? But if you keep the queens on the board, first of all, how do you do that? You cannot put the queen on the e file, because bishop takes c5 is going to come, and that's going to be deadly. If you go to d2, now I think I'm going to take on f3. Finally, I think I'm going to take on f3, take on h3, and again, the question remains, how do you stop me from bringing this knight to h5? It's looking really good for Fabiano. Both of these players know it. Very difficult situation for Ray Robson right now. He knows it. 9 minutes on the clock. Will he be able to fight back in this one?
During the break, we're very fortunate to have on set Darush. Darush and I, we looked at each other and we say, how can you allow rook takes f3? So if you don't mind me asking, I agree with you. Queen f5 is a very strong move by Fabiano, but, the gods of blitz, and we all love blitz chess, have told us that whenever we get this opportunity to play rook takes f3, g takes f3, queen takes h3, go for it. We didn't see the defense. What was the defense? Rook b3?
Maybe rook b3. Maybe we can see it on your board. Just
rook to b3, so
keep
knight...
an eye at the players as well.
Oh, sorry, rook to b3, knight f5, and the idea for us is very clear. We want to go knight h4, queen g2, checkmate.
No, I go queen e4.
Queen e. So that was why in the game, in the position you just told us,
the queen on c2 is just much better placed, yes.
Is, with the queen on d2, you don't have this move. Queen e4 is your saving grace.
The idea being that now with the knight on f5, the rook on e8 is not protected.
Gotcha.
I think, I'm not sure about that, but perhaps even queen to g4. By the way, queen takes f5 has played. has been played.
And that was why we saw the move Queen F5. Quickly going through the games again, Christopher Yu, Grigoriy have already made a draw. And I wanted to go to Levon Aronian. And I'm being told that our birthday girl made a draw, a repetition with that Queen D8 move. When we left this game, and that was a game between Levon Aronian and Awonder, we left it around these parts. Remember D5, E5, C5, Knight E2, and the root move Rook C8, new move. And it's all about, this bishop, right? If we can ever get the opportunity as black to play D5, D4.
That's a dream come true for that bishop.
We will be... Knight F4. Did you see that move coming?
No.
I didn't see that move coming.
White is happy, I guess, if
Wow.
the pawn structure is destroyed, because G file is going to be open. The bishop on B1 can be doing something there. Or you are just putting pressure on D5. Maybe there's everything what's happening is in the center. I was looking a little bit on the king side, because it's opening up some opportunity, especially when we can get inspired from the game of Hans Niemann right now, playing with Leinier Dominguez.
I remember the book, How to Beat Bobby Fischer, and one of the things in that book was that Bobby really focused on what he was doing, and he oftentimes didn't pay enough attention how to beat Bobby Fischer. And in this particular case, I'm saying Levon, is very self-centered, looking at what he's doing, and he's thinking to himself, I'm a genius, look at this great play. I like black's position. I'm like, wait a minute, that king on H1, there's double pawns, the half-open G-file, who's attacking whom? Why?
Yeah, Rook C4, that's what I was actually just considering. It's inviting the bishop to capture. Wow, we see even 2 exclamation points there.
Right. Do me a solid favor. I remember as we started the conversation, it was all about, if that bishop could, open up, there's no way you're taking, Levon.
No way.
No way. Okay. So how do we go about equalizing?
So I can capture the pawn on D4?
Exactly. Let's take a look at that, because that's a lot more intriguing than anything else.
By the way, just afterwards, if we can go to Carissa Yip game, because it's interesting things are happening there.
Everywhere things are happening that are very, very, and Begum is about to win. Rook takes D4. There's got to be a lovely follow-up here. G5 is probably ridiculous. F6 is F6 ridiculous?
And how many pawns are you going to give me, Yasser?
Well, I'm trying to blast open that king on... I'm just so alert. Queen F5 is not... Well, at a certain moment, this rook is... Okay. There's got to be...
but positionally, this move, Rook C4, I mean, now even with that green 2 exclamation points, it's so strategically nice.
Exactly. I'm looking forward... I'm going to pause because too much action is going on elsewhere. If you don't mind, I'm going to go to the Carissa game. I like what Awonder has done thus far. How is he going to continue? Well, in the words of the immortal words of Cristian, only time will tell. Only time will tell. Where are you, Carissa? Yes, of course she would be at the very top, wouldn't she? Okay, we left it right here. She had gotten her bishop to F2. She had played the move H2, H3. Knight to C4. Queen
and now,
to B4.
Wait for this. B5.
Coach? Maybe she had to do it.
Don't look at me. Right? Don't look at me, Yasser. No.
Look, these are collegians playing against... Now we take...
Not my students.
Not my students. Queen takes D5. Okay, so Carissa can capture and capture. She can... Which one should we start with? Should we start with the rook?
Which one do you capture? Yes.
I just would not want to see the move E7,
take,
E5.
Take on E7.
Yeah, so I would be the one capturing here.
Okay, I capture on F4. Because the more captures there are, the more open it is for my two bishops.
now
So
I go
unless you checkmate me...
Isn't 96 just finishing the job on the spot?
I'm threatening mate on c7. You can't take with the bishop, because that will be mate. I am threatening the bishop.
I'm threatening everything. I'm threatening your rook, I'm threatening your bishop, I'm threatening checkmate. You pick your poison.
Details.
Okay, then let's just wait. Let's develop our rook. Rook h d8.
Rook h e8.
E8.
Yes,
yeah.
okay.
96.
Knight e6.
So you do it anyway?
I'll do the same thing.
This is brutal.
I'll do the same thing.
Yeah. I think that's a really good
Oh, wow. That's
threat.
a really strong move.
Yes.
So I have to go on a defensive with something like...
Wow.
This is a very bad position.
Exactly.
There's no way there's any good moves right now. Maybe you can try take on g2.
No, I'm a pawn grabber, but I'm really...
I mean, what else? I don't know. At least you're creating a threat. Rook takes e7 on the board.
Rook takes e7 on the board, yes.
And by the way, Jenny for you has only 9 minutes.
Yeah. To be honest, at this point, I can just simply go rook e1.
And she still has 18 moves to make.
Rook c1
That's
to
a
go
lot of
c4.
Rook to
You
e1.
cannot touch that bishop on f2. There's
no,
no way
because then queen takes a6 check.
that should be finishing
the job, yeah. Wow. Okay, but for Carissa,
I think she's just
should she go 3-0? I mean, bye-bye.
Jennifer is busted.
Wow.
But not only that, the result obviously are amazing, but the way she wins her games.
Yes.
She doesn't have many problems.
It feels one-sided and it feels smooth.
Yes. That's the mark of a really strong player, a player that's head and shoulders above the competition. Yeah. And it seems like Carissa is that player in this tournament.
Okay, guys, I'm going to try one more thing. I'm going to go the other rook. Rook d-e8, actually.
Okay. Well, it's 3
now
times the charm.
I'm getting ready
Let's
for
try
your...
it again.
Okay, I'll take a pawn. This time you can't play queen b7 because d7 is hanging. So you'll have to move your king.
So king d8.
This is
kind of scary.
Right?
You should be brave.
You should. This has to be over.
I've got to check
in so many ways
over here. So
no, just take on d7.
No, that's
take on d7.
Yes.
Dang.
Okay,
is it that
takes.
simple?
Queen a7.
It might be simple.
What is king c8?
Thank you. Good grief.
Maybe it's not that simple. Okay. I've gotten too ambitious.
Well, you've gotten too free.
Right. I'll not give you my rook. I will not give you my rook.
I didn't think it was necessary. If I take on e8, by the way, you are recapturing.
Wait,
Oh,
guys. So, queen to b6, you're taking my rook. You actually want to take that rook with the king, right?
Yes.
Because then I'm
and run for the hills. Get on your jogging shoes and let's run. Yes.
So my idea is, if I survive, even while losing some pawns,
you're not surviving.
Like my two bishops are going to be strong.
No, nobody believes you. Yes. Nobody believes you. Sorry.
Bet Larson, the ghost of Bet Larson. Nobody. You started if I survive.
It's a beautiful story, but it's not going to happen.
We're going to put this one on hold. Nobody believes us, but Nasi has made a draw. Again, I want to go to Tatev's games once again for Atousa. You liked the two bishops. I liked what Atousa was doing. Well, one of the things that Tatev said, with the two bishops, normally speaking, you're ready to head into the ending. Queen g4 landed on the board.
Because she might be worried about that queen being too active there, especially with your knight, as you suggested, Yasser, jumping to the center.
Sure, but there was also a moment of bishop takes d6, rook e7. So getting the queen out of the potential of that attack makes a lot of sense. Queen
and
g4.
when there is no attack, I have time maybe to activate the rook on a5, which is a little bit awkward.
For sure.
Far.
All right, and then Megan,
Oh,
she was...
That's not good there.
This is completely winning now, Begum. And the time factor even makes it even more decisive. Cristian, take over for us here?
Well, maybe we can see the bird's eye view of some of the key games. Maybe we can go to Hans versus Leinier and see exactly what's happening in that one. Perhaps we can see the players as well, and then we'll get to the analysis.
This, of course, is
look at this
Hans.
one. I mean, just look at the position. Look at the position.
And you see, he
C4,
did
C5.
go with the bishop to d8. I understood the idea of c6.
Yes. Yes. Also, the idea was that you don't actually have any
We didn't have any moves.
You don't have any moves. You need to do something.
And we see that Hans Niemann, he played that rook g2 to guard also the pawn on f2.
Yeah, but now that the bishop has gone away, he's now played the move c4, c5. That bishop on c2, the potential of this bishop is magnified.
C5, and now we're expecting finally h4.
H4, holy smokes. And he did play H4 right away. You know, it's funny, in this position, I thought the idea behind C5 was to put the bishop on B3 and to preface the move bishop B3 with the move A4. So I was thinking A4, bishop B3, aren't I so clever? Look at my beautiful chess knowledge and understanding. And of course, instead of A4, commentators goes all the way across. And on the other side of the board, he wants to chase away the knight on g6.
I mean, it's straightforward. We push the pawn, we grab that pawn on g7.
All right, go ahead and kill me. Rook to g8.
Let's go h5.
h5. Let's go. No grabbing the pawn on g7.
All right, let's go knight h4, knight f5.
Knight h4 looks good as you're eyeballing the square. Now, you've given me something to look forward to. That something is the fact that I've won a pawn.
I see some smother mates there.
Smothered mate? You mean rook g6?
Yeah, I can't do that right now. The knight is hanging.
Yeah, but I hear you, right? Oops, sorry.
So let's go knight f5.
Okay.
By the way, I noticed it only now and for the first time. Usually as a kind of a last defensive measure, sometimes you do look at queen sacrifices, you get rid of an attacking rook, an attacking knight, and then you try to survive. In this case, I don't believe it, but I see for the first time that I do have, you know, a parachute there. Okay, knight e6, knight f5?
F5.
Okay, let's, ooh, no. This is not what I want. This allows you to open up your bishop.
Take that knight and then push e5.
Exactly, opening up the bishop. The one thing I absolutely did not want to do.
I almost trapped your queen.
Yeah, but no, I cannot, I will not, I shall not play knight to f4. But you know, I'm looking at this position, I don't really, how do I breathe? What move can I possibly play? Okay, I'm closed my eyes. How do you destroy me? b5. Dreaming of c4, dreaming of rook a7, rook d7. Go ahead, Kate. Put me out of my misery.
I'm looking at options, something like bishop h6, but maybe it looks good, but doesn't promise anything.
Bishop h6.
Yes, because you cannot capture it, and I'm putting more pressure on the g7 pawn.
How many times are you hitting that pawn?
4 times. But you are still defending it 4 times.
That's a good thing, right?
That's a good thing. It's a very good thing for you.
Probably I have to move my bishop in order to threaten to capture the bishop. I don't know. One of the things, you mentioned it just a second ago, and you said, I'm almost capturing your queen. And when you said that, it occurred to me that the move rook g3 to f3 might shift my queen. And where is my queen going, right? And I didn't want to play knight f4. I agree. This looks like a marvelous attacking
But still, White has to figure out how to actually checkmate the king. It looks beautiful, and these positions are sometimes difficult, but it looks beautiful, but you don't find the winning move.
Exactly. Mishra versus Sam Sevian. Sam Sevian is entering this round 3 in a very nice, exalted position. He is tied for first with none other than Wesley So. However, Mishra is enjoying an extra pawn. And the last few moves has shown that it's not so easy to realize that pawn advantage, but definitely he is for choice. Sam Shankland versus Wesley So. Wouldn't you know it? Sam Shankland just wrote a book on rook endings.
And I think last year he had like 4 endgames, very beautiful one, very specific moves that were either missed or played.
Right.
So now he's going back to that.
And again, Wesley So comes into this round tied with Sam Sevian for first. Just a quick question about this technical ending. How does the engine evaluate this one? I mean, obviously it's either a dead win or...
Exactly. So the engine doesn't really matter because we don't have table base.
Right.
With so many pieces on the board. The engine will say it's slightly better, as you can see on the bar.
Only slightly better.
0.4, 0.5. It's a technical draw.
Right.
And in fact, it's much easier as you shift the extra pawn towards the queen side. If the pawn is closer to the center, then it becomes a bit more tricky.
Like
for the defensive side.
Past C,
yes.
C pawn versus...
If you take that pawn from B2 and put it to E2, that's a much more difficult defense than this one, as we've seen even in the Wesley So with the black pieces, actually with the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And then Jan Nepomniachtchi against Ding Liren.
Yes.
Exactly. A very similar endgame to this one. Not the exact same one, but very similar to this one. So with the pawn on B2, at some point you will need to play the move B4. My rook on D2 is perfectly placed, and then I will just swing the rook behind the pawn. This is a technical draw. Sam knows it, but as Katerina mentioned, he did write a book on rook endgames. So he might as well try. Why not?
Exactly.
Sell some copies.
And tell us about which position I think it was the Ray Robson position I thought you had.
I was looking at pretty much all of them, but I just want to mention this Levon Aronian versus Awonder Liang. Awonder already defeated Levon. Was it also with the black pieces a couple of years ago? It was an incredible, devastating defeat that he inflicted on Levon. He might have been with the white pieces. Nevertheless, it seems like Awonder is a very difficult opponent for Levon. And right now he's close to losing after bishop to b1. Much worse, at least. Yes, rook to c4 was an absolutely brilliant move, of course. It got the 2 exclamation marks, brilliancy. Bishop to b1, rook to g6, much better. Rook e6 with the same idea to go rook e6, take control over the c file, but I do like the move rook to g6. You want to exchange some of the defenders next to the white king, so rook to g6 definitely makes a lot of sense. Again, you're sort of stuck with this rook on d3. You would love to be able to put this bishop on d3 and take the rook down to d1. The problem is whenever you go rook to d1, I have ideas of d3 in this position. I can start with rook takes g1, but d3 is very strong as well.
Now rook f4.
Opening up for rook takes f4, but also opening up for d4. And once this bishop gets active, you're in big trouble. So this one is looking really good for Awonder. And perhaps his decision to make a quick draw yesterday saved some energy with the white pieces against Hans. Right now it's paying off because Levon had a very difficult game against Fabiano.
Yes,
and
he
right
did.
now it seems like he's losing a bit of steam. His decisions are not as crisp. Awonder is looking good.
Right.
And Cristian, can you look at the game of Carissa Yip with Jennifer Yu, because there was some kind of quick sacrifice or maybe exchange?
Yeah, I wouldn't say as much has changed in terms of assessment. Rook takes c7, queen to b7. Maybe you had better options, but queen to c3 is very powerful as well. Begim has won her game, just to interrupt you for a second. Very nice game by Begim with the standard variation of the modern.
We learned something today.
Whatever that means. The standard modern. Okay.
Something tells me that chess authors are not anxious to say winning with the standard.
They're running out of ideas. Yes. That's an important bounce back victory for Begim after a difficult loss against Atousa yesterday.
Right.
And she's back on track.
You know, it was funny, just before you got waylaid there, that game of Awonder against Levon Aronian. I really love the idea of rook e6, followed by, rook e6 followed by rook to g6. There's something very satisfying about, white damaging the pawn structure, having the half-open g-file, and then you're challenging the half-open g-file with the rook. Strangely enough, none of that happened, because after bishop b1, it's like Awonder moved the rook. You could have played rook on e8 to c8.
Right.
Right? But now you purposely put
Some
the rook...
mind games, like playing, maybe I want to do this, and then I go back.
Right, so rook on e6 to c6. Awonder still eyeballing a rook c1 idea, and now we do have rook to d3. A moment ago, Cristian was saying to us, you would love as white to be able to put the bishop on d3, blockade the two pawns, but it was that move d4, d3, menacing both d5, d4, as well as rook takes f4, that didn't allow you to do it. And Awonder, as we see on our Hobbit cam there, you get a bird's eye view, well, not a bird's eye view, but you're getting a point of view of the players. There's Awonder on the top of the screen.
But
He's looking at d3.
We will see this d3 move.
Oh, I mean, wild horses couldn't stop me. Like that bishop on b7. You can hear it crying, and it's saying, Coach, get me into the game.
Right.
Cristian, if I can ask you, what is the engine's evaluation for Awonder should he essay d4, d3?
It's good for Awonder. It's good for Awonder. I think it's minus 1.5 around that. And the best, yes, and the best path forward
would
is,
be?
in fact, f5.
f5?
Yes.
Of course. What?
Yes.
f5.
f5 is the best move right now. Try to get your own counter chance.
So in case of the crazy d4?
d3 on the board.
You know it. It was a coming.
And Levon needs to make his decisions very quickly because he has 5 minutes left on his clock against 17 minutes.
Ooh.
f5, d4. Perhaps now that
Can we do
I can
f6?
take on d3.
Well, this was a...
I was thinking about taking on d3 and going bishop to e4.
f6.
Just to get my bishop on e4.
Could I be crazy?
Oh, you can definitely do that. That's why I don't want to allow you to do this. Yeah, that's looking good. That's looking good.
How crazy is this? Check this out. Now, I mean, most people would play bishop takes d1, but future historians might look at rook c2 and say, wow, Yasser,
nice
you were really a tactical.
That's a very nice move.
Oh my goodness. What do we have? What do we have?
Where is Levon?
Where is Levon?
Levon has 4 minutes and 50 seconds, and he's not at the board.
And when nature calls, there's not much you can do.
Okay, let's try to analyze this one. Okay, you're Levon. You have 4 minutes on the clock. What do you do? Here he comes.
He knew d3 was coming, by the way. Oops.
Can I do something like rook g4? No, then I'm allowing rook c1.
Rook g4.
Rook g4. f5 on the board.
Look at him go. I was about to say, crazily enough, just think about it for just a second. Queen takes g4.
Okay.
F takes g4.
I'm a little worried.
Rook c1. You start to...
yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
Maybe we can show that.
Yeah, that starts to get a little problematic, right? Like, what?
Levon is going somewhere. I don't know where he's going.
But he's played f5. F5 was his choice.
Yes. Maybe he's making himself a T or something like that.
T.
I know.
Well, you got to just get that. You got to get that right dollop of honey tea mixture, and you don't want to blow it.
But with less than 5 minutes on the clock and the black bishop on b7, rook on the file, it's just very difficult to be defending such a position.
It really is hard. Now, for me, the move again, d4 is very, very attractive. Do you have an alternative to d4? Do you like rook c2? Do you like...
Let's try rook c2.
You like rook c2?
Let's try it. I mean, it looks very compelling.
I'm not taking the rook because I'm a little bit worried about, I'm worried about everything, but queen g3? Can I at least do a tickle myself? Queen takes g7. By the way, I see now for the first time, I'm getting that Swiss cross They don't like the engine didn't like F5, Kate.
I thought Cristian suggested it as a good move.
Hey, very untrustworthy, you know.
No,
our colleague, you know.
Forget about that cross. No, don't worry about the cross. Don't trust the engine, trust Cristian.
Oh, boy. Not without a USDA stamp of approval, I tell you. F5,
okay,
hold
so
on.
Queen G3, I go Queen G5.
Yeah, I agree, but hold on. Look, we've got to look at D4.
Yeah, I like this D4, immediately opening up the bishop.
I mean, come on. Okay.
I see what you want.
Well,
but what was your idea after bishop takes D3?
Well, there was this F6,
no, I
takes
understand this
D3.
one. Yes, this is nice.
The next one was that in case you capture,
yes,
right?
Yes. What do you do now? So I want to put the bishop on E4. It's not as
of course,
much as I want to take the pawn. I just want to put the bishop on E4 to counter that bishop on B7.
Okay, hold on. So sorry, I'm just doing something. Let me just get this out of my system.
Okay.
So I can just visualize what's going on, right?
Yes.
So I've got a rook, then you've got check, but I'm an exchange down.
Yeah, and then there is F6 coming and checkmate on G7.
And we don't like it.
Too much.
So we're going to, instead of D3, we're going to start, in that case, we do start with rook C2. We do go Queen G3, and then we do like Cristian's move, Queen G5.
Well, the thing is, that rook on C2 is untouchable.
Yeah, and it's a thorn in the throat.
If you take it,
we don't even
C2.
This is a dream.
Stop the promotion with rook C1, and then I just simply push.
Yeah,
right.
it's a dream.
This is horrible. But what if I capture the queen first and then just take the pawn on D3? So you go there, I capture the queen, pretend like everything is okay, yeah. I get a pawn.
But now I go rook takes B2.
We get a pawn.
D4 is still coming. You're not getting out of that. D4 is coming.
And there's a
with
rook
queens
H6.
or without the queens on the board.
I mean, you need to be able to play bishop E4, Katja. You need to be able to play
But I have check on the 8th rank with F6 opening my bishop.
So how do you do it?
Nothing.
How do you do it?
So the
I
problem
mean, you have rook
is
H6. That's a problem.
That, this...
No. I want to be much more aggressive.
Oh, sorry.
I want to go rook C2.
Huh? What?
Yes.
Rook on H6 was also very aggressive.
That's actually true.
Much more aggressive.
That is actually very true. I think you're very much, yes.
But you do stop me from blundering bishop E4.
You're right on this one.
So we think rook C2, Queen G3, Queen G5. And Queen G5 is not the only move either, is it?
Could we take the pulse of the Hans game as well? Perhaps.
Please, let us do it. We think Awonder is doing wonderfully well. And we're going to go to the Hans game for a moment because guess what? There's a sighting. There's a missing G7 pawn in the position.
He's breaking through right
After
now.
H4, we had expected
Rook G8, right? Defend that pawn?
He said, no, I can live without it. Wow. I'm kind of stunned by that decision, to give up the G7 pawn. Okay, equal material, 2 bishops for white, great attack.
Right.
This is just everything. I mean...
And when you look at the knight on E7, it cannot go anywhere. I mean, it's doing a good job defending that rook on G8, but other than that, it's...
It's like Ray Robson's knight on F3. It has no active squares. Contrarily, white's knight on F3 is ready to jump, whether it be to G4 or even... You start to think about ideas of knight takes E5 in order to open up this bishop. B7, B5, so Hans is doing very well. Where else, Kate? I know we're coming to our time trouble. Where do you see issues? Sam Shankland, we already know about.
I thought
Levon,
maybe
know about?
we can go to the women's section.
Let's do
there
it.
is something else interesting because
Begum has won.
Yeah, Begum has won. Maybe Talia Cervantes against Rose Atwell.
Okay, sorry, I have to go with Carissa's.
Right, so let's take a look.
Yeah, if you don't mind. When we left it, we saw Carissa.
She did this really nice rook takes d7. So you cannot capture with the rook. You had to capture with the queen, because if you capture with the rook, there is that sneaky knight c6 and capturing that rook, attacking the bishop.
Exactly. And
this looks like it's just a trade, right? But the white pieces are just way more active.
absolutely. Yeah, this is really, really well, it's time to bring the rook into
Right.
play.
Rook
right?
d1, rook d3, rook c3.
That arrow was supposed to be, I was following you with rook to d3. Yeah, this looks like, and although the clock times should not be a factor, it doesn't help that Jennifer has a little time on her clock.
Yeah, material is equal, but the position is not. Black's pawns are just so disconnected.
Totally. So we think Carissa is well on her way to a 3-0 start. Anna Zatansky versus Irina Krush. Both players have reasons to be happy. Lots of good-looking knights. This knight on d3 covers the pawn on b2, which is a very useful pawn. Doubled rooks against the a. Knight on e5.
That can be pushed with f6,
F7,
right? In the
F6.
future, maybe not right now. We don't want to be weakening the pawns,
Right.
but the potential
We're
is
going to
there.
call it balance. Maybe it's not. Rose Atwell, as on the black side of Queen's Gambit accepted. And last move was Queen back to c7.
We should move back to the open section.
Sure.
Ray just made his last move with 2 seconds on his clock.
Oh,
Whoa,
wow.
whoa, 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 whoa.
So perhaps we should
Take a look.
check what's happening on that
I mean,
one.
it's not like super unusual for Ray to do this,
No, we've
but
seen
it
him do
signals
it.
something about the game.
The problem is
That his position is terrible.
also hopeless, or at least it looks like so.
After Queen f5, let's just catch up with the players. There were some trades, but Fabi got the better of all of these trades. I'm looking at Ray's pawn structure, by the way. World champion Jose Raul Capablanca taught us about pawn islands. The more pawn islands you have, the worse your game. Ray's got 4 pawn islands. Fabi's got 2.
And we have the good knight, bad bishop endgame,
That
right?
was what I was about to emphasize. We do have, so this is a strategically won.
Let's maybe
position.
show some ideas in the position. King f7, perhaps,
Yes,
right?
King f7 is a move I would just wholly embrace.
Let's say King g2.
King g2, let's say King...
Continue with King e6.
King e6.
Let's say Bishop f8.
Okay, Bishop f8. Here I
Now you
pause
can
for a
even
second.
go Knight f4, actually.
Knight f4 check is definitely on my agenda. Another move I really like is that this rook is trapped.
Yes.
You know,
But you're not threatening anything immediately,
knight takes
right?
b4. Oh, no, I'm not threatening
not a
knight
threat,
takes
no.
b4.
Because there's rook takes c4 and the knight will be hanging because the bishop.
That's true.
I think Knight f4 just is
I guess.
I like king f5. Just, I mean, there's a highway for the king to go to get that pawn. But just go. King
Highway.
e4.
AC/DC. We love this.
Yeah.
We love this. I mean, it's play on one goal. Bravo,
There's too many
Fabi.
ways to win this one. I have a feeling after King f7, King e6, once they reach the time controls, and I think they will reach it.
Mm-hmm.
And
This
black,
one
of
is
course,
going to
can
be very
capture that rook, right? Trade the rooks and then just go to that endgame as well.
And once again, Ray in his habitual time trouble.
2 seconds on his clock. Rook to c4, okay.
Did I mention that Fabi's really good?
No.
I mean,
He's my neighbor. I'm trying.
And we
I'm
saw
trying
the
to get an
head-to-head,
edge.
right?
Yeah, right.
Graphics here that Fabi is really enjoying. Great advantage.
Absolutely.
I truly don't like this move, rook to c4.
You don't? I love it.
I don't like it because it feels like you're giving me an extra tempo to just go king f1. Like, again, I don't see the
Okay,
threat.
Ray has 5 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
He went
and
king
g2.
G2. And again, this direct king f7,
f7.
king e6. At a certain moment, I am going to be playing rook takes b4.
Right.
So I'm going to go king e6 with the tempo. King d7, I will protect the pawn on c6. And I will either win the d4 pawn or the b4, or both.
So king f3, what do you
But I thought I'm just going to improve the king and then trade the rooks.
Let's say I go king.
Bishop f8.
And let's say I go king d7.
And if I go king
Okay,
e4,
I like that.
king f3 is on the board.
King e4, I take a pawn. Munch.
I think we should switch. I know it's late, but Hans is just about to win his first game at the 2024 US Chess Championships. Leinier, there's absolutely no miracle happening for him in today's round, and the streak will be over. After this final move, double exclam mark, rook to e8. Look at that
Wow,
beauty.
what a beautiful move.
Look at that beauty right there.
Check, check.
And rook d8.
Oof.
So I'm inviting the queen to go away, then I'm going to have check on f8, capture the bishop, and checkmate.
Yes. Queen takes e8, queen to f5 check, and then pick up the bishop no matter where you go. And that's resignation. Hans delivers his first victory against Leinier and stops his unbeaten streak.
At 44, Joel Benjamin and Leinier will share the jersey number 44.
Very beautiful game, illustrative, how to launch an attack on the king side.
He built it up very, very, very nicely, yes. Hans did. Leinier just didn't feel like he had a good understanding of the position. And after he gave up the bishop on c4, he never really crossed the equator.
By the way, we have another result. I see
Please.
Anna Zatonsky made a draw against Irina Krush, 3 times repetition.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that, but there are more. I just wanted to check in with Sam Sevian. Okay, that still feels pretty balanced. Sam Shankland, Wesley So. Again, not much going on there, but Levon and
That is
Awonder.
an interesting game. Let's see.
Okay, he did play, when we left at d3, he did play f5, rook f4. Okay, well, that looks pretty straightforward. We want to capture a pawn, and bishop takes d3, and this is our, are we up to date with the players? I think so.
I think so, yes.
And the times?
I was actually surprised. I was thinking maybe rook g3 to defend that pawn, but the time is, so Levon has less than 2 minutes, and Awonder has 7.5.
Oh dear, oh dear. And I think Cristian was telling us that in their history, Levon has not matched up well with Awonder. Okay.
So what happens if I capture that pawn?
Excellent. I find myself asking myself that question as well. Takes.
My plan is simple, right? d4, move both of the rooks and try to checkmate.
Exactly. It is a simple plan. I'm looking at this king on h1. I see that bishop on b7 is about to burn a projectile right down the diagonal. So I kind of want to make room for my king. Not that I want to enter an ending a pawn down, but okay, I got to play rook g3.
So let's go rook f2.
I was hoping you were going to trade my... don't unnecessarily trade great attackers for defenders. Rook g2. Again, I'm seeking...
Okay, but I can play the d4 now.
We do have queen f3. Awonder is going into this better ending. How much better is it? Yeah, that's a good question for you. Oh, by the way, f7, f6. No rook g3. Levon. Wow.
Oh, I understand this move, because maybe after g6,
yeah.
Let's just take a look. Can I sacrifice my bishop? Bishop takes g6.
Let's take a c. Let's have a c.
Pawn takes. Rook takes.
Let's say king f8. Yeah.
And now the other rook to g1.
The other rook to g1. Okay, so...
But it looks very risky. But
very, very, very... But at the moment, this bishop we haven't uncovered the diagonal, right?
Plus, if you go something like rook c2, I'm going to get that bishop through a skewer.
Exactly. So is it checkmate? Maybe it is. I don't know. I was trying to run.
Let's keep going. Rook to g8.
Rook to g8.
The other rook to g7.
Yeah, I'm getting on my running shoes.
And if I go rook e7 and f7, I'm really close to promotion. Do I get checkmated in the meantime? And I don't see the checkmate, right?
Well, I always have at least a draw, but I do think you get checkmated.
Wait, where's the draw?
Oh, no. I wanted to play rook c1 check and bishop h3 mate.
So what if I go f8? Yeah, f8 is not possible right now.
Well, let's have a rook. If I put a queen, everybody says, yeah, well, a queen. And here I was hoping for king g2, bishop h3. I don't think the piece sacrifice works, but he's played g5, by the way. Just in case the piece sacrifice did work, he said, I'm not going to give you that opportunity. I'll play g5.
I like and Levon immediately responds with rook e1, which is a mistake based on the computer.
Wow.
If we trust him, because we need to ask Cristian first, right?
I would not trust you. No.
I will. Okay, let's go. d4.
d4, bishop e4, I guess, is the idea.
e3. I guess you can play king g1. You certainly do not want to allow rook e4. That would
you can take on e3 and take on c6. I think this should be fine, right?
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. You can take on. Okay.
Here I can first capture the rook on e3.
Gotcha. I lost all the majors. d4. Okay. So d4, maybe not allowing bishop e4 would be advisable.
But we can start with rook f2.
I like that. In fact,
targeting a pawn on b2. That's a good thing.
You had me at targeting a pawn, but yes, that looks very, very, very nice. Rook to b2, rook to f2, threatening rook to b2, and times of these two players, Levon, I know he was underneath
3 minutes.
1.
Yeah, 3 minutes, and Awonder Liang 4 minutes.
For how many moves?
That's a good question. By the way, we see a result.
And it looks like Carissa
won another game, 3 out of 3.
Zip.
What a start.
Wow. I remember her interview with Anastasiya after she won too. It's nice to get a few wins on the, to start the event.
By the way, to answer your question,
yes.
Rook G1 is move 39.
Rook G, in the Levon Awonder game. Rook G, move 39. So just a move for 2 moves for Awonder. I'm thinking Rook F2 is really a great move. And, your pawn up, and
Rook F2 is
on the board. It's on the board. Your pawn up, and I'm not going to say it's smooth sailing. You still have maybe a few issues with the king, but as soon as you start to involve these pieces on is Rook C4 a threat?
Maybe for the future.
No.
Not right now.
Not right now, because the king can always go to F1 later on.
Is it really? Okay, so let's say I go B4. And let's say I play Rook C4.
Okay, I capture.
I capture. And this is what you're saying. Your king can always go to F1, yeah?
Yes.
Good point. I mean...
Plus I have even like Rook D8 check now.
Yeah.
And then go to D7 where I'm targeting your bishop and the pawn on F7, which is super important.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Nice. Okay. So... Levon needs 1 move to make the time control, and Awonder needs 2 moves. We think that Sam Shankland, Wesley So is going to end in a draw. We think Mishra versus Sam Sevian is going to end in a draw. If those games are drawn, we're going to have a 3-way tie for first, because Hans is going to join the 2 leaders at the +1 score. Anybody else? And maybe Fabi, of course.
Yeah, Fabi is
Fabi seems to
looking
be doing
very
quite
good.
well.
He just captured a pawn. Maybe we can look at that game.
Okay, when we left it, he had played the move rook c4, just right down that path that we were expecting. It all went just as we prescribed, rook takes b4.
Well, I think it's important to point out that after rook to b4, with the king on e4, rook takes d5 is not possible.
Yeah, it would
He
be,
was waiting to get that king to e4.
Yeah, so that rook takes d5, you would love after the recapture to take. These players may have a repetition, and the draw has been agreed. For Abhi, that's his third draw in a row. For Sam,
I think Sam is happy because he was a pawn down in this endgame, right?
Exactly. And to quote Meatloaf, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. But in the game of Fabi, rook to c1 was played by Ray, rook to b3, rook to g1. I feel very strongly it's a winning position. You probably feel the same, but if I forced you to give a numerical number for Fabi.
I think Fabi is really strong in these positions.
+3, +2.
Oh, like this. I have no idea.
No idea?
No.
I would go +4, +5, something like that.
+4, +5.
Yes, I think after rook takes h3, that b pawn is just like storming down the board.
Well, the
knight is doing an amazing job on d5. He's guarding the pawn on f6, so everything is
precise.
Well, the last move, rook takes g6, has walked into king f7. Help me out. What am I missing?
Oh, that's even easier.
Yeah,
king
I
f7?
think that's just.
Fabi is about to ask a salient question.
By the way, rook takes g6 was move 41. Sometimes we also make mistakes. The minute we get out of the...
Well, the thing is, f5 is a checkmating threat.
Oh,
You
dear.
do have to defend against
Oh, so there's no...
I mean, it's even worse.
There's no other way to defend.
So numerical value, I think it's like +11.
Infinity.
I mean, -11.
Infinity, yeah. So Fabi just making sure there isn't a checkmate on the board that king f7, you were about to say rook h3.
King f7 just wins.
Yeah, but rook h3, by the way, just kind of keeps the king in this horrible,
Both of them most likely are very easily winning.
Yeah.
But king f7 just, I think, forces resignation.
For Ray, a disastrous start. A disastrous start. Drawn first round, everybody drew. Yesterday, wow, I mean, Sevian just played a great game.
Right.
I mean, a really good game. Today, you got to tip your hat to Fabi. He just played a really good game. And Ray will go down, be -2.
But I think Ray had a similar start last year, and then he had a few wins in a row.
Okay.
So
Well,
we will see how that goes. And then handshake.
I
Yeah,
mean,
king f7, just game over.
I understand the Swiss gambit, but the round robin gambit, no, that does that. No. And Ray resigned. We caught that. We were Johnny on the spot for this one. An impressive victory.
So what is happening in the Levon's Aronian game?
We thought Awonder was doing very well. I didn't know exactly how well. Both players have just made time control. We left it with the move rook f2, king g1. Levon is saying, yeah, I recognize that my king is on a terrible diagonal. You can go ahead and have, help me, is that pawn number 2? That is pawn number 2,
Yeah, that's
right?
pawn number 2.
2 pawn advantage.
But we're probably going to give up that pawn on d5, right? No?
Maybe. Rook b2, and we're caught up with the players. Big advantage for Awonder Liang.
And I like this move rook c2, rook c3 that's coming up.
Yes. Just looking at the Hobbit cam there, Levon looks rather disconsolate. Like, what have I been
I'm not
doing,
so sure.
guys?
To be honest,
Not
rook
so
to
sure?
b2 is finally the moment where Levon gets a chance.
Where?
Rook to c1.
Rook to c1 is finally where Levon gets a chance.
I'm getting my counterplay right now. E6 is coming also, so you need to be a bit careful.
Okay, I'll fall for it. Rook to b3.
Let's go e6.
E6.
I don't know if it works,
but now I capture with the rook on a c6.
Sorry, which one?
Rook c takes e6.
It's possible, yeah.
You don't have to say.
Right there.
And if I take,
this guy's getting confused. Why?
If I take on e6?
Yes,
I take back.
Bishop g6. How do you stop me from going rook c7?
This is his dirty trick that he had prepped. This I don't think
is that such a big problem? So if I go rook f3,
rook c7.
Somehow, I don't like our bishop on this ugly
bishop
square.
h7.
Yeah.
No, bishop h7. And at least I'm getting the piece.
Well, the bishop is trapped.
That's also.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I see. So white is getting this
even though the
e6
bishop
push.
was not trapped, you were going bishop a8 at that point.
But in this position, just a second. What exactly is going on?
Well, just e7. White wants to go.
E7. Yeah, that's just the bad news. Yeah. So if I take the same idea, bishop g6, perhaps.
I think so.
Are we sure? I don't know. Again, I'm just capturing so many pawns. Yeah. Okay, I get it. Wow. And so we're going to just take a pause for a moment and turn things over to Anastasiya.
Yeah, she's having back game to talk to.
I'm here with Begim Tokhirjonova, who just won her game against Megan Lee. Congratulations, Begim. But the tournament is going like up and down. How do you feel about it? Like after yesterday's game, what was your mindset today coming into this one?
Honestly, I made some silly decisions yesterday, so I had to let it go and then try not to make it again. But I played a risky opening today, so it was fun. I just wanted to have fun, and then it went well.
You are talking about fun. I didn't feel like it was fun at all. When I was checking the computer, it was showing +2 for white at a certain point. But it's easy to say when you have the computer. But how did it feel for you when you were just looking at the board? Was it really scary?
Yeah, at some point I felt like, okay, the position is not great, but the system is not great itself. So I was like, okay, whatever. Yeah. So I just tried to get a game, honestly, today.
And you managed to do so. There was a moment, I think, where you managed to consolidate. What was the turning point, you think, in the game?
I think she just started to play very slowly instead of being aggressive. She just moved like a5 and then castle, all these like queen moves. So I felt like she gave me enough time actually consolidate and sack the pawn. So it just worked out well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, at the end you managed to turn things on your favor. Yes, and tomorrow you are going to play against Anna Totonskih, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry. I just actually wanted to ask you if you prefer to know the opponent today or you wait till the morning.
I usually just like look them up after the game. I just like, I don't know until my game ends. After the game, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I see. So now that you know, well, what are you going to do? And actually, how many hours normally you prepare to your opponents? Do you have some kind of like limit for yourself?
No, I don't have a limit. I think that was a mistake yesterday. I just over-prepared. I don't know, for some reason I was just sitting and I just didn't realize how much time I spent on my laptop. So now I'm trying to limit myself, but other than that, I think we all know each other pretty well. So it's just like, it's all about who is going to play better.
Yeah, that you mentioned now that you know each other very well. You just played for the team right now with Anna, and I wonder if you shared some openings and like what was happening.
No, it didn't happen that way, but definitely we are pretty close with the team, and I really like them all.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you so much, Begim, for your time, and go and prepare. All the best for you. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes, and we'll go back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Congratulations, Begum. Let's just take a review, a glance at what has happened in this round 3 for the ladies.
Nasi Paikidze made a draw against Alice Lee. We saw that 3-time repetition. Atousa Pourkashiyan is still playing with Tatev Abrahamian, but thinks that's going to be most likely a decisive game. Megan Lee lost to Begim Tokirjanova. Anna Zatonsky also 3-time repetition with Irina Krush, and Carissa Yip, very decisive game. She won against Jennifer Yo.
In the 2 remaining games, Atousa and Tatev, I think that Tatev's looking really good, and I think Rose is winning her position as well. How about in the men's, the open section, not the men's. Shame on me. Open section, because in the open section, that we purposely call it the open section because ladies are eligible.
They're able to qualify.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
At one time, I believe, even we had a few ladies. Irina Krush.
I think Irina Krush played.
Was in the open section as well. Yeah. Well, just summing up, we made time trouble.
So let's take a look at the open section. Sam Shankland is still playing with Wesley So. Hans Niemann.
Expecting a draw, though.
Okay. Hans Niemann, very great game. Kind of breaking the streak for Leinier Dominguez, who was having a really good games. Ray Robson lost against Fabiano Caruana. Abhimanyu Mishra drew with Sam Sevian, and Christopher Yu drew against Grigoriy Oparin.
Assuming that Wesley does make a draw, he'll be a +1. Hans Niemann at +1. Fabiano at +1. Sam Sevian at +1. Big tie for first in the open, but Carissa Yip, wow, Carissa, a
3 out of 3,
and looking really, really good. But don't go too far. We're going to be taking a break. What are we going to do on the break? Anything interesting?
I don't know. Probably not, but we'll take a short break and we will be right back.
We don't have interesting breaks. No.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhan Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back, everyone, and let's see the standings, the updated standings for round 3.
And in the ladies.
So we have Carissa Yip, absolutely great performance, 3 out of 3, clear first. Then we have a two-way tie for the second place, Irina Krush and Bekim Tokirjanova both having 2 points.
Birthday girl Alice Lee made a draw, and she stands at 50%. And in the Open, what is the current standings there?
So here we have a 3-way tie for the first place, Fabiano Caruana, Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann all having 2 points.
Awonder Liang possibly joining Wesley So if he makes a draw. He could be in the share for first place as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. But updating the games, there was a very nice, I'm going to say tactical finish. The game's not over yet. Tatev got herself into this rook and pawn ending where, wow, she just landed beautifully with this majority c4. D5, C6, and clearly black is the one ready to win the game. With this move, rook A3, I really liked what she did right here. D4, taking advantage of the pin along the third rank. Now I'm sure Atousa had it in mind that she was going to be able to play this move, rook to D4, and after that is a really nice move. I know. She doesn't want to capture and allow king to d5, but I'm sure Atousa had it in mind that she could play rook to d4 check.
And then really a crazy move is going to happen, just king c5. I'm ignoring that you can capture my rook because I have c2.
Exactly.
And you don't have a way back for your rook to stop that pawn from promoting.
Exactly. A stunning tactical sequence that ends up with a promotion, and black is winning. For Tatev, wow.
Back-to-back wins, that's a good one.
Not too shabby.
No.
And boy, that's a really nice one. Now, I also wanted to say that Rose, she is, in my opinion, completely outplayed Talia. It's one of those bishop of opposite color affairs, but time out. Let's take a look at these bishops of opposite colors. In the current position, we can see that Talia's last move has been bishop to b3. But compare the dark square bishop on d4 versus the light square bishop. I would be thinking about a move like, for example, knight c5. I just love those blockading knights.
Right, and this never-ending pressure on the pawn on f2.
Exactly.
That's going to be very uncomfortable.
And most especially, also, there's this added little weakness of the pawn on h4. So, for example, knight c5, if you were to play knight d5, yeah, I'd be thinking about that one. But I'd also be thinking about this one, queen to d8. This looks, for me, as a strategically won position for Rose. So it was very, very nice.
And we have a special interview.
All right.
Right? Anastasiya, she caught up with Hans Niemann after his game.
I'm here with Hans Niemann, who just won the game against Leinier. Dominguez. Congratulations, Hans. First of all, how does it feel to win against such a strong opponent?
Yeah, it feels great. In the last year's championship, we played in the last round, and he barely escaped. It was so I was craving a victory. So it's a very nice game. I really liked the attacking style. Okay, I didn't sacrifice any pieces, but there were moments where I could have sacrificed like 3 pawns, but she didn't go for it. So there were some invisible sacrifices, and very happy with my creativity.
Yes, today definitely it was about creativity, which started right in the opening. I really like this idea. It was G4, G5. So how did you feel about it during the game? How scared were you to go, to move pawns from your king?
Yeah, obviously, after Bishop A4, I know Bishop takes C4, D4, and there was like a game. I think it's Tatev against Atousa and like some Spanish league, and I remember it being fine. But I didn't remember knight h5. And, okay, knight h5, if you get the queen to f6 and the knight to f4, then... so I thought that it must be some concrete solution to punish the move, because if I don't really... if I let him develop and get a bind on the dark squares, then my bishop, or my light squared bishop, is just very stupid. So I felt like it was a very, let's say, to sort of keep the balance, it was a good move, good idea. And of course it was a bit touch and go, but at some point, but once I consolidated, okay, the game was just over. Because his pieces were just stuck, like the knight on h7, knight on g6 were just stuck, and the queen was also in the middle, and this bishop on c5 is just, he has to come back. Because it's kind of funny in the Italians, like you see this bishop and you think it's a good piece. But then you realize that if I can just play around it, I'm just like sort of maneuvering around the bishop. And the bishop was just, so he had to play, play c6, bishop. He had spent like 3 moves just to bring the bishop to a half decent square. So it was a very nice, I think, it looked like an attacking game, but I think in reality there were a lot more positional nuances. Of course the attack was the main thing, but there was just, like at some moment when I sacrificed the pawn with c5 to open up the position, this is a very thematic positional sacrifice.
So you feel really joy winning such kind of games, right?
Yeah, this is, well, obviously,
it seems like you're
yesterday was sort of, obviously when you play classical with black, it's a bit boring sometimes. So yesterday was, okay, my opponent forced a draw, there's nothing I can do, but this is like a favorite game I've played in a long time. I think the variations that didn't even show up in the game were even more interesting. Like at some moment my pawn on c4 is hanging, and if he takes it, then I would sacrifice the e4 pawn, and then just to open up the diagonal, and then I would sacrifice perhaps the c4 pawn. So I would sack like the e, d, and c pawns for some initiative and check. So, okay. Yeah. It was a very creative game, and it's nice. It's very rare to get such an interesting attacking game with so much imbalance against such a well-prepared opponent, right? Because
absolutely, no. Leinier is famous to be well prepared. Yes.
Yeah, so especially he plays a lot of dynamic chess, but he's more, I guess, very positional and sound. So to even get such an imbalanced position is, I guess, I'm lucky to be making up novelties at the board. I don't know if it's a novelty, but or maybe it's a known move that I just found.
We'll check it for sure. I want to ask you last question, about your first game against Fabiano. Yeah. It seemed like, I'm sure you analyzed it after, and what did you feel about it? Did you feel that you missed some chances, and how did it feel?
Yeah, he was quite provocative in the opening, and obviously there was this one moment with h4. I understood that my position was much better from the opening. Especially when he castled kingside, the structure and my pieces. I should have had some way to capitalize. Knight e5 was a bit hasty, maybe a bit nerves, because obviously h4, the only difficult thing to see after h4 is that you're trapping the queen with another knight sacrifice. So I thought knight e5 was just winning, so I made the mistake. But in general, I think I put a lot of pressure, and certainly an improvement from our past games.
For sure. Thank you so much, Hans, and looking forward for your next games in the next rounds. All the best of luck for you, and we'll come back to the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Congratulations, Hans. And for the viewers, just to explain what Hans was saying, in this position against Leinier today, it was this move knight h5 that Hans was surprised by. He said that he had seen games before where the bishop takes c4, and he was saying, you know, if I don't have a concrete solution right here, right now, I can see that my opponent wants to play queen f6, knight f4, and he's got an advantage. So Hans made the purposefully a risky strategic decision of playing g4, knight f6, g5, and opening up his own king.
On the king side?
It paid marvelous dividends. Leinier really did not answer well. After bishop takes g5, this is where he needed to go. Queen e7, queen e6. Instead, he went queen c8.
Actually, let's stop that. Let's stop there for just a second, because he was mentioning a lot of fun
variations.
Variations that motivated him throughout the game. They made him feel good about his play, right?
Yeah, creative.
He was saying he was feeling very creative in this one, exactly. Queen to e7, we were saying this one is the best one. And I was going through the lines a little bit. King to h2, knight to d8, this was the plan. Queen to d2, knight to e6, rook to g1. And we could have seen something very similar to this. And after the move g6, which is a very natural move to take on g5 next, maybe knight to h7 ideas, maybe king to g7 followed by rook to h8 as well. There's a very funny looking move in this position. Bishop to d7.
That's great.
Wow.
Bishop to e7. That's a visual.
It's a visual, yes. Yeah. The idea, of course, you cannot take with the queen because I take on f6 and you get checkmated. You cannot take with the knight because of bishop takes e7. And if you do take on g5, queen takes g5, and we continue this dance, let's say. You take on d7, I take on f6, things of that nature. Maybe I can even try to go queen to h6. Queen to f6 seems to be just fine. If you go queen to d8, now I can take on g6, and this is where you get checkmated, right?
Right.
Rook to g1, king to f7, rook g7. So a lot of very fun variations that I'm sure we didn't catch, but they were thinking about them during the games, and this is just one of them. I just wanted to show you because that bishop d7 looked very artistic.
Very nice.
Definitely well spotted. Bishop d7. Like, see a move like that. It's like, could you please check my opponent?
I like how Hans said there were a lot of invisible sacrifices.
Right. When we left it, I'm thinking particularly about the Levon, Aronian, Awonder, Liang game. We saw a position, well, they've achieved the position actually. It was rook to c1, rook to b3, and it was this ideas of counterplay based upon e6. And Cristian was saying this is like the best chance that Levon had at this moment to go for these sacrifices because he's pawns down and, well, what else to do? And we have caught up with the players. Bishop, how about that? We caught up with the players, and I see on my computer screen a bubble, an orange bubble with a question mark. I thought that was the most natural move in the position.
For me, it looks natural too. I want to trade that rook,
wow.
Capture the pawn on e6, and the bishop is doing an important job not allowing the black king to get closer to the pawn.
Absolutely, absolutely. So there's something about this that...
oh, this is losing, guys.
What?
This is losing. Oh my goodness, and he missed it.
Oh no.
He took on c1, which allows him to get back into this one. He was winning. Let's go back.
Yeah, I've got it.
After rook to e3.
Wow, that's a nice move.
It's an invisible move.
It's an invisible move. Yes.
You defend the pawn on e6.
Yes.
And
rook to e3 was winning.
Because when you capture that rook on e3,
yeah,
I capture on c1 with check.
Exactly, and then I have the time I need to be able to defend the pawn on e6. He has captured on c1, and I think they're following our analysis.
But now the rook is active on that c file.
Rook c7, rook I think we were playing rook takes f6.
Yeah, this was
you
the
were
idea.
playing
Rook takes
bishop
f6
h7. I was playing bishop h5, and well,
Bishop h7 is on the board.
how many pawns is it? It's 3 or 4.
It's
Four
a lot
pawns.
of pawns.
Bishop h7 check. But
I guess the big question is, can you go rook f7, right?
Yes. That is the big, and that's exactly what he has done. He's played rook f7. Now here, I would be reluctant to trade rooks. I don't know about yourself.
That's a lot of pawns.
That's a lot of, I mean, but
that's 4 pawns.
right? I mean, check, and it's time to withdraw our bishop. Bishop to d3.
Now I have rook f3.
I know, that's the tempo. I hate that, I guess.
But I still have that tempo rook c7 first. And if I get that pawn on a3...
That's another nice tempo. Where can I... Boy, maybe this is harder than I... Cristian, is this winning? I mean, rook to c7.
If you take on
agree,
f7, it's winning, yes.
If you take on f7...
If you exchange the rooks, this is losing for white. So
if you have to play rook b8 check...
You have to go rook b8.
King g7, where do you go with that bishop?
The bishop is ugly.
It's a very good question, and the answer is g8.
No, really?
Okay,
Yes.
but that makes sense. You do want to attack and kind of move that rook into more passive.
It's not a question of attack. The point is that I have no good retreats.
Honestly, I would be shocked if he goes bishop g8. If he actually finds bishop g8, I mean, kudos to him. Maybe he will save this. But it's such a difficult move. Now, once you play rook to b8, made that very difficult decision, then perhaps at this point you're more or less forced to do it, because bishop to c2, you lose that bishop somehow, right, after rook to c7.
Well,
and bishop d3, rook f3, I think it's a problem.
As Kate was happy to point out, rook f3 hits the bishop.
Look, if you give me another pawn, that's just simply
bishop
too much.
c2, rook c7 hits the bishop. That bishop just doesn't have great retreating moves. But on the other hand, wait a minute, time out, guys. Bishop to g. The bishop is trapped.
It is indeed.
But I'm going to improve my king, right? King f2.
Okay, yeah, and...
It's kind of a waiting game, right? Like
King e6, king e3, pardon.
Yeah.
Capture. King d4.
Okay, and it's... but now you'll have king e5.
Now king e5, yes.
Oh, so I would end up... king f6, rook check.
Rook check on f8.
Okay. Now I'm warming up to the idea that bishop g8 is not only forced, but it's a really good way of playing to hold the position. Okay. So...
Well, the thing is, you just simply don't have alternatives.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Okay, another one. Rook f6. So the idea, again, is your rook and your bishop are tethered to one another, right?
Okay, so rook e8.
Rook e8. Gosh darn it.
Just going to attack that e6 pawn.
That is a very good point. No, I apologize. Rook e8 is very good. And king f2, I can't use my pawn as a distraction. Wow. Okay, so king f2, king f6.
He's playing
he's played bishop to
d3.
d3. That has made it a lot easier for Awonder to realize his material advantage. But bishop g8 is a lot more difficult to break.
But it's a really difficult move to see.
Yeah, because you're just not trained to...
You want your rook to be able to do stuff, and when your bishop on g8, it has to keep defending that bishop.
But bishop to d3, well, you suggested, and I think it's an awesome move, by the way, was rook f3. What else am I going to do? I've got to move my bishop.
I mean, there's just so many pawns. They're just walking.
Yeah.
Straightforward.
Can I play bishop to g4? Here I'm just hoping, against hope, that somehow...
And I still think that black has to be accurate.
Yeah, there was Jonathan Mistel, a big shout out to Grandmaster Jonathan Mestel. He was a big dragon player, and he was explaining to me his theory about the dragon. You can go into these endings down a rook, provided you get 4 pawns. So you've got to imagine that I've sacrificed on g4, I got a pawn over there, I sacrificed on c3 in exchange, and I get a pawn over there. So it's okay to be a rook down, but you got to have 4 pawns. Here, you're a bishop down, but you got 5 pawns, and I don't think that's okay.
They're kind of connected.
Yeah, this is not so good.
And we have Anastasiya.
Yes.
She is with our leader in the women's section, Carissa Yip.
And I'm here with Carissa Yip once again, who won the 3rd game in a row. Congratulations, Carissa.
Thank you.
I don't know how you're doing it, but you have 100%, 3 out of 3. Please tell us what happened today and what are your feelings about such a tremendous result?
Yeah, feeling good. 3 out of 3 is nice. Yeah, today was a little strange. I think the opening was, it was like a Dragendorf, right? So, I mean, it's like theoretically not great, but I wasn't sure the best way to punish it. I think overall I got a decent position out of the opening. And yeah, I think it was just, it got like a little too difficult to play. I played like bishop g5 at some point, and then after the exchange of knights, there's this pressure on e7. Yeah, and then she ended up castling queenside, which is kind of rare in a dragon. So clearly something has gone wrong there already. And I was sort of searching for like a killer blow, but I couldn't quite find it.
Is it that's why you were spending quite a lot of time at this moment? Like I think you were down to 30 minutes compared to your opponent at a certain point.
Well, I think I always made sure to stay ahead on the clock, but yeah, she played like bishop h6, and I think I spent a lot of time there because it just felt like, yeah, it felt like, everything's sort of hanging for her. Her king's very weak. I have like this very nice dark squared bishop on f2, and with like the a6, b7 pawn structure, like b6 in particular is super weak. So yeah, I mean, I was just sort of searching for the win, and I couldn't find it, which was a little annoying. I ended up going into this sort of endgame, just simplifying a little, and she was just really down on time. And I think it's just, yeah, I think the position was still good for me, although probably not necessarily totally winning with best play, but it's just hard to hold, and pretty soon after, she just, I think, hung a piece.
Yeah, and so what was the exact moment when you felt like, yeah, I mean, I'm going to win this game? Like, was it some particular moment, or it was going up and down? Like, there were a few moments when you thought it's very close, but then it's slipping away.
I mean, I was pretty sure I would win the game from like the early middle game stage. Yeah, like I said, I was super frustrated at not being able to win earlier in the game. But, I think after I take on b5 and she just has like 0 pawns in front of her king and like 30 seconds on the clock, I just sort of knew, and then she just blundered on the next move.
Exactly, yes, this is what happened. And now 3 out of 3, like, how was it compared to the previous US Chess Championship? Do you remember your start there?
I think I was 2.5 out of 3 then. Yeah, generally I think I tend to have good starts, although of course that doesn't really say anything about the finish, but yeah, feeling good.
Absolutely. So tomorrow you're going to play against Irina Krush. What is your mindset going into this game?
Yeah, Irina's a super strong player. Not sure how she's doing this tournament so far.
+1, I think she probably made a draw right now.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, she's very experienced. We've played a bunch of times. Of the black pieces, which is fine. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just deal with it. Yeah, I think should be a fight tomorrow. She'll be playing for the win.
Are you going to prepare for a long time, or you are trying, to cut preparation and find some balance?
I'll keep that to myself, just in case Irina's watching this, right? Exactly. Yeah, no, I prepare for hours and hours every day, so she should cover opening, everything in the opening. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All the best of luck for you with prep and tomorrow as well. Thank you so much, Carissa. All the best for you tomorrow.
Thank you.
We are going back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Our congratulations, Carissa, as well. 100%, 3 out of 3. What can you say? Just to buttress her words, frustrated that she couldn't find a knockout blow, but she was absolutely convinced that when she played this move, queen takes b5, she had victory in the bag because black's king has no pawn shield. And indeed, that was the case. She went on to win it rather quickly thereafter. The bishop on f4 fell. We have a game that's still going on. That was the game between Talia and Rose. When we left it, I really liked what Rose had done. Right up to this moment with bishop b3, king g7, fine. I was actually of the mindset that I would like to blockade that pawn and play the move knight c5.
Make sure the bishop on b3 is kind of useless.
Indeed. King g7. H5, no problem. Queen c5. Rose is a pawn grubber. Look at that. She went after it. She not only won, but I think she wants to capture the second one.
Right, but I kind of like this idea with c5, what Talia is doing, because she needs to do something about the bishop. I know it's going to be 2 pawns, but I see some ideas. You know, if you capture that pawn with the knight.
Right.
And I think she will.
And I capture back.
C5.
Yep.
I see some, let's say you capture with the queen.
Okay.
I have queen b7 check.
Gotcha.
Say hide.
If
Question is where? Do I go to h6 or do I go to h8? Let's go
because
to
if you go to h8, I can push the pawn.
Alpha
d7.
Zero was always putting the pawn on h6.
Right, and if you go here, I'm gonna. Somehow I want to go rook d3, rook h3, right? This rook left.
With hg?
What do you got?
Well, it doesn't matter with what. Right now
because there's
it
bishop
simply
takes
doesn't work.
f2.
Yes. If you could get the rook on the third, that would be very good for white.
A rover.
But let's say I capture on g6.
Okay. hg8. Here I actually
Capture with
pause.
You take on
because
f2? I think you should take on f2. Actually, you cannot take on f2. You cannot take on f2.
I cannot take on f2? Why can't I take
The bishop is defending the rook.
The bishop on b3, the only job the bishop is doing.
An accidental tourist who's doing nothing. Yes. Okay. Here I actually do pause because rook takes g6. There's something
But
a
my
little
bishop
bit
on
compelling.
b3 is guarding that g8 square, so you cannot double up.
Good point.
And I'm kind of happy if you disappear from that file because I will have that rook d3 left.
Fair, fair, fair. H takes g6.
And now my idea was I'm going to go queen e7. Kind of try for perpetual. Oh, but now you do have this bishop takes f2.
Not again. No. Oh,
because the problem is that if I capture with the rook, the bishop, you have this rook takes d1. Doesn't matter that the rook is defended by the bishop.
Yeah. Boy, talk about setting yourself up for a fall. That was pretty well done.
But actually, 1 second, after queen e7, you play rook takes.
I'll play your bishop f2.
And if I go just king...
But I can take on
your
d1,
rook.
right?
I will take your rook.
Everything is protected, including the check on h4.
Right, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, talk about just, like everything.
Pieces are defending each other, yeah? Like the bishop defends the queen defends the rook.
The rook.
And
we're going to go over to one of our tournament leaders coming into the round today, Wesley So. He was up against Sam Shankland. Sam is wearing that all too familiar look of absolute frustration as he feels like he's letting the third game in a row get away from him. We would just see the move king takes, and Sam has played king f2. Is that right? Okay.
Yes, king f2 on the board.
Okay.
He's going to try to play king g2 to force the rook to go away and then capture the pawn on g6.
So let's just see. Have I put my... I give you an opportunity to play h5 as well as rook takes g6. I think my king is just too fast in terms of getting back. Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's say h5.
King d7.
And let's say hg, and let's bring our rook back just to keep an...
Wait, you didn't want to go just king e7?
Maybe I can That's a far more, you know.
So we don't allow the king to get any closer.
Sure. You know what I saw in my mind's eye, and I said, why am I allowing this? King G8.
Or just king G8, and your king cannot go anywhere.
Exactly, of course. He has played king C6, king G2, and we are expecting, really, only we have to move our rook away. I think this is the blitz player inside of me playing rook A3. I think rook B3, everything is just as good, but you play away from
closer to the clock.
Exactly.
So what do you do right now? Do you take on G6 or do you go H5?
Right. I was thinking we were going to play
How do you
H5.
try?
Well, once you capture with the rook on G6 and the black gets the king to F7, that's a draw.
Yes,
exactly.
of course. No. It's an easy draw, and to be honest, I don't think Sam is going to try for too long. I think he's going to take on G6. As I was saying, he plays H5.
You know your inner Sam. So king D7.
King D7, rook takes. I think he's going to take with the rook, right?
Well, yeah.
King D6, okay.
Rook takes.
King E7.
Yeah, fair. H5, king D6. Oops, excuse me. That was not what I wanted to do. H5, king D6. Simple.
Yeah, it's just going to be a draw.
A complete draw.
Rook takes G6. I think we're going to see rook takes G6, king E7, rook G3. I really don't think Sam is going to try for too long.
Right.
But maybe I will be proven wrong. Let's see.
Well, you got the first part.
The first one is, I got it right. Let's see, king E7. Let's see, if he goes rook G3, it's over. No, he's trying. Okay, H6.
H6, nope.
Have to try until the end.
Right.
I guess you can go king F7, right?
I'm looking at ways of losing.
Yes, that's an easy one.
The only way, yeah.
That's an easy one. That's an easy one.
So let's go king F7.
Exactly.
So after H7, we have that.
Rook A8.
Rook A8.
Agreed. Check. King F8.
You're still not losing.
You're trying.
It's still pretty much impossible to lose.
Trying.
Check.
Check.
Wesley says, I'm going to check you until you cover with the rook, and then we're going to exchange the rooks, and that's it.
Okay, let's see. So with the king on E7, he started with the check. Follow up what you're saying. I'm going to just make as many checks as I can.
Yes.
I'm going to keep checking you.
And unless you want to get all the way to the B file, which is not going to help your cause, I'm going to keep on checking you.
Sam seems a little bit king F3, king H3.
The last second. Not there, not there.
Okay. Not there, not
it's
there.
It's time for rook G3.
Well,
it's time, Sam.
And here we do have...
That's a win for Tatev Abhimanyu. Back-to-back victories against Atousa Pourkashiyan. Very important victory.
It was. Also with the black pieces and her... I want to say opening played off, the knight c6, and going back to, we did see rook g3 by Sam, and he's going to make a queen. And this is a 50-50 moment after we make a queen.
He will.
You only have one move to save
He
the
made
game.
a bishop.
He promoted to a bishop.
No, a bishop? Oh no, he missed a chance.
I think it was just simply the first piece that he could find on the other side.
Well, that means a very, very big tie for first. But before we say anything about the first place, how is Awonder doing? Awonder Liang, he has a lot of pawns against Levon's bishop. Hey, guess what? The bishop ended up on G8 after all. So how did that happen? So we got here. We saw the move rook F3. We took a pawn. And Awonder decided that it was better to give up the E6 pawn than the A6 pawn, and he went king to E5.
And games are a lot about the king being active, right?
Absolutely.
Go back just one move. Right there, after bishop takes E6.
Yep.
Why didn't he go for b4, b3 as fast as possible? Now that you
The bishop is under attack, yeah?
Yes, yes. I don't like this rook f3, rook f6. I think just simply pushing the pawn, isn't that much more comprehensive?
Let's just see, b4, bishop.
Okay, let's go
here.
b3.
And is it time for us to, I don't know, yeah, let's
okay.
get a...
Okay, a5.
a5 finally, yeah?
You do get rook to d5.
I'm trying, I mean...
No, you're right. A5 was a bit too much. After king g2.
Okay. Sorry. He has played bishop takes e6. You like b4.
I still like b4. I just
I'm assuming bishop g8.
Right. Okay, b3 king g2.
b3 king g2. Sure.
Let's try to find something better in this position. So what if I go king d4?
I think I have a lot of suffering ahead of me, is what I think we have. But okay, if I'm going to go down, let's go down swinging.
Oh, really? That is
something.
That is something.
No, but here I have rook a5.
Historians are going
knight
to
c5,
credit
king c5, excuse me.
Yeah, with a lot of bravery. I think you've got this, but let's interrupt ourselves and turn it over to Anastasiya as she's with a happy Fabi.
I'm here with Fabiano Caruana, who just won the game against Robson. Congratulations, Fabi. And how does it feel to win the game in the US Chess Championship?
Finally, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
No, yesterday was, of course, quite disappointing. But it's very strange that I made this mistake. Really, really strange. So, yeah, today I was still ambitious. I still felt okay about the tournament. And I prepared some interesting stuff, like a very, very rare line that I played, which we got a fight. And Ray was also ambitious, so he was playing in a way where he's creating some weaknesses but taking a lot of space. I thought it was interesting. But then at some point I got comfortable, and then slowly his position started to go downhill.
Absolutely. I think the moment you exchanged the queens, it seemed like he just was left with all these weaknesses right before d4. Did you feel that this was the turning point, that this is somewhere there you felt that you are going to win this game?
Already after f6 I thought no risk for me and maybe slightly better position. And then after I got this, I was a bit surprised by a3, because then the structure of the b pawn is always weak, just very, very weak structure. And then I saw this rook a3, queen a5 in advance. When I played rook a3, I thought the most natural move is maybe rook fc1. And then queen f5 comes, and it's very unpleasant because he's not coordinating, and he can't attack my c6 pawn, while I'm always attacking either d4, b4. Exactly. And the point of rook on a3 is that he never has g4 ideas, because his knight is always hanging on f3.
So after that, it was really kind of smooth for you. And of course, I should ask you, you mentioned the game from yesterday, but also what happened in the first game against Hans? How was it for you? And he actually mentioned that you played a little bit provocative in the opening. So what happened?
Yeah, I played very provocatively against Hans. Okay, I wanted to play an original position, and I think he wasn't opposed to it. And then he kind of provoked me to play queen f6 with this move order. I could also play g5, or I was looking at these kinds of ideas. But I ended up confusing myself, so I kind of regretted that I played queen f6 and not some normal move like knight e7. And then the funny thing is that I looked at my notes after the game, and I saw that I had actually played a blitz game up until bishop e3 against Grigoriy, Oparin. And in that game, I took on e3. It was just a blitz game, and I forgot that we had even played it. But it was shown in my notes like we played a blitz game earlier this year. And then during the game against Hans, I was trying to come up with some very original ideas. So I brought this knight d8, e6, and then I was thinking g5, and I was kept hesitating, and I ended up picking the worst plan to castle short. Of course, it's terrible. So I was lucky that he got very kind of seduced by this very attractive sacrifice, which it either wins or it doesn't, but in this case it was lucky that it didn't. And if he had not played it, then he would have good chances to win.
Exactly, but how important for you, let's say, to keep pressure and still manage to start with a plus in the US Chess Championship? How do you feel about the victory today and the overall situation?
No, overall now it's good, of course, after this win, because if we look at how the players are playing, Hans is in good shape, so to draw him with black was quite good. Okay, that I missed against Levon, it happens.
But it could also be that I beat Levon and I don't win today, because it's not exactly every day you get chances with black against Ray.
Absolutely.
And I think I played 3 of the strongest players in the tournament so far, and 2 blacks, and I have a small plus, so it's overall a decent situation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Fabi, for your time, and all the best of luck for you tomorrow. We'll go back to the studio.
Thank you, Fabi and Anastasiya. That wasn't Carissa Yip, by the way. That was Fabi. He said the 3 strongest players in the tournament: Levon,
Hans, and Ray Robson.
And Ray Robson. I mean, there was a Leinier is missing in there, Olympic team member, but
also he said he had 2 blacks, right?
Yeah, and 2 blacks. So,
but Hans also has played
big.
Both Fabi and Leinier. So that's a pretty good start for Hans as well.
2 of the strongest players.
2 of the strongest players. And in fact, with this victory, he surpasses 2 of them. Right now in the live rating lists, he surpasses Leinier, who he just defeated, and Levon Aronian. So right now, Hans on the live rating list is the 4th highest rated player in the US.
Wow. Well,
from 6th through to the 4th.
Impressive. I wanted to go to the game of Rose Atwell for just a moment and get caught up there, because if Rose were able to win this game, and let me just see where she stands. I think this is where she stood a moment ago, right?
That's still the current position. And by the way, we can see the clock. Talia Cervantes has only 2 minutes to the rest of the game.
Oh, I'm sorry. So this, I was wondering, where did it go? We were looking mainly at the move knight takes c5. Rose saw some of the ideas that you were showing with queen b7 check.
She doesn't want to open that diagonal for the queen.
So she moved her rook. And then after rook on d6 to f6, rook c1, queen b5, queen d1, we are now caught up with the players. Okay, so
this position looks really well for black,
doesn't it? You know, it's funny. I always love these bishops on d4. One of the things I especially love about the bishop on d4 is when we can play queen takes g3 check, thanks to the fact that the pawn on f2 is. We can't always play queen takes g3 check, so another move that I tend to look at is like, okay, I've got some forks, right?
Right.
Knight e2, knight e2 check, knight takes f1, knight takes h5. So
you know, I even like the idea of here just capturing the pawn on h5, because you cannot recapture it with the queen. You have to be defending the bishop on b3. And my pawn is just going to go. I'm going to go h3, h4, h3, rook g6.
Gotcha.
I'm going to be the one who's actually taking advantage of that open file.
Well, I mean, look at what's coming. There's a knight on e4. There's a bishop on d4, the double rooks. I'm defending with a lowly king and a single rook, my bishop on b3, my knight on a4.
And your pieces are like tangled, right? What is the knight on a4 doing? But you cannot move it anywhere. Only b6, where it's also not doing much.
It sure feels like Rose is winning, just outright winning.
So if you are white here, Yasser, how do you try to like make it complicated? How do you try to maybe gamble, just not to just wait for your death?
Well, she was trying to make things complicated with this c5, but she didn't grab that pawn. I think she took the practical decision. It's looking good. It's looking good for Rose.
It really, really is. Queen to d3. You take on h5, and you're asking me, you know, like...
knight g3. Take a look at that move.
How do I mess things up? How do I create a chaos?
Because I'm thinking about some bishop d5, you know, maybe targeting the knight.
But guys, what do you think of this last move?
I love it.
Knight g3.
I think it's a very strong move.
But knight g3, rook e1?
I will pick up that pawn probably.
In my idea of chaos, I was thinking of, you know, maybe trying to sacrifice an exchange. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, it's bad. It's like really, really, really
Well, the
bad.
thing is, that pawn on h5 was the source of pretty much your counterplay.
Right now, there's no ideas.
More. There's no more counterplay.
But I think that also what Kate was just proposing, g takes h5, that, and going h4 and rook g6.
Because I think you are putting the knight roll a little bit out of the game, and I do have this c5 pawn. So let's look at the position. If after you capture on h5.
Okay. Say knight takes h5.
So I want to prepare this push to c6.
Right.
So
but again, my pieces are so beautifully centralized and dominating that it's
so
like...
let's say I go knight c3.
Good move. Pause, 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 because I'm trying to... I appreciate knight e4.
I'm inviting you to capture pawn
but
on
I am
c5.
a pawn grabber. I'd just like to see...
are you gonna...
I got bishop f2 on my agenda.
I was worried you're going to even sacrifice
Take a look
the
at that
queen.
last move, guys. After rook to e1, f4 was played. She is really trying to checkmate. She is not
she
worried.
wants to go rook f5. Let's
She's
take
not
a look
worried.
at that.
That's
Rook
nice.
f5, rook
That is
takes
nice.
h5, and rook h1 checkmate.
That is nice.
That knight is just very strong on g3.
Truly.
You will need to sacrifice something to get it out of g3. So, for example, if you take on g6, that in fact helps me. After rook takes g6, rook h6. You're getting checkmated, and you have 2 minutes to solve this puzzle.
Or I can even
What do you do?
take it with a pawn and then rook h8.
Correct.
Oh, wow, f3.
Or you can go
Yasser.
f3. Oh, man, this is
May I
looking devastating.
introduce queen to c2.
Oh, big question. f3. f3 is coming.
So Rose just has played the move f4, which we think is spectacularly strong. Queen to c2, another spectacularly strong move. I mean,
I understand
for it.
Talia wants to push c6, but it just...
yeah. When all the planets
You're not fast enough.
in alignment, you call it, like the harmonic convergence. And you look at the double rooks
Not
hitting
even
f2.
taking on g2. Taking on g2 is not even the main idea. I think knight e2 is very strong as
might
well.
also... Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, no, this is Rose, all of her double rooks, the bishop, the knight, everything is...
I also like this rook f5. Like, how are you gonna...
Okay, let's get creative, guys. Creativity is the name of the game today.
Today.
Okay.
So f3, bishop c4.
Yeah. Oh, you want
Can
to
we take on g2?
I think we can.
Let's sack that queen.
mean,
Let's sack that queen.
It's so
Rook takes F2.
overwhelming. It looks so overwhelming.
I feel like we're gonna promote to a knight, and that's gonna be a checkmate.
Right. And
I'm trying to give the checkmate, yeah.
Yeah.
Queen takes
How do
f2.
you defend? Queen
Rook
takes
takes
f2, rook
f2.
takes f2.
But where is the checkmate? So
Rook e2, next move, and g1.
Knight e2 check is one of the checkmates.
Basically, rook anywhere. Now, I guess rook to c4, you need to get ready to sacrifice that rook for the bishop on d4.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow.
Right. That's the way it goes. Rook f5.
Okay.
You're channeling
That's good enough.
I like it.
your
I mean,
inner
it's
Rose.
very simple, straightforward.
She put her knight on g3 for a reason.
That is good enough.
And she saw your idea
Like,
of
I don't
rook
care what
f5.
you're gonna do. Even if after I played rook f8, rook f5.
Yep.
If you do something like knight c3, like attacking my queen, like I don't care. I'm just gonna.
You take on
capture the
h5.
pawn.
That's right. That's right. No, this is over.
The only thing I can imagine for Talia, I mean, other than throwing in the towel, be something like this.
And now I go rook takes h3, followed by queen c6. You're still not getting away from the mate. I'm still delivering the mate.
Oh, you're a mean person. I don't care.
I'm still delivering. I mean, you have to go rook e4 and sacrifice everything.
I don't wanna.
I mean, this bishop on d4 is just parked so well.
Right.
h6.
I really like this knight g3 f4 idea. That is really creative.
It's beautiful. No, she's a very good player. She's a
Rook
very good player.
f5, h5,
She's showing it to everybody.
h6. The last great act of defiance.
I'll take that pawn. just give me that pawn.
Oh boy, king takes h6.
And she takes it.
Yeah.
To be honest, h6 was just a way to gain another 30 seconds.
Is
of
it that
misery.
bad? It's 90 seconds. It looks like, yeah, that is 90 seconds,
90
right?
seconds for Talia right now.
Talia.
Yeah, this is just lost.
Wow. Expecting a handshake. Bishop h. Bishop
I am a
e6.
bit surprised because I was having Talia as one of the
Me too.
contenders.
Yes,
Going
me too.
into this one. And right now, she's on half out of 3 if she loses this one, which we expect she will. That's
and
not
I
a great,
know she's been doing a lot of training. Her summer was a summer in Europe. She was going to the various events, pursuing a rating. She's on the bubble for the Olympic Games.
Well,
she
started
30,
off
50 points.
She started off at 2240, in fact, the year.
Okay.
She was on the downswing, but now she's at 2300 FIDE.
Right.
And I remember the tournament that you were mentioning in Spain.
Yes, that was the
she
one.
drew Vasily Ivanchuk.
Right.
I mean, she's been piling up some really good games together, but unfortunately not working in this tournament.
Yeah, she's a very strong player, but just you're playing all the best and the strongest player in the nation, and that is just difficult because everybody was preparing for this event.
Exactly.
So
and
here she is.
22 years.
FIDE Master, Talia Cervantes. I think she's also a Women Grandmaster. 22 years old, USCA rating 2367. She's ranked 11 among US women. She's part of the SLU team.
Right.
So she lives here in St. Louis. She's local.
And she is a very frequent participant in many of the Blitz tournaments and classics.
She also does the GM residency you talked about. She's teaching classes at the club. You can find a lot of her videos online.
Exactly.
But in this game, there's just nothing she can do.
Yeah, it does. Today has not been her day. So far, the tournament has not been kind to her. This sacrifice of the exchange, hard to even call it a sacrifice because the mating attack, you just know these patterns so well. They get hardwired into your brain.
Well, one question, Yasser.
Yes,
do you
please.
capture that bishop immediately, or do you just play first queen c6? Because you can prepare it, right? Again, I play here rook queen c6, and I'm just going to ask, like, what are you going to do?
You know, it's funny. I'm unsure. I really don't know. I mean, it's a strange question you should ask because normally speaking, in a combination, you're supposed to play it in the proper order, right? There usually is a proper sequence. And in this particular case, I'm not even sure it's required. Queen on c6.
Because this is what I noticed, that sometimes I like push too quickly, then I miss a move. And then I see like Fabi and all the strong players, they're just like, okay, they just first make that preparatory move.
Right.
And the board just collapses.
I do like to pride myself on accuracy, and yet I can't answer your question. I'm not really too sure. They're both winning, but I probably would play rook h3.
By the way, we see queen c6 on the board.
Commentators. I got trapped. I fell for the trap. Queen c6, that preparatory move, that, like you said, I mean, there's nothing Talia can do. Rook takes h3, and there's going to be a checkmate on the
You don't even have something
square.
like f3 to try to block that diagonal because of that amazing bishop on d4.
King h2. Final great act of defiance. Wait a minute. I think we've been missing king h2 as a move.
We completely forgot about this move.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Oh,
That was
wow. So
what?
the game is not over.
Right? Shame on us.
Now the knight is actually hanging on g3.
I mean, I had a total blind spot. What the heck is that? King h2. That's a legal move, you know.
That's a very strong move.
Well, anytime.
So actually, if you were to capture first the bishop, just yes, let me explain to you.
Like what I might have missed. Well, yeah. There's a wonderful Dutch word, verrassing. That was quite the surprise, eye-opening move. It's funny. There was an earlier moment in the game where I was really kind of pressing for f4, f3, right, and undermining the pawn. Well, to get to open up the f file.
You know, in the knight f5 is a normal move,
right?
But you know, in the name of creativity, can we just take a look at move f3?
f3, okay.
In the name.
So once you capture the knight,
yes,
I capture on g2, and I want to play rook f2.
Rook F2. Yeah. We're going to keep an eye on this one as Rose puts on the finishing touches, but Anastasiya caught up with Tatev.
I'm here with Tatev Abhimanyu, who just won her game, second game in a row. Congratulations, Tatev. Remember, we discussed yesterday that you consider this tournament as practice, but it seems it goes so well so far. Tell about this game and your feelings about how it went.
It was a very tense game. I was feeling very restless during the game, but also very indecisive. I was spending a lot of time. I thought the opening should have gone well for me, but I didn't feel like I had an advantage. And then there was a moment when her knight was out of the game, and I kind of brought it into the game. And I was very afraid I was going to end up with like a good knight versus bad bishop kind of situation. So once I took her knight, I was very relieved because I had a lot of trouble with knights this tournament. And then this rook ending, I don't know, it got very long time, and I felt it's better for me, but I didn't think I should be able to break through. I thought she should be able to have some kind of a fortress, but I think she just lost the threat, and I just picked up her pawn, and then I had this row of pawns on the c file, which was fun.
Yes, 3 triple pawns. It looked really amazing. Like, what was the exact moment that you felt that, yeah, I mean, I'm going to win this game? And how did it feel?
When I thought she was trying to go for some perpetual, and then when she gave up on that, I was just up a clean pawn, and then I thought it was just a matter of time of how I'm going to win the game.
Absolutely. And today, coming into this game, like, what was your mindset? Like, you know, you're playing against Atousa. Were you also preparing checking some openings of Hikaru, perhaps?
No, I saw what she plays against the French, and I kind of got a sense of the kind of positions she likes. So I tried to play something different, something that I've never played before, because she liked more a certain kind of structure that I was trying to avoid. I was trying to steer the game more towards the French kind of structure, which I thought I would feel more comfortable in. Didn't exactly pan out that way, but I do think I was very comfortable out of the opening. But I just didn't feel like this was very like a game that I needed to win or anything, so I thought I'll just play a game, and if I get my chances, I'll take it, but I'm not gonna try to push too hard or go crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think it's a really great approach. At the same time, I was checking your posts in Facebook, and you published this post from the opening ceremony that I hope penguins will bring me luck. So what about penguins? And it seems like they're working well so far.
They're working overtime.
I think you love them.
I do love them.
Yeah. Are you going to go to the zoo on a free day to check them again?
Oh, maybe. Actually, I haven't been to the zoo in some time. Well, now that I live in St. Louis, I can go anytime, so I don't make it as much of a priority during tournaments.
Yeah, and do you have some kind of, are you a superstitious person? Do you have some kind of a routine, like if things go well in the tournament, like are you trying to be stuck with something, some same clothes or some, same routine or some ideas?
Yeah, I'm extremely superstitious. Well, now we can't even use pens anymore, but things like that, I would always do it. I don't wear the same clothes, but I do have some pieces of clothes I haven't done well with, so I just avoid those just in case.
Exactly, it's better to do this way. Yes. Okay. All the best of luck for the next rounds. And but still, who are you playing tomorrow?
I'm not 100% sure, but I have white, which is great because I have white and then I get a day off.
Yeah, that's a good point. White is always good. Thank you, Tatev, and see you tomorrow. We're going back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Congratulations, Tatev. Back-to-back victories always feels nice, especially as that rest day comes
and
closer and closer.
And she played strong players, right? She played Nazi, Paikidze, she won now Atousa, Pourkashiyan, and Alice Lee in the first round.
Exactly. Rose, this move, King H2, complete, shock, surprise, though. Knight F5, Knight B6, Knight to H4, menacing Knight takes G2, Queen E4. At first, I thought Rose was just going pawn hunting and wanting to capture.
No, she wants to get the brilliance in price in this game.
Yeah, she's playing Queen E6, going for the brilliancy. This is it's a familiar pattern when you do have the knight on F3, but it's a bit peculiar to see the double checkmate
Yeah, and with the pawn on f4 just guarding that g3 square.
Exactly.
Very nice visual.
Exactly. Very nice. Queen on e6, again, material to the good. Knight takes g2 on the agenda. I think there might be even other moves that Black has. This looks really good. What's happening in the game of Awonder?
You know, actually, one more thing we can maybe look at, and that is queen takes d4. It's kind of inviting this.
Yeah, queen takes d4. We did have this move, knight
yes.
f3 check. Once again, g takes 8, and this is just a different checkmating pattern, but a pretty good one.
Yeah, so white did win that knight on the bishop on d4, but it's still checkmate.
I think just to leave the game, they're down to minutes each, right?
Right.
And queen e2.
So they're playing on seconds. Actually, Rose has 17 seconds right now.
Oh my goodness! I beg your pardon. We shouldn't move away with 17 seconds.
Maybe we can see a close-up.
F3? No, that's strange.
Queen to c6.
She could have played f3, right?
She could have, yes.
Wasn't
well,
that
she was worried about the queen being maybe captured, since you are kind of guarding now that, not guarding, you're blocking that f3 square with your pawn.
So, well, wait a minute. Queen
to e4.
Queen to e2. Oops, excuse me. What do I got? Queen to e6, queen to e2. We could have played f3. I guess it was queen to d2 check.
Mm-hmm.
That was what she was afraid of.
Because then we can capture the bishop on d4.
Right. There you go. Queen to, and we're back to queen e4. And
wow, they're repeating, and you see Rose has 11 seconds. She's going, this is the second time queen e6.
Whoa, 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 really?
Yes, after queen to e2, it's time to find something else.
She has to play something different, otherwise it's going to be 3-move repetition.
Right? Well, knight f5. If
she
nothing
needs to do
else.
Something else. There's nothing else but knight f5 probably.
Knight f5 looks pretty decent of the options, right? But okay, but you know, time trouble, as Maurice Ashley would say, makes fools of us all. And it's very easy to fall under a 3-time repetition.
King g1.
Wow,
whoa,
Talia doesn't want to repeat.
King,
wait,
what?
Who's playing for a win?
What? King
I mean, she's
G.
setting up
What?
no, she's not setting up the trap of queen takes d4. There is still this knight f3 move, very strong.
Oh.
Wow.
I'm really confused.
Queen to a2, okay.
Targeting
but
that
queen
f2
a2, rook c2,
pawn.
right? Or rook to e2 perhaps as well. Right. It's an option.
Sorry, so you just mentioned queen takes f2 check, targeting the f2 pawn.
I'm not going to lie.
So rook c2?
King g1 was a very strange move.
Very strange.
When you're being on the back foot, and you're probably losing this one. You're a pawn down, 2 pawns down, in fact, and your king is getting under a tremendous attack. Just repeat the moves.
Oh, yeah. Let your opponent find the winning moves. Whoa, queen to b3.
I like this. I like this. This is now very problematic because f3 is coming. I have ideas of even knight to f3.
Okay, but I'm going to play knight d5.
So you go knight d5.
I start to feel like the black pieces are a little bit disconnected.
I think she might be going for it. No, knight d7.
Oh,
I like that even more.
That's maybe even better. You're targeting that rook on f8. You're maybe attacking the pawn on e5.
Maybe. You are.
Well, I don't know how much I want to take it, because once the rook takes it, then there is a skewer.
So is it time? Time for rook f5, I was thinking. But
if you go rook f5, I'm also running with my pawn.
Yeah.
And again, Rose has...
I want to go rook f5, rook g5, and try to
seconds?
get some sort of a checkmating going.
45?
Checkmating attack going. Rook g5. She's looking to take on h3 with the queen.
And there is this knight f3.
Makes a lot of sense.
But wait, so the rook on f8 is possible to be captured?
I would not touch that rook.
Queen takes h3.
Allowing queen takes h3 would not.
H3?
There are just too
not
many.
Feel good.
Yeah, okay, g2.
I think she has to go king h2.
Well, time
just
trouble,
about to play a
14
move.
seconds.
Where is she going to go?
Talia has 10 seconds.
King
H2, yes.
Nervous
H2
moments.
on the board.
King H2. Okay, that does sidestep Queen takes G3, which is a good thing. But
some Rook G3 idea.
I know.
But I don't think it works. And if
I don't
it
think
doesn't,
so either. I think it's time just to bring the Rook out of danger.
I like that move. But then you have to calculate C6.
Yeah, I was going to go Rook G3 and Rook G5. Sorry, let me just put who said creativity? Rook G3 and Rook G5 was on, but
can I do also something like Bishop takes F2? No, that's maybe too risky. So if I go Bishop takes F2.
Okay, so the Rook is still hanging.
Yes.
19 seconds for Rose. Bishop
so
takes
that's the
F2.
thing, like you don't want to just blunder your piece with 16 seconds. So I think she's going to just move her Rook.
Down to her last 10 seconds, she needs to make a move.
She did that.
I mean, it looks very promising.
How much time?
7 seconds on the clock.
Whoa. Talia was completely busted. I mean, like, there was nothing to discuss. It was Rook F5, Rook H5.
I feel she still is, but right now she has some hopes.
But
okay, so Rook takes F2, Queen G3.
Yes.
King G1.
Queen takes H3, let's say.
Yeah, but I'm taking the other Rook.
You are, yes, you are.
Okay, Knight takes F8.
Take on F... Oh, she took on F8 first.
Whoa, what? She didn't even take the Rook. She didn't take the Bishop on. She took the Rook.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that, because then Queen G3...
I hate that.
Queen G3 and F3, how do you...
I hate that. Why?
Queen G3 check, followed by F3.
Oh, this looks just...
Wait, but the computer says this is equal.
What
are we missing here? Bishop takes E1, why is this not winning for? Or C6, are we just going?
I guess it's Bishop E1, just C6, or Knight E6.
Wow, okay. So after F3, I'm hearing that there's Queen B7. That Knight on F8 is actually attacking that H7, and we want to go for a checkmate.
Oh my goodness.
It's White who wants to checkmate. Oh, wow.
That's an
okay, if Talia saw this with
to,
like 20 seconds on her clock.
F3 is coming, though. This is it.
White is winning here.
Oh, Talia is better after Queen B7. If she finds it, this is going to be the swindle of the round.
Totally.
Maybe of the tournament.
Oh, but Rose...
Then you're going to be saying, oh, this King G1 move, not going for repetition.
Paid off.
Paid off.
Paid off.
Oh, but this is just... Oh,
I mean, this is the critical moment, right? You get a break. Are you going to actually take it?
But you're not even looking at that side of the board is the problem.
But I think she may have been looking. If you first capture the Rook on F8, why would you do that otherwise?
Let's see what she does. Big moment right now. She has a golden opportunity, in fact. Queen to B7, if she spots it, she's winning this one.
This will be a huge,
by the way, she has
turnaround.
10 seconds right now.
Huge turnaround. Queen B7, winning move. Can she spot it?
5
Queen
seconds.
B7, come on, Talia.
She's going for it.
Yo!
With 2 seconds
with
on
2
the clock.
seconds, she found the winning move. And this is the cold shower. Oh my goodness.
What a fighter. I mean, we just said she's losing. We wanted to just call the game.
In 20 different ways. It wasn't just one winning variation for
Very
Rose.
creative. Wow. Queen B7. That's an amazing move. And by the way, Rose, she has
also
10
no
seconds.
time.
Only move. Talia
To be honest, not a lot of moves right now. How do you defend against the checkmate?
F takes, bishop takes, G2. Wow.
What exactly do you do now?
What did I do?
Yeah. Bishop takes G2. Well, I have to play queen takes G2. I've got to stop checkmate on H7.
Well, you can run with a king, but
that one
I don't
cannot
know.
be good.
King H5.
Yeah, Rook H5.
Rook H5.
That looks like a good try.
But she has check also on E7.
She does indeed.
So that is safe for her.
So there we go.
No, again, we're we're questioning whether this is winning for Talia right now.
I see.
So let's try to find a win.
But it still looks very dangerous for white because if black gets one move, knight f3, game over.
It certainly does.
Knight e6 check should be winning for Talia, no?
Knight e6, king f6.
Knight f6, king f6, sorry.
Where's the win? Guys, where's the win?
Knight e6, king f2.
Oh, there's rook takes f2 and a skewer.
Rook takes f2 check, perhaps? She's reaching for queen. She's played queen
e7, king
h6.
h6.
No, king g4, rook e4 check, sorry.
Yes.
King e4, rook e4 check.
I think we're going to see a repetition first. So king h6, queen h7, king g5. But she needs to play fast. She needs to put pressure on Talia's clock right now.
Exactly.
Because if she doesn't and allows Talia to find
the
winning sequence right now, she's in trouble. So she needs to play fast.
Well, king g4 is a terrible move. King f5, similarly, terrible move. So king h6 is forced.
Are we going to see a repetition?
Maybe.
That's a first. King to g5, and now Talia will be thinking because she built up her time to 1 minute and 30 seconds. She has all time in the world. She knows she has the draw in the back pocket. So let's try to find more. Where is the win for Talia? We know the engine, the bar, you can see it on your left. It does say that white is winning.
So it's the knight e6 check.
Yes.
I'm going to force you to go on the f file. And then rook's going to take the bishop on f2.
Let's put that on the board.
Queen is hanging, right?
Let's put that on the board.
So knight e6. Where are you going with your king?
Say king f6. You take on f2 now.
Well, I wanted you to go to f5, so I have queen f7.
Exactly.
Now if you go here...
What do you do next? Oh, now you go rook takes f2.
Queen takes f2.
And queen g7. Where's the mate? Where's the mate? I was so sure I have the mate.
Bishop h3.
But bishop h3, go up, king d5, right?
Get on our running shoes.
Queen d7, I think that should...
Yeah, but do you give yourself
Queen e7.
100% chance of winning the game?
After queen e7, this means this is a draw.
Does it?
Yes, because king h6, I believe, forces queen h7. I don't see any other alternative. And then king g5 would be a threefold repetition.
Wow. Talk about a game that keeps you on the edge of your seat. I mean, this has been such a weird... I thought Rose had this in the bag 100 times over. Then suddenly, I thought it was lost. I thought queen b7 just won the game for Talia.
And
now
guess
I'm
what?
seeing
I'll give you a bit of an update.
Yeah.
Right now, Awonder is winning as well in his game against Levon. That one is going to go for a little while, so we don't have to move away from this one for the moment.
And king h6 has been played, right? That was fourth.
So I have a question, Yasser. When Talia gives now a check, do you move the king or do you just claim?
No, you claim.
You claim, right?
Yeah. You have to claim.
Like, you know you are... Well, unless you think that if white does something else,
you should
are
claim.
winning.
And she's looking at her score sheet.
No.
Yes, she claims.
Oh, but they cannot shake hands immediately. They need to call the arbiter.
Right? Ernesto is going to say, you have only one move. You have only one legal move. King
the girl's
G5.
like, we know it's 3. We don't.
Let's go to Awonder right now.
By the way, here is the really important move that made a difference. With 2 seconds on the clock, Talia made this amazing move, queen b7, targeting pawn on h7, threatening checkmate. And you see all the black pieces on the king side, wanting to give a checkmate, but this move just changes the game.
A really great board awareness from Talia, because you don't even look on that side whenever you're getting viciously attacked on the king side. Let's take a look at this one. Awonder with the black pieces, trying to win this one against Levon, and I do believe that he has some pretty decent chances.
Okay, when this was the game between Awonder Liang, the final game that we'll be looking at, as we've got to close up our broadcast, actually, coming up very shortly. Bishop d5, but here are the pawns.
The pawns are
pawns.
Yes.
They're
very advanced.
Especially this reminds me of Tatev's game with Nasi, where the pawns just kept trundling up the board. A5, A4, and the king is marvelously positioned, the black king, to support the pawns and
But the problem with
them.
A5 is that I finally can go rook to A1, right?
And
sacrifice
then bishop
my
takes B3. Oh no.
But I think what you can do after bishop D5 is rook F5 first. That's going to defend the pawn on A5. You move the bishop somewhere to G8, let's say. You cannot go back to E6 to keep contact with the rook.
And then
now you go A5.
Makes sense. So you just a little touch.
So that the pawn on A5 right now is protected. If you go rook to A1, you have both king to B4, but also king to B2. I think king B4 is better.
Yeah, and now the difference is the pawn on A5 is protected.
Yes.
So just an important little touch here, rook F5. And is this as we prepare to break, just tell us the overall results now for the ladies as well as the open section. I think this is the last game in the open, isn't it? Indeed.
Yes, the ladies are done. This was the last game, Rose Atwell against Talia Cervantes.
We know Carissa has got 3
3 out of 3.
Really Tatev,
Tatev 2.5 points.
Right. Nice. And possibly a huge tie in the open, as a lot of players are sitting at +1, and Awonder's trying to join them.
This is a big moment right now. Will he find rook to F5? If he speeds the process with A5, that allows White, Levon, back in the game.
With this rook A1 check.
Will he be able to find rook F5, the most precise move in the position?
Exactly. Exactly. Rook F5. Whew.
By the way, Awonder has 37 seconds.
Yes.
So he also needs to make his decision pretty fast.
Yeah.
For the first time, under a minute in this game, and under his opponent's time.
Well, we just saw this crazy game of time trouble playing a crucial role. Something similar, but not rook F5, rook D6. First, pushing the bishop away. Awonder did not, and bishop to F7 quickly.
But you still have to go for the same thing. Rook to F6. Bishop D5, and now you have to go rook F5.
Right.
Now it's really time to go rook F5. And I'm trying to understand what he's worried about. So my guess is that rook F5, bishop E4 perhaps is what he's worried about.
Or maybe he's calculating whether to go H4.
Because you can always play rook takes E4 and B2. These positions. There you go. Rook F5. So just to bishop E4, like if we had something like this, I'm ready to just, you know, because the king is so close, right, to winning. So bishop, rook F5, that looks like the winning move now. Again, bishop G8, A5. As soon as we get our pawns on A5 and A4, king B4, A3, or E2. Simple, simple.
Yeah, this is just manually moving the pawn.
Yes, yes. But because of just the clock times are...
Yeah, Levon has under 1 minute. Bishop G8 on the board.
And now you can start pushing.
Yes.
Now it's time. Let's go. A5.
Yeah, A5.
And I think he knows it. Yes, he does.
Exactly.
How do you stop the pawns? Can I ask
I have a simple answer. You don't.
Simple question.
You can ask the simple question.
I would like to ask a simple question.
You don't stop the pawns. You don't. Yeah, we've all been in this situation, knowing that our fate is sealed.
Levon has less than a minute to figure this one out. And it doesn't look good. I mean, b2, king b4, a4 first, king b2 as well is an option. You have so many ways to push your pawns.
Exactly.
King to d3. Levon is trying to get closer with his king.
Right.
But now you can continue. a4.
I like king b2, but okay.
A4.
No, nothing wrong with that one either. I just saw that sometimes you like to, how do you say, shoulder the king, right?
But the thing is, you cannot really approach with the king right now. King c3 is not possible because of rook c5.
Good point.
So
no ensnaring the king.
And black can also just go rook f2 after the other pawn.
Wait a minute.
Cruel.
Guys, wait a minute.
What?
King c3, rook c5. Do you have bishop c4?
Yes, it's a legal move. I'm usually prepared to take it,
yes,
right?
Let's take.
And b2.
But how prepared are you to take that?
Pretty prepared.
Pretty prepared.
You think so, yeah?
I got news, it's a girl.
Let me try to find some tricks. There should be tricks in the position, Yasser.
By the way, Levon has 10 seconds.
Let me find the tricks. No tricks.
When is no tricks?
I don't think even Talia would find a move here to get out of this position.
I don't know. After what I just witnessed, I mean, Talia.
Bishop h7, rook to f2. Okay.
I was telling you, just get that last pawn.
King c3. Do we push?
No, we take a pawn.
We take a pawn.
We take a pawn just so that.
Do you really want to take that pawn?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was faster.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Wow. Wow, you guys know all my tricks. Look.
He's not taking that. No.
No.
Check first. Okay.
He
just wants to get 30
want to
seconds.
play king b2. Wow, yeah, maybe it's also the 32nd. By the way, not for nothing, but Awonder, a fantastic junior player, junior champion, really tops. Goes to the University of Chicago, spends a couple of years. His rating kind of plateaus, but in the last, let's say, 8 months, you've really seen him buckle down and really has improved his chess. I've played lots of S chess with, as we prepare to get off the air, we have to go. Let's just take a look at the standings. With this one game remaining, we're going to do the ladies first.
So we have a clear leader, Carissa Yip, 3 out of 3 so far, just amazing performance. But also Tatev Abhimanyu doing really well, 2.5 points, clear second. And then we have a two-way tie for the third place, Irina Krash and Begin Togirjanova with 2 points.
Alice Lee needs to turn up the heat. And in the Open.
So with still one game being played, we have a four-way tie for the first place, Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley So, Sevian and Hans Niemann having 2 points.
And it's very likely that we're going to get a five-way tie with Awonder joining the leaders and Levon with 1 out of 3.
Exactly.
That's a very bad start for such a player like Levon.
Quickly sum up round 3 for us.
Well, just an incredible, decisive round, more decisive than round 2. As we gear up through the rounds, it seems like the players want to play fighting chess as well. And of course, Fabiano, Hans winning. Awonder with the black piece is just incredible. In the ladies, it's the Carissa Yip show for the moment. And it seems like it's continuing because the trend is just simply not stopping. Carissa is playing great chess and she's dominating these victories. It's not like she's allowing her opponents back in the game or anything of that nature. No, she's dominating from start to finish. Who's going to stop Carissa? Well, we're going to have to wait and see in the next few rounds.
Thank you all for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Good night.
Bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.